Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Tensions escalate in India and Pakistan after India launches missile strikes in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. 133 cardinals from around the world will begin casting their vote for a new pope in the largest ever conclave. And US and Chinese officials are set to start talks this week in a bid to de-escalate a trade war between the world's two biggest economies. To our top story, Pakistan says 26 people have been killed and 46 injured in Indian airstrikes that hit sites across Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. India launched the attacks overnight and said at least 10 civilians were killed by Pakistani shelling on its side of the de facto border. For more on this, I'm joined by international journalist and broadcaster Inzamam Rashid. Thank you so much for joining me. It's great to have you on the show. So, Inzamam, if we just have a look, what are the latest developments on this story?
Look, it's been another pretty crazy 24 hours on the border between India and Pakistan. We are probably what you could call it in the fog of war, very early stages. But this isn't uncharted territory for these two nations. Overnight, India launched what was seen about a 25 or 30-minute rocket attack across Pakistan, inside Pakistan-administered Kashmir, but also in the country of Pakistan as well. And it was an assault which Pakistan called a blatant act of war. India said that it struck 9 sites that they said were terrorist locations, that they believed were housing terrorists or were organised areas where terrorist activity was taking place. And as a result, Pakistan then carried out further attacks against India as a result of their attacks overnight.
So tensions have been escalating for weeks ahead of this morning's attacks. Talk us through what has led to the latest strikes by India on Pakistan.
Well, notwithstanding the decades of hostility that's going on between these two nations, the latest events have kind of centred around an attack that took place on the 22nd of April, so just days away. And this was basically an attack from a terrorist organisation in Pakistan towards tourists in an area of Balgam in India. Now, India say that 26 people were killed during that attack. They say that women, that children were also at the centre of that attack, tourists as well. And there was a fair bit of bloodshed on the 22nd of April. Now, those attacks that were carried out by the terrorist organisation have been identified as an organisation which is called the Kashmir Resistance. And they have basically said that, yes, it was us who carried out that attack. As a result of that, India were always going to respond, and last night was the night where they carried out their attacks, killing what Pakistan say was 26 people, including women and children. They say dozens more have been injured as a result. But Pakistan were going to stop there all day today. They've been saying that we will retaliate. They say that they in turn shot down 5 army jets, 5 Indian army jets in India, which they see is a huge victory. And what they say in return is that 10 people have reportedly been killed on the Indian side as well. So quite a lot of death that's occurred in the last 24 hours in retaliation to what happened a couple of weeks ago.
Absolutely. And the conflict is really centering around Kashmir. Why is this land disputed over?
I mean, this all goes back to 1947 when India and Pakistan split countries. They are partitioned when the British colony left. And since then, there has been huge tensions between these two nations over this bit of land up in the north of these two countries. And there has been several wars since, I think probably about 6 major wars, and then flare-ups like we've seen over the last 24 hours. And I think probably the latest conflict is probably the worst we have ever seen, and tensions are probably higher than ever before. I've covered this story many times, both in Pakistan and on the India side as well, and I've seen tensions from both sides. But I think just looking at some of the stories that are coming out of India and Pakistan, a lot which is very difficult to verify and to really attribute anything to, but I think right now, in terms of tension, it's probably the highest that those two nations have ever seen.
And I think that's what a lot of countries are warning against right now, that escalation. But I want to say, Imsamam, you're actually going to stay with me, so thank you so much for that, and we'll be back with you just shortly. We can now speak to Jan Achakzai, former information minister of Baluchistan in Pakistan and geopolitical analyst. Jan, I want to thank you so much for joining the show. It's really great to have you on. Pakistan is vowing to respond to the latest strikes from India. Is this a clear escalation? And what can we expect Pakistan to do in the next few days?
I think Pakistan is already high up the escalation ladder. Pakistan believes that its response to the first Indian attack was a defensive. It was reacting to particularly the aerial attacks that we have seen, and Pakistan says that around 5 aircraft of India have been downed, including their human vehicles like the drones. So what we see is escalation dominance by Pakistan probably in the next 24 hours. That implies Pakistan would resort to reprisal attacks, probably targeting hinterland of India, as Pakistan has taken the cue when the India attacked its mainland cities, particularly Bahawalpur, which is not in occupied in Pakistan-administered Kashmir, and also Pindi, one of the main cities, where it has an impact. So I think Pakistan will go for some infrastructure attacks within India's hinterland.
India points the finger of blame at Pakistan for what happened in Kashmir in the region in April because of the accusations against Pakistan for backing, funding and giving sanctuary to terrorist organizations. What is your reaction to this?
Well, I think it's more a fictional narrative that India has adopted, given the fact that it was not prepared to share evidence with any country, whether it's its own friendly countries like the US and even the UN. So there is no transparent investigation into the allegation of Indians' claim linking Pakistan with the terrorist attack in Indian-occupied Kashmir. But what we have seen is Indian hegemonic attitude in South Asia. It's a typical copying and borrowing from the playbook of Israel we have seen in Gaza. So this is why we believe, that the overwhelming thinking in Pakistan is that India is believe in some sort of territorial expansion, civilization expansion, and its extremism, which is Hindu extremism called Hindutva, is basically, it really believes that the whole South Asia is part of the Akhand Bharat idea. So this is why Pakistan believes that hegemony is being asserted by India, so Pakistan has to face an hegemonic India. This is why Pakistan will establish deterrence after the first attack by India last night.
Are you saying that, in your mind, India wants to take over Kashmir completely? Is that what the thinking right now in Pakistan is?
Well, India does not believe Pakistan's 32% of borders. So they claim Pakistan's almost 32% of the borders. So really, Pakistan believes that the strategic threat emanates from India. And given its relations that have gone sour with not only Pakistan, but Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, and all the neighbors that India has, the only playbook that India want to use it is to browbeat its small neighbors, where it has an overwhelming size in terms of military, in terms of economy and other areas, 10 times these small neighbors, including Pakistan. So this is why the threat cannot be from Pakistan to a 10 times bigger country called India, which really believe that it's an emerging third power after China and America in this part of the world.
These are two nuclear nations. Who holds the largest arsenal? And if they go to all-out war, what purpose does this serve either country?
Well, I think this is for the bigger country, particularly like India, to ponder upon any aggression against Pakistan linked with its domestic political campaigning, which we are saying it in Bihar, attacking Pakistan. Whenever we have this sort of incidents, we have seen a pattern. After several weeks or months, we have seen some political campaigning within India. So the domestic politics has led India to externalize its issues against Pakistan, and also the latest incident of holding this water treaty in abeyance is particularly an act of war. And last night's aggression against Pakistan was also an act of war against what Pakistan believes is a sovereign country and its territorial integrity. This is why it's not a two-way street. It's not the two sides. It's just one side against Islamophobic hegemonic country called India, which is 10 times of its size of Pakistan. And its military budget is the third largest after China and America, which Pakistan has to face.
Pakistan is on the cusp of getting a massive loan bailout from the IMF. Does this escalation complicate things further for the economy in Pakistan right now?
Well, I think IMF has already cleared that their template is not linked to geopolitical tension between Pakistan and India. India also, as an act of optics, wrote a letter to IMF asking not to sanction the loan to Pakistan. But the IMF clarified that we believe on the economic, steps that Pakistan has taken according to the IMF conditionalities. So I don't think that IMF decisions will be impacted by the tension between the two countries. However, the world needs to understand that any nuclear exchange in this part of the world will jeopardize the peace of not only this part of the world, but the whole world.
World leaders are calling for rising tensions to de-escalate and for both sides to protect civilians. Will this be enough to encourage both sides to take steps to find common ground on this? And what's your reaction to their calls for calm? Does Pakistan want to de-escalate?
Well, I think Pakistan was within its right when it said that let's have a transparent investigation into the allegations against Pakistan in Indian occupied Kashmir, and India did not buy that proposal, where it was enforced by the UN, by the US, and all the allies of the India, where it did not condemn Pakistan for the allegations linking Pakistan's hand in this incident in Kashmir. So what happened was that India unilaterally attacked Pakistan last night. As a result, Pakistan is left with no option but to ensure to establish its deterrence against overwhelming force of India. So I think the next step that Pakistan is about to take will simply ensure that India would not, next time browbeat Pakistan through mere allegations, because we have seen this pattern, and in future, India would think twice before attacking Pakistan without any concrete proof of its involvement against any terrorist incident in India. So I think this is why Pakistan's narrative and Pakistan's right is within the UN to safeguard its territorial integrity and its independence.
Jan Achakzai, former Information Minister of Baluchistan in Pakistan and geopolitical analyst. Great to have your views. I appreciate you joining me. Now we can go to New Delhi to speak to retired Commodore Chitrapu Uday Baska, Director at the Society for Policy Studies in New Delhi. Thank you so much for joining me. OK, India has said this is retaliation for the attack in Indian-administered Kashmir a few weeks ago. What message do these attacks now send to Pakistan?
India had a very clear message to convey after the terror attack of April 22 in Pahalgam, which is to say that the perpetrators would be punished and those who have enabled and supported such terror attacks against India would also be dealt with in a very firm and resolute manner. Along with this, Indian intelligence agencies had also picked up information which indicated that there were plans for another strike against India. So this particular operation, which has been called Operation Sindoor, was a combination of political resolve that terror attacks would be punished and that the perpetrators would also be identified, and concurrently a message of restraint saying that India did not wish to escalate this, which is why they made it very clear that no military assets were targeted and that the 9 locations were all linked with the terror infrastructure that has been nurtured in Pakistan over the last 2 or 3 decades. So that was the limited message that India was conveying.
So earlier I was speaking to the former Information Minister of Baluchistan in Pakistan, and he was saying to me the actions that were taken by India with these latest strikes was a clear act of war. Now, would you agree with that statement?
I would not agree with that. This is not an act of war. This is a response to a very brutal terror attack. Just to recall very briefly, on April 22nd, 26 innocent tourists were gunned down when they were on a holiday, and many of them were asked to identify what their religion was. And if the answer was not acceptable to the people wielding the gun, they were killed. There was nothing more brutal. So for India, a response was inevitable. And the target was not Pakistan. It was not the people of Pakistan. It was the perpetrators, the terrorists, and their handlers. So to that extent, I would say this was not a war, but a counter-terror operation with a limited objective. And which is why, along with the military strike, there was a politico-diplomatic message that this is not aimed as a conventional war against Pakistan.
Pakistan has rejected claims by India that it houses terrorist camps on its soil. It says the allegations are baseless and there's no evidence. What is your reaction to this, and what concrete proof do you have?
As a security analyst who's been studying this issue for almost 30 years, the first observation I'd make is that for all the professionals who are dealing with either terrorism as a phenomenon or South Asia, there is chapter and verse by academics, analysts, and retired diplomats about the way in which terror has been nurtured in Pakistan, and there has been a fair amount of documentation which has also been made available to the United Nations. For purposes of recall, in 2019, India was subjected to another terror attack. And at that time, India had provided necessary evidence at the United Nations Security Council. And all the member countries were agreed that Pakistan should desist, including China, which after a few days of being ambivalent, went along with the consensus. So India has a very simple message to convey to the world, which Prime Minister Modi has said repeatedly, that terrorism cannot be condoned. And today, when the Pahalgam attack took place, India has made the same message. And whenever India has tried to invite Pakistan to be part of the investigation, Pakistan did not come with the kind of sincerity and integrity that was expected. This happened to India in 2016, and there was yet another terror attack in a place called Puri. So based on all these experiences, I would say that professional consensus is that Pakistan, for its own domestic reasons, has invested in nurturing terror groups. And now the Pakistani army in particular is finding it very difficult to wean itself away from this kind of a proxy war that it is waging against India. And let me add in parentheses, against Afghanistan also. There is a lot of dismay in Afghanistan about a similar pattern. So I'm afraid Pakistan's stand, or the way in which Pakistan is trying to project itself, is not something that most of the global community would agree with.
What military action can we expect to see from India in the coming days?
From the Indian side, I would say that the message has been conveyed that if there is a terror strike of this nature, India will respond against the perpetrators and those who have supported it. India does not want to escalate. If there is any escalation, I would say that perhaps that choice will have to be made by Pakistan. Some very intemperate references have been made in Pakistan about the price they would make India pay. India is monitoring the situation. The security forces are prepared for exigencies. Personally, I would say I hope it doesn't happen. But if it does, there definitely would be a certain level of military escalation, as I see it, along the conventional ladder at this point in time.
In your view, where does the future of Kashmir lie if this conflict does continue to escalate?
You know, Kashmir's future is totally integrated with India. In 2019, a political decision was taken, and the status of Kashmir has been changed. It is now a union territory of India, fully integrated, and most recently, with normalcy having returned, which is to say that the fear of the gun had abated, terrorism had been brought under control. Tourism is the main industry and employment for the people of Kashmir, the citizens of Kashmir. And over the last year, the number of tourists who visited the region reached a record high. So this particular Pahalgam attack is something that has set the clock back for tourism. And the citizens of Kashmir are incensed. They're very angry. For the first time I have seen in 30 years, the citizens of Kashmir are united against terror. This was not always the case. So the future that I see is that terrorism has to be resisted. It has to be removed from within Kashmir, sent back across the border, and the Kashmiri citizens of India will find their own levels of confidence, competence, and I hope long-term peace.
World leaders are calling for calm amid rising tensions. What do you say to the likes of Donald Trump, who said he wants it to end quickly? Does India want to de-escalate?
As I said, India does not want to escalate. So the subtext is that India would like this to be closed as a chapter if the message is conveyed. Certain off-ramp options are possible. The concern of the global community has been conveyed in different ways. And I think if Pakistan could send its own signal that it would desist and stop providing the kind of support to terror camps and terror leaders as it has in the past, I think not just India, the whole world would be very relieved to know that a nuclear armed state like Pakistan is distancing itself from terrorism.
Commodore retired Titrapu Uday Bashka. It was great to have you on the show, and your thoughts were much appreciated. Once again, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
Let's come back to international journalist and broadcaster Inzamam Rashid. There we are. So we heard from the Pakistan side and the Indian side. What were your main takeaways?
I think the biggest point there is the question which you asked both sides, Leigh Ann, and that was whether both nations actually wanted to see de-escalation. Now, the Pakistani representative didn't outright say that Pakistan wants de-escalation, and the retired Commodore there saying that he didn't actually say, he said that India doesn't want to escalate. So it's where are both sides at the minute? Who needs to de-escalate and who doesn't want to escalate? And I think that's a really important point, because this is at a point where these two nations have been at war for many, many years now. And right now we are probably seeing the highest tensions between these two countries. And the word from the rest of the world is de-escalate, is show restraint, and is move to dialogue and diplomacy. Whether they actually get to that point is so hard to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just have a quick look at Trump and Starmer talking about that quickly. Just take a listen.
Rising tensions between India and Pakistan will be of serious concern for many across Britain. We are engaging urgently with both countries, as well as other international partners, encouraging dialogue, de-escalation and the protection of civilians.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it, just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
There we are, Inzamam. So we heard from Starmer and Donald Trump. What are world leaders saying about this? I know Donald Trump there said this has been happening for decades, something that, of course, you know, as mentioned by both of our guests.
Yeah, and I think he alluded to there as well, the President, that this happens quite regularly, these flare-ups, and that he hopes it does end pretty quickly. I think when you look at other world leaders, in particular Keir Starmer's predecessor, Rishi Sunak, he said that no nation should have to accept terrorist attacks being launched against it from land controlled by another country. India's justified in striking terrorist infrastructure. There can be no impunity for terrorists. So a tweet that kind of sides alongside India and, of course, where his family is from. Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, what I found quite interesting in his statement, he said the world cannot afford a military confrontation between India and Pakistan, obviously alluding to the situation that's taking place in the Middle East and, of course, between Russia and Ukraine, basically asking for restraint and de-escalation. We do not want a third major war happening across the world. And I think what's important to note as well, Leigh Ann, is what Israel's take on this is, and they have clearly sided with India, saying that India has its right to defend itself.
And I think the next few days are going to be a real important coming hours, I guess, to see what happens.
Yeah, I think the next 24 hours are pretty crucial. And what the Pakistani representative said to you a bit earlier, he said it will be interesting to see what Pakistan does over the next 24 hours. And then it's basically a tit for tat following that. What will India do following Pakistan's response? At the end of the day, this is decades of anger and tension that has essentially turned into violence once again. And what's important is I think the world can't ignore what's going on between India and Pakistan, because at the end of the day, this is two nuclear-armed nations going head-to-head. And I'd probably say the tensions right now are at their worst. The next 24 hours will be crucial, if not critical. And the mistrust that's been going on between these two nations is at an all-time high. Diplomacy is not a word which is being uttered by any of them. And getting them into a room for any sort of peace talks is pretty impossible right now.
Yes, absolutely. Imam Rashid, thank you so much for joining me. Great analysis there. I much appreciate it. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. In his first interview since leaving the White House, former US President Joe Biden accused President Donald Trump of appeasing Russia by pressuring Ukraine to give up its territory. Unlike Trump, Biden said his Ukraine policy provided Kyiv with everything they needed to defend their independence. Some commentators have pointed out Biden's decision to speak out marks a break from the traditional restraint usually observed by former presidents. Russia and Ukraine have launched drone strikes just hours before a three-day ceasefire announced by Russia is due to begin. Zelensky says Russia launched 4 ballistic missiles and 142 drones, whilst Ukraine also attacked Russia with drones. The attacks forced at least 350 flights in Russia to be delayed or either cancelled. Yemen's Houthis say a ceasefire deal between them and the US does not include sparring Israel. They have also suggested that shipping attacks that have disrupted global trade will not come to a complete halt. It comes after President Trump announced the US would stop bombing Houthis in Yemen, saying that the group had agreed to stop attacking US ships. Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara has met French leader Emmanuel Macron on his first visit to Europe. The leaders discussed a post-war reconstruction and economic cooperation. Now, the cardinals who are about to start the process of electing a new pope are taking an oath of secrecy inside the Sistine Chapel. Once they are closed inside that Sistine Chapel, they will have no communication with the outside world until a new pope is elected, marking the beginning of the conclave. For more on this, I'm joined by Reverend Robert Gould from the Catholic University of America. Always great to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you just talk us and everyone through the process that has begun today?
Indeed, the cardinals are already inside the Sistine Chapel, and it is called a conclave because clave in Latin means key, so they are locked inside this room, and the formal declaration was made extra omnes, everybody out, except for these cardinals who are electors, who have all just made an oath to maintain secrecy during these scrutinies, as they're called, which are each of the ballots that are made during this election. Right now, they are voting, surely, and they'll be counting the votes within a short amount of time. And we should have news by 7 p.m. Rome time as to white or black smoke. White smoke indicates a new pope, and black smoke indicates that he didn't get 2/3 majority. And then they'll start voting again tomorrow.
Oh, so I will be definitely watching the roof of the Sistine Chapel like the rest of the world. But the Dean of the College of Cardinals has said the next leader needs to guide the Church through a complex time. What will the Cardinals right now be prioritizing when they are electing a next Pope?
While the Pope has a very important position within the world, including his role in negotiating peace among countries and establishing policy with respect to his moral authority, as was evident at the funeral of Pope Francis when so many heads of state convened in St. Peter's Basilica. In fact, there's famous photographs that weren't AI produced, but were real of the President Zelensky and President Trump meeting there at the altar of the baptism of Jesus, and apparently coming together in order to succeed in making a negotiation and an agreement. So this indicates that the Pope has moral and political authority across the world. But those cardinals really don't care that much about this right now. What they really care about is that the new Pope may represent St. Peter, who was the first among the apostles, and that he may continue the tradition of the Church, which is our belief in Jesus Christ.
Are there any cardinals who are the clear frontrunners to replace Pope Francis, or is it just too soon to start speculating?
It really, truly is hard to speculate. This is the largest conclave ever in 2,000 years, with 133 cardinal electors inside the Sistine Chapel, 133, more than ever. And in addition to this, what's really complicated about this election is the fact that they don't really know each other that well. So, because many of them, Pope Francis famously chose cardinals from the peripheries. And these cardinals from the peripheries they work in their own countries, their own dioceses. They don't have much of an opportunity at all to speak with one another. So that makes everything very difficult to predict. Nonetheless, media has been speaking very loudly about certain front runners. I suspect that those alleged front runners are being promoted by certain people who remain ensconced in positions of power in the Vatican. But in fact, that power has now been undermined by the death of Francis. So who is really the front runner? It's an amazing group of candidates from all over the world and a great deal of talent. And I think there are many more possible popables, as they say, or papabili, than much of the media has been proclaiming.
Yes, we'll have to wait and see. But why does this election matter to non-Christians?
Well, this is it's amazing how, of course, for Christians, they see the Pope as the Holy Father, as kind of the Father of fathers, and as a shepherd, as a pastor who represents Jesus, and is an effective sign of unity for all Christians, including those who aren't Catholic. But what about those who aren't Christians? Why should they care? Well, in fact, I think that for all people across the world, the Pope represents a religious authority that is universal, is global. And there's no other religion that has a living human being who has and exercises that kind of authority. Moreover, he's a head of state, and his state is recognized by 191 other countries. And therefore, he has a diplomatic corps spread around the world. And whether it's at the United Nations or at the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund or the World Health Organization, the Vatican has representatives. And those representatives act not so much for the interest of politics and state interests, but more for the sake of justice and helping the poor.
So I was just going to ask you something. How long do you predict it will be until we see the historic moment of white smoke coming out of the Sistine Chapel chimney? How many days do you think, Reverend?
Over the past 100 years, none have taken more than 4 days. And yet, I think this time it may take more than 4 days. I would guess 5 days, maybe 6. After 3 days, if there's no pope that's been elected with 2/3, they spend up to a full day in prayer and in silence and considering their responsibility and the weight of that responsibility. And then they'll come back to vote again. So I would guess 5 days, but perhaps we'll have a surprise. A big surprise would be if in minutes we could have white smoke.
I said 2 days. You've said 5 days. My producer just said to me in my ear 5 days. So we'll all have to reconnect and see who got it right. But Reverend Robert Gould from the Catholic University of America, always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and God bless you.
A reminder of our top stories. Tensions escalate in India and Pakistan after India launches missile strikes in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. "133 cardinals from around the world will begin casting their vote for a new pope in the largest ever conclave." And US and Chinese officials are set to start talks this week in a bid to de-escalate a trade war between the world's two biggest economies. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Michael Saylor, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
I want you to walk me through how you see the global economy today.
Well, I think the economy's more intertwined than ever before, financially and operationally. And for the past few months, it's caught in a bit of chaos due to the uncertainty of how all trade flows will move forward. I think that there's a change in status quo that's destined. It's not clear exactly how that will settle. All the financial markets are reacting in a sort of manic fashion as they attempt to adjust. I tend to think that it's a mistake to extrapolate linearly based upon everybody's nominal pronunciations, because it's not likely that what we think will happen, but on the other hand, definitely there's change afoot.
Yeah. As an investor, is this the time to hold back and wait or make money?
My view on investments is I'm extraordinarily enthusiastic about digital capital. That is, Bitcoin is digital capital. I think that's the no-brainer because it has all of the appeal of a digital monopoly, a monetary network. So if you imagine a Facebook for money or a Google for money, it has the technology trend on its side, and it also represents digital gold, and there's an extraordinary enthusiasm for non-sovereign store of value assets right now. So if you're looking for a way to avoid counterparty risk, to avoid a currency risk, and to tap into a global technology phenomena, then that makes sense.
Is it a safe haven?
I think it is. I think
on par
Bitcoin,
with gold?
Much better than gold. I think that Bitcoin will be 10x, an order of magnitude more valuable than gold, and it will grow 20% a year. Beyond, when it's 10 times bigger than gold, it'll be growing 20% a year. So, yeah, it's I think the best investment idea in the world. I don't think there's a second best investment idea. I think that there's $450 trillion of wealth in the global economy that's sitting in store of value assets. You could call it long-term capital. Like, people just want to keep their money. And right now, if you have a lot of capital, you would buy real estate, you would buy private equity, you would buy public equity, you would buy collectibles, you might buy trophy assets. All of those things were pioneered in the 20th century. I don't have to tell you about the reason people buy them. I could write you an encyclopedia on the risk factors. Right, your buildings burn, hurricanes, flood you out. There are rent controls on your property. There are tariffs. Everybody in the world is in a tariff tantrum right now. Every single, what they say, the best laid plans of mice and men, they're dashed, given a change in the political wind. So I think there's profound conventional risk in private equity and public equity. Bonds all have massive risk because they're all currency derivatives. trophy assets and collectibles like art, they have cultural risk. If you collect Picassos and the culture decides they don't value Picassos anymore, then your wealth is devalued. So I think when you look at the 21st century, the question is, how do I keep my money? Right? If I gave you $1 billion and I dropped you in Africa and I said, go ahead and buy anything you want, you can buy a diversified portfolio of real estate or equity or currency or bonds or anything at all in any country in Africa, or you can buy digital property that sits in cyberspace worth the same $1 billion, and you can move it on a thumb drive, or you can zap it from point A to point B on your phone, and you can custody it anywhere in the world on an hour's notice. I think you would choose for option B, and option B is what Bitcoin represents. So what I see today is increasing uncertainty. People are losing confidence in governments. They lose confidence in currencies. They lose confidence in business models. Right? You got a great company, you have 1 million employees, but I'm about to automate out 957,000 of those employees with robots. Is that good for you or is that bad for you? Lots of risk in the world due to technology, due to politics, due to monetary policy. So what do people with wealth want to do? They want to run from the risk. Okay, I give you $1 billion of Siberian real estate, you can trade it for Bitcoin, would you? Of course you would. I give you $1 billion of Africa, you can trade it for Bitcoin, would you? Of course you would. I give you $1 billion of anything in Brazil, Mexico, Russia, pick any country. The general dynamic in the world's macroeconomy is this. People all want to move to the United States. People want to buy United States assets. People want United States currency. They want the most secure, the S&P index is up 10% a year in the US. The European equivalent, 1%, 2%. So what is the world trying to say? It says that the dominant network is the one we want. We don't want the second best or the third best. In the crypto industry, there are stable coins. There's the digital dollar and there's the digital euro. If you sit with the people in the industry and you say, well, what's the demand for the digital euro in Europe? The answer is 1%. 99% of the demand for digital currency in Europe is for the dollar, not for the euro. The euro is the second best. Yeah. If the second best is 1% of the best, what's the third best? The third best is 0.1%. So the big picture here is, in a world where people with wealth, with capital, are looking to preserve their money, how do you save it? And it's very simple. I convert my money from 20th century assets to 21st century assets. I convert from analog assets to digital assets. I convert from assets that are subject to nation state risk in Ukraine or Russia or Brazil or
perhaps
Africa.
Right here in America.
Or in America. And when you lose confidence in your government, and I can find a large plurality of investors in every country on earth that have lost confidence and faith in governments, banks, industries, etc. When you lose that confidence, you run for a safe haven.
Yes.
What do you want to do? Put your money in orbit, right? In this case, there's no hurricanes in cyberspace. There's no tariffs in cyberspace. There's no monetary debasement in cyberspace. There's no bank to steal your money in cyberspace. There's no wars in cyberspace, right? So what's driving Bitcoin? It's not speculation. It's not accidental. It's the relentless passage of time that's causing intelligent, informed capitalists to strip risk from their portfolio by converting a 20th century asset into a digital asset. It's like water flows downhill when you're staring at a waterfall. It's not accidental that the water went downhill. It's not accidental that time moves forward. It's actually the relentless passage of entropy. It's the relentless act of informed people that want to keep their money acting rationally.
Is Bitcoin a hedge?
Over the long term, it is, and really what it is the future, right? If Bitcoin's growing 55% a year, It's going from what was a few million to a few billion to 100 billion to a trillion to 2 trillion. It's 2 trillion now.
Yeah.
It's going to 20 trillion over the next 4 years to 8 years, and it'll be $200 trillion in 20 years. My forecast is for it to be about $280 trillion by the year 2045. You could call that a hedge, but it's kind of like a hedge in the way that the United States of America was a hedge for Europeans when they were fleeing Europe for 200 years.
Yeah.
It's just the next frontier of economic development.
Yeah. Tell me this. Gold, physical asset, Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies generally, people say we can't hold it, we can't see it. Is that a psychological shift in your mind? Because it's essentially just assigning value to something perhaps they cannot see.
You know, the classic idea of money is the most liquid, fungible, saleable commodity asset in the world. And so for thousands of years it was gold. Gold was the best idea for sound money in the 19th century. In the 20th century, gold wasn't fast enough. You can't move gold back and forth across the Atlantic an hour. You can't settle with it. There's no way. There's 400 million companies in the world. There's no way for 400 million companies to settle with each other with gold. Right? Just not happening. It takes a decade to settle $10 billion of gold across the Atlantic. You know, a year would be fast. Bitcoin represents digital gold. It's the best idea for money in the 21st century. It is the world's most liquid, most fungible commodity asset. It's, you know, it is saleable. So, and it's better than gold because no way you're going to teleport $10 billion of gold in a couple of seconds. No way you're going to put gold on 5 billion smartphones. No way that the computers are going to vibrate or program the gold to transform itself 1 million times a second. And gold, like it or not, is inflating at 2% a year. 2% a year inflation means that the half-life of your wealth is 35 years. Bitcoin is 0%. 0% inflation means the half-life of your wealth is forever. It's the difference between economic immortality and a useful life of 70 years, maybe. So gold was a good idea. It was never a perfect idea. You know, if you read the history of the Rothschilds and go back to the 19th century, the Rothschilds traded sovereign debt. They traded credit instruments issued by governments, and that was the high-frequency money, that sovereign debt. And then when they had a cash settlement referred to we actually swap gold bullion or gold coin, but we don't do it often because it's very difficult and dangerous, and sometimes you lose the gold. So cash settlement was always difficult hundreds of years ago. 1,000 years ago it was difficult. With Bitcoin, it's different. You can now settle. I can trade $100 million a day with you, and we can settle every 4 hours.
Yeah.
Right? And so Bitcoin represents perfect money. It represents perfect capital, it's digital capital, and it's a basis to rebuild the entire digital economic system. So yeah, it's the promise of gold, but it's 100x better.
So if it's the perfect capital, why aren't we using it to pay for things?
Yeah, because you don't pay for things in capital. If you roll the clock back 200 years, the Rothschilds didn't pay for things in gold either. It turns out
why am I not using it on my phone? And why am I not using it to purchase something at, the ice cream that we were seeing this penetration happening, and it's slowed down?
Because money has two aspects. One aspect of money is high frequency money or payments. That's currency. When I actually buy a coffee, I'm buying a coffee with currency. I'm using the peso in Argentina. I'm using the dollar in the US. I'm using the euro in France. Nobody holds the currency for more than 4 years. If you're in a hyperinflating economy, you wouldn't hold the currency 4 months. Typically, the way the world works is you have local currency, which you would hold for weeks to months, like the peso or the Egyptian currency or the Lebanese currency, but no one's stupid enough to hold it for a decade.
I don't know if anybody would be holding the Lebanese currency.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but the point is, by law, you have to use it for legal debts, and so they do exist. The world's got 100 local currencies. Most of them are very weak. The world reserve currency is the dollar. You would hold that for 4 years. But there's no rich person on earth that'll brag to you that 90% of their net worth is in dollars. You won't find a single billionaire that has the majority of the net worth in dollars. Nobody saves in dollars. They save in capital. So there's another aspect of money. It's long-term, low-frequency money. It's the money I'm going to hold for between 4 years and 400 years. What is that? It's land. It's a sports team. It's private equity. It's the Mars Corporation. It's public equity. It's my Magnificent Seven stocks. It's a diversified portfolio of stocks. It might be gold. So if something is perfect capital, that means you can buy it, keep it for 100 years, and your great-grandchildren will be rich.
Yeah.
I have a house in Miami Beach. It cost $100,000 in 1930. It's worth $100 million right now. 99.9% collapse in the value of the dollar. If you'd taken the $100,000 and you put it in a safe deposit box in the basement, you'd have 100 grand. That would pay about 3 months. It would pay about 6 weeks of property tax on that house. Nothing. You couldn't even run it's a month of fees. If you took the same 100,000 and you swapped it into real estate, it'd be worth 100 million. Why? Well, because the government can't print more beachfront property. They can print more currency. So the bottom line is, if you're going to pay for something, a cup of coffee, you want to pay for it with a weak currency, which is a legal tender. They're all collapsing. The dollar is losing 7 to 10% of its value a year. But the weaker currencies, the risk-free rate in Brazil is like 15%. What that is telling you is the government is increasing the supply of real by more than 15% a year. The risk-free rate in Turkey is like 45%. Okay, so you definitely want to pay for stuff with the collapsing currency. And the smartest trade imaginable is you borrow a lot of money in a fiat currency, which is losing value, and then you buy a capital asset. Like the richest families in New York, they borrowed money, they bought real estate, right? Real estate's getting more valuable over time. The dollar is getting less value, but the peso has collapsed to zero 5 times in 100 years. You don't have to explain it to an Argentinian why they wouldn't save in pesos.
Yeah. Tell me this, how quickly, in your mind, will the U.S. dollar cease to be the world's reserve currency?
It's going to be the world's reserve currency for the rest of our life, certainly for the next generation, maybe for 100 years. It's actually shows every indication of getting stronger, not weaker. If you look, for example, at
So you're not worried about what President Trump is doing at this point? Because we hear this every day on Bloomberg and on CNBC and elsewhere. A lot of fear about the U.S. dollar.
Yeah, well, if you look, take the example of Tether again, the demand for U.S. dollar as a digital asset is 100x greater than the demand for the euro. So if we're not going to use the dollar as the euro, the Europeans won't use the euro, CNY, the CNY would collapse if the Chinese didn't have capital controls on it. So I just named the second and the third best currency, JPY. You think the world's going to adopt the Japanese yen? I don't think so. I think that the world reserve currency, right, it's based upon having the strongest defense network. As long as you're a nuclear superpower, that's part of it. And the other part is hundreds of millions of companies that have priced everything in U.S. dollars, and then all of the accounting systems that are wired for U.S. dollars. That's incredible inertia. So that currency is a protocol similar to the English language, and we're speaking English. And so I think it's similar to you asking me, when will all of the capitalists in the world stop using English? It's like, if the United States does a string of super intelligent things, that probably is good for the English language. And if we do a string of super not intelligent things, it's probably a bit weaker for the English language. But the English language, the dollar protocol, those things have incredible power. Not in the next 30 years will there be a difference. And so that's what I think about that. I think that Bitcoin, to make the point, is a monetary protocol, but it's a protocol for capital, not for currency, right? And once you understand that, it's a protocol for keeping your money for 100 years.
Yeah.
So if you took all the smart money in the world, if you took every intelligent person with money in the world and said, would you like to keep your money for the next 100 years? Yeah. Do you trust any government, bank, or corporation to protect it for you? No. Well, how do I keep my money without trusting a government, a currency, a corporation, or a collectible? And the answer is Bitcoin.
The president has launched his own coin. Do you see that as a contradiction? Because we're talking about, you know, we don't trust the government, but now the president of the United States is saying, trust me.
No, I don't. I think if you think about digital assets, there are 4 classes of digital assets. There are digital commodities, there are digital currencies, there are digital securities, and there are digital tokens.
Yes.
Bitcoin is a digital commodity. It's an asset without an issuer. It is the king of them. It's 100 times more powerful than the next digital commodity. The best use case for a digital commodity is long-term capital, store of value asset, long-term money, low-frequency money. Put that aside, right? And that, by the way, that's a big deal. That's worth $400 trillion, right? Yeah. That's the most valuable thing in the world. There's nothing more valuable than we all get to keep our money, right? Digital currency, right? That's a stable coin. That's like the U.S. Tether or Circle. What's the use of it? It's like medium of exchange. How big is that? $10 trillion. It's not small. I mean, 10 trillion is a lot. And right now, there's probably $250 billion of stable coins. So if the U.S. government regulates that, you'll see that go to $1 trillion, $2 trillion, $4 trillion, $10 trillion. What's it competing against? Every other currency.
Yes.
Who's the loser? Every weak currency. Nobody's going to want to. Every currency in Africa will collapse, right? No one's going to use any of them.
Yes.
Right? Digital securities, that's just tokenized stocks and bonds, right? And you're going to see those circulate. What is Trump coin? It's a digital token. How many are there? There's 37 million tokens. You know, are they valuable? Well, it depends upon whether the issuer imbues them with value. Trump coin may be valuable because Trump's a celebrity. Katy Perry token could be valuable. Tom Brady coin could be valuable. On the other hand, some of them won't be valuable. There's 400 million companies in the world. I could imagine every company issuing their own digital token.
Yeah.
And can I imagine them being valuable? Sure, I give you a token that gets you a seat in my restaurant on Friday night. I tokenize my fan club and you get front row tickets.
Right.
Like the latest thing was Trump saying, you know, the token providers will get invited to dinner at the White House. You can create a fan club or a country club, you know, and you're a country club member, I tokenize it, you can trade it. Tokenized country club membership would be more valuable than non-tradable, non-fungible. So the point is, you can tokenize a lot of things. It's not a threat to the dollar. It's not a threat to Bitcoin. The reason Bitcoin works is 100 rich families get together and don't trust anybody or any company or any bank or any currency, and they don't trust each other, but they want to keep their money forever. So they have to create this decentralized program in cyberspace run by incorruptible software, and then they have to all run a version of it, and that way it's like a monetary virus.
Yeah.
It works because it's so diffuse. And like, why does English work?
Yeah.
Because all the rich, powerful people speak English. You see, how do I, you know, what if I change the meaning of the word for to 3?
Yeah.
Well, I don't get away with it. Even I could be a mega billionaire, but I can't change the meaning from 4 to 3 because all the other rich, powerful people think that 4 means 4. So when you have a protocol that diffuses like that, its staying power is a function of how much power and how much wealth has adopted and is committed to the protocol.
So right now the ECB and the European Commission are tying themselves in knots over stablecoin, over digital currencies generally, and what that will mean for the euro. Are their fears overblown in your mind? Or is this just another symptom of Europe really staying on the back foot?
I think that the future is digital, and it's pretty clear. We're going to tokenize your country club membership. We're going to tokenize the fan club. We're going to tokenize the euro. We're going to tokenize a bar of gold. We're going to tokenize the dollar. We're going to tokenize capital. And if you fight it, if you resist it, then...
Which is what they're doing, essentially.
Yeah, then the future passes you by, right? You're going to manage to block yourself from the digital economy. Like, take these AIs. You may be afraid of them, but they're going to be 1 billion times smarter than us and think 1 billion times faster than us. You know, so when you go to bed and you tell the AI, take care of my money, the AI is going to want to move it 18 million times an hour. And so if you have a banking system that requires that you wait till Monday morning and take a phone call from your local banker to approve the first transaction, the AI is going to bypass that, right? So the intelligent economy is going to bypass the manual economy. It's going to bypass the regulated economy. My advice to the White House here is you need to have clear regulated frameworks. You need to have a taxonomy for tokens, currencies, digital securities, and digital commodities. You need to let issuers issue digital currencies. They need to issue digital securities. They need to issue digital tokens. They should be responsible for not lying, cheating, and stealing. They should have ethical, economic, criminal, and civil responsibility for them. But once you issue them, they need to circulate friction-free at the speed of light and as fast as the computer can think.
Yeah.
And so if the regulators come in and they cripple the ability of the computer to think, it's like, you know, we would like to pass a law making light not move through Europe, or we would like to make people stupid.
Yeah.
You can pass the law, but you can't stop the passage of time. What will happen is all of the money will flow out of Europe, and all of the commerce will leave. And it's like, you know, it's like those maps of North Korea at night where you look down and they realize they have no light. It's good for you. You cut off electricity in your country. We're talking about digital energy, and I don't think you want to cut off digital energy because the entire 21st century economy is going to run on digital energy.
Talk to me about that energy dynamic, because obviously the Trump administration has pushed U.S. energy dominance. How important in your mind is this for crypto generally? Because it's a lot of energy that's necessary, and the president has said, let's turn on the taps, let's do everything we can to produce more.
Energy is an important input to the Bitcoin network because Bitcoin uses electrical power and computer power to secure the network. But at this point, that network is 100x to 1,000x better than the next best thing. So for the next decade, whether or not you have plus or minus 20% energy doesn't make a difference to Bitcoin. It probably doesn't make that much difference to the crypto industry. It makes a huge difference to the future of the entire economy. I would say it's pretty obvious, for example, that the AI economy needs massive, 400 gigawatts of electrical power to move forward. So massive amounts of energy. So I think it's pretty clear that the cars are going to drive themselves, the robots are going to think for themselves, the AIs are going to do the work of 1 billion people. They're going to do it with very sophisticated silicon as manufactured by NVIDIA and TSMC, MC, etc. And they're going to do it with massive amounts of electrical power. If the economy doesn't have the electricity, you can't think. And so I think it's inevitable we need to produce a lot more electrical power. We're going to have to do it with technologies like nuclear, because you need to be able to generate a base load, not intermittent. You're not going to power up the intelligent economy with wind and solar. You can't afford to have your car be stupid at night, or you can't afford to stop thinking when the wind stops blowing, right?
Yes.
You need the power. I think that it is a critical input to any economy to have massive amounts of cheap electrical power, and the demand for this stuff is exploding. Like at this point, I use AI, and I find myself, first I used AI, and then I found myself putting it in deep research mode, and now I make it grind, and I think I must be using something on the order of millions, if not tens of millions or hundreds of millions of times as much electricity for this stuff as I used to use for simple search.
Do you anticipate that oil prices are going to go back up simply because of this energy demand?
I don't have a strong opinion on that. I think it'll be a function of the balance between energy produced by oil, energy produced by natural gas, energy produced by nuclear and by coal, and how fast they manage to grow each of those sources. There's going to be a righteous, competition, a market competition. But if you were to ask me in general what the trend is, I think the trend is anybody that can produce energy, or any commodity that produces energy, is going to be in higher demand, and the demand's going to keep growing for the next decade. I think there's no doubt about that. So I would be more bullish than bearish in oil right now.
Speaking of bull versus bear, I've heard the bull case for Bitcoin. What is the bear case?
The only real threats for Bitcoin are just ignorant regulators at this point, and it doesn't stop Bitcoin, it just cripples Bitcoin in a certain country for a certain period of time. So most of the FUD tends to be some regulator that's worried that it's too good. And we saw that in China about 3 years ago, where they banned Bitcoin mining because it was too good, primarily because Bitcoin is a way to evade a capital control. So I think wherever you see capital controls implemented and currency collapses, you'll see a bit of FUD, because regimes that have their banking system failing and their currencies failing will look for somebody to blame. And, for how long? During the U.S. Civil War, they blamed all their problems on gold smugglers and speculators.
Yeah.
So I think that you'll see a little bit of that noise on the periphery, but at this point, Bitcoin's reached escape velocity. I think it's pretty unstoppable. The White House has anointed it as the one sole digital commodity in the world that they recognize. That makes it digital gold. That makes it ethical. And so if the most powerful man in the world says it's digital gold and says don't sell your Bitcoin and we're going to buy more, I think that the last hurdle has been leaped in terms of on the path to legitimacy.
So tell me, if you're a sovereign wealth fund, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, how would you be diversifying that portfolio? How much Bitcoin would you own?
All of it. To tell you the truth, I think it's kind of an IQ test. It's like if you had $1 billion and you wanted to double it, you would buy the $1 billion of Bitcoin and put out a press release. But if you wanted to make $1 trillion, you would try to buy as much as my company has right now. You go buy $50 billion worth of Bitcoin and just keep buying, and it'll be $1 trillion to you. So you ought to buy as much as you want money, right?
Yeah.
I think that my forecast for Bitcoin is it goes up 29% a year compounded for 21 years, which is going to be 3-4 times better than the next best thing. So yeah, I could tell you, put 5% of your portfolio in it, but smarter would be to put 150% of your portfolio in it. If you want 10x your money, you buy Bitcoin. If you want 100x your money, you buy Bitcoin with somebody else's money. And if you want 1,000x your money, you use somebody else's money, buy Bitcoin, and you lever it, right? The simplest thing going is borrow money at 3, 4, 5%, invest it at 30 to 60%, keep the difference. My company went from a $600 million enterprise value to $108 billion enterprise value in 4.5 years, and we just did that formula. We're just levering it. So I think as much as you can get is the right answer.
Tell me this. So the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, all of these countries that are rich in commodities, in oil wealth, gas wealth, in Qatar, these are countries that are right now under discussion as preferred partners when it comes to data centers, when it comes to their ability to have that cheaper energy and to fuel sort of the energy that we need for AI. And they're also crypto mining countries as well. What's the opportunity there in your mind?
It's like being the Switzerland of the 21st century. There's trillions of dollars of digital capital right now, but it's going to $200 trillion. So it's going to want to find a home. And so what are you looking for? You're looking for a favorable tax regime where it will be most favorably taxed. Second, you're looking for favorable regulation. Do they recognize the primacy of is Bitcoin a digital commodity? Is it recognized? Mm-hmm. The third thing you're looking for is institutional grade custodians. So is there a bank, right, in Emirates? Is there a bank in Kuwait? Is there a bank in Qatar? Is there a bank in the kingdom that will custody my Bitcoin that I trust, right? That has got a license from the government, that has the support of the government. I think you've got a world full of people. Say you're someone with money in Nigeria or Egypt or Brazil, and you don't trust your own government. You're going to convert your wealth to Bitcoin, and then the issue is what custodian you're going to send it to. You're going to want to send it to and bank with a bank where. So we have yet to see who will emerge as the digital Switzerland.
But you think it could be in the Middle East?
It could.
In the Gulf?
Yeah, it definitely could be.
Yeah.
It would be logical for them to do it.
Yeah.
If you have $100 billion, you could buy $100 billion of oil and bury it in the ground, or you could buy $100 billion of gold, or you could buy $100 billion of Bitcoin. But the $100 billion of Bitcoin is going to move at the speed of light and think at the speed of the most intelligent AI, and it's going to be a global asset, and you're going to be locked into the entire global economy. It's the most interesting, useful thing in the world. Why wouldn't you want to be the center of that economy?
What is the thing that keeps you up at night? What are you most concerned about?
I think about ways to get more Bitcoin. How do I buy more Bitcoin? We just announced this morning we bought $1.5 billion last week, and so at this point, our company has acquired $30 billion in the last 5 months or 4 months. So we're buying billions a week as fast as we can. So our corporate mission is we're securitizing the Bitcoin. What we're doing is we're issuing Bitcoin-backed equity, Bitcoin-backed convertible bonds, Bitcoin-backed preferred stocks, and we're bridging the traditional capital markets with the crypto economy. There's just a lot of work to be done there, a lot of investors to speak to, IPOs to be done, securities to be created, etc. So that's my primary focus day and night.
When you think about what happens next, and I'm talking about the long haul, in 100 years, in 150 years, when people look back, who do you think will be the most, or seen as the most influential figure or narrative? Is it Jesus Christ or Satoshi?
No, I think Satoshi marks the inflection point or the singularity where economics went from being an art to being a science. What Satoshi gave us was the theory of perfect money. And if you look at all economic writing and all monetary theory and all banking before Satoshi, we were all crippled by an imperfect commodity, gold. It was never perfect. It was always expensive. It was always inflationary. The 49ers crashed the gold market. Julius Caesar crashed the gold market. The Spanish, Armada crashed the gold market. So we've always had that problem, and then currencies have been collapsing 1,000 times. There's 1,000 examples of hyperinflation in history. So it wasn't until Satoshi that you had a perfect theory of money. And then we didn't know it would work, and then over the course of the next decade, Bitcoin spontaneously monetized. And so if you actually have perfect digital money or digital capital, you actually can form a theory of the economy that's scientific, that's based on mathematics and based on engineering principles. And you realize that everything before was just, superstitious garbage.
Yeah, so we're talking about Jesus Christ as something that is based on faith.
Yeah, well, the difference is, here are the similarities. The similarities are, religions or ideologies, and Christianity or Islam, they're both an ideology in search of economic immortality. An ideology in search of spiritual immortality is what I meant to say. Bitcoin is an ideology, but the objective is economic immortality.
Yeah.
So one of them is, how will my spirit go on forever? The other is, how will my economic energy, my money, go on forever? And they are protocols, there is ritual, but there's nothing faith. You don't have to take anything on faith. The truth is, you can see the cryptography, you can see the network running, you can test it, you can try to break it, you can use it. It is more akin to base 10 math, the English language, electricity, fire. It's a technology, the internet, it's a technology protocol. Or I tell you, we figured out how to send, radio waves, and we can speak to each other from thousands of miles away, and you think that's magic. But the point is, you don't have to take it on faith. It is technology. It will change the world. And Bitcoin is a monetary technology. It's an ideology that spawns a protocol that creates an asset that is circulating on a network. And everybody can choose to interact with it, as they wish. But I'll give you this one observation, which is, it's the closest thing to a monetary union. As the rich and the powerful join the union, they get more powerful and they get richer. And so the more people that join the network, the more powerful the network becomes, and the more people in the network become. And you can see how this builds up force, and it's a self-perpetuating viral phenomena. So it's kind of, at this point, I believe, unstoppable. And I would invite people to study it and figure out how they can best benefit from that phenomena.
How do you defend yourself from those who would say that MicroStrategies is a Ponzi scheme?
Well, we're a company that's acquiring an asset in the same way that a real estate development company, a REIT, is acquiring an asset. So we can point to the 500,000 Bitcoin we own. It's verifiable. You can see it. It's about 2.6% of the network, in the same way that a REIT would point to owning 2.6% of Manhattan, right? The asset is there. What we're doing is we're issuing securities to buy more of it. So the REIT issues equity or debt instruments to buy more land. We issue debt instruments or equity to buy more Bitcoin.
Bother you, that narrative?
I think there's a lot of people struggling to figure out what is Bitcoin, and then what is a Bitcoin treasury company, what is a public company that buys it. But I imagine 100 years ago, if you're building a company based on electricity, people would wonder, is it real or not real? I think the internet companies had the same thing. It's like, what's there? Yeah. It's an explosive new technology. It's a paradigm shift. Generally, with paradigm shifts, it takes an entire generation. The old guard has to die. The youth, the new generation, adopts the paradigm. It becomes very natural for them. But it's criticized by the old guard. Like rock and roll was criticized by classical musicians. Electricity was criticized by the people with the steam engines. The automobile industry was criticized by the horse and buggy people. As the aircraft industry was criticized. All of those industries are always criticized. You have to fight through the criticism by being cheerful and constructive and educating the market. And over time, over a 10 to 30 year time frame, what seemed to be scary and dangerous and spooky just becomes normal. In the English language, we have the word shock. It means getting too close to electricity. We have the word burned. It means getting too close to fire. And yet we have the General Electric Corporation in New York City is based on electricity. Turn the electricity off, the city dies. And Henry Ford took the fire, put it into an engine, put it in a car, created the entire automobile industry. So engineers are harnessing something that's explosive, dangerous, incendiary, nitro, crypto. But at the end of the day, if you want your company to live forever, you need to put a crypto engine in it. If you want your car to drive forever, you need to put an atomic motor into it. And of course, there are going to be people that are going to be afraid of both. but it is the future. I'm optimistic over time that people will embrace it because for the most part, people want to keep their money and they want to be rich and they want to be powerful. Why wouldn't you want to be rich and powerful? There are nations that didn't embrace nuclear power. They don't embrace nuclear weapons, but they're not the ones that win the wars.
So you've been in trouble with the SEC before. You had to pay a fine. What do you say to people who say, why should we trust him now?
There's 100,000 pages of SEC filings that they can look at if they want to understand what the company does. You know, we're a public company.
So you make no apologies.
For what?
Do you think that there is, as you say, a misperception of Bitcoin, a misperception of what digital currencies are, that frankly is holding back the industry, is holding back people from coming to a point where they are using them more?
I think the conventional financial establishment doesn't really appreciate the power of digital capital. But But it doesn't matter because you don't need to convince everybody. You just need to convince anybody. So, no, I wouldn't say it's being held back. It's the fastest growing thing in the world for the past 15 years. Like Bitcoin is up 55% a year for the past 5 years, and the S&P is up 10. So if growing 5 times faster than the S&P index is failing, then we just keep failing up, right? I would say it's more like an economic shockwave. It's moving so fast that people can barely get out of the way.
How much do you sleep at night?
I sleep normal, just like everybody
Just normal,
else.
but you're not checking your Bitcoin?
No.
No.
Actually, it's not very... Once you get on the Bitcoin standard, you don't have to worry about these things. You realize there's 100,000 things you worry about if you own real estate or if you own equity, if you own stocks, if you own bonds, if you own currencies. I don't worry about any of those things. I don't have counterparty risk to a country, a currency, a company, a competitor, a culture, a creditor. None of those things exist for me. They just don't matter, right?
When they attack you, when you see these articles in the Financial Times, I mean, do they call you? Do they ask you for comment to counter the narrative? Does it upset you?
No, first of all, I don't even read the Times. Second of all, most mainstream media has missed out on this trend. And let me just give you some simple facts. The most successful stock in the S&P 500 universe is my stock, which is up 3x to 4x more than NVIDIA.
Yeah.
So NVIDIA is the most successful S&P company, but my company's 3x, 2,700% over 4 years or more. The most valuable options in the market are my options. It's like a $70 billion open interest. They're the most valuable stock options in the world. The company with the greatest open interest to market cap in the SP universe is my company. The company with the highest volatility in the S&P 500 universe is my company. The most successful convertible bonds in the market are my convertible bonds. The biggest convertible bond market issuer in the world is my company. The most valuable and the best performing bonds in the world are my bonds. The most successful preferred stock issued is my preferred. The most liquid one is my preferred. And the most successful commodity in the world is Bitcoin, the company that we're built on. So right now, the story is there's a new technology and there's a new financial paradigm. We have pioneered the idea of recapitalizing a publicly traded company on digital capital. If Bitcoin's going up 50% a year and the S&P is going up 10% a year and the after-tax return of a short-dated bond portfolio is 3%, then that means that someone capitalized on sovereign debts losing 7 to 10% of their capital every year. Someone capitalized on Bitcoin is generating 40% more capital every single year. This is the story hasn't been told by the mainstream media. All they will do is look at this and say, oh, they're taking undue risk. Well, you know what? We have the highest Sharpe ratio. Our returns on a volatility adjusted basis are better. We're really not taking risk. That's the great irony of all of this. So I don't bother worrying about the critics. There are some people, like the S&P is up 10% a year. The entire endowment industry, managing every Ivy League endowment, generates 8% a year. That is, collectively, every money manager running every Ivy League portfolio is destroying 2% of their capital versus doing nothing and buying the S&P index. That's the conventional market. The number of hedge fund managers that beat the S&P last year, 4. The number that beat Bitcoin, 0. So, what are we worried about? We're not really worried about the criticism from the conventional business. The truth is, I don't know why anybody buys any of that stuff, right?
So when Jamie Dimon pushes back and says, you know, I don't like Bitcoin, I don't want to talk about crypto anymore, what's your reaction?
100 years ago, people didn't want to install electricity in their factory. 100 years ago, there were people afraid to fly, right? And so 70-year-old executives afraid to get in an airplane, and the year is 1930. What is your reaction? Okay, that's reasonable. His generation is afraid of airplanes. It's 1905, and you know, the manufacturing magnate with steam power in the middle of the factory is afraid to install electricity. Well, what's your reaction? Well, his generation didn't grow up with electricity.
So you're saying these folks are limited?
I'm just saying it's a generational thing. Warren Buffett grew up in a world of a set of assumptions. The dollar was reigning supreme, and U.S. equities were a reasonable bet, and his worldview consists of picking a bunch of equities in the United States, and that's a totally fine worldview as long as your portfolio isn't in Argentina. If you had diversified a portfolio of the best equities in Argentina, you would have lost 100% of all your money 3 times in his career. So the point really is, the world's full of people. They have a certain world that they live in. They think relative to that world, and if you think about their views make sense after 40 years or 50 years of success in that environment. I guess what I'm saying to you is, when you're on the Titanic and you've been on the Titanic for your entire career, and then it starts sinking, you have to abandon the Titanic, right? And a lot of people just want to shuffle deck chairs on the Titanic, but that's their view. They can't imagine a different world. For me, it's not that different. It's not that hard, because I can imagine relative frames of reference, right? We're not in flatland. We're on Earth. It's spinning while it's rotating around the sun, while the sun is transiting through the Milky Way, while the Milky Way is moving, you know, through the universe, right? And when you understand that, and you can see all the various relative motions, then it seems fairly straightforward. I think that most of the world is coming to grips with this new idea, and let me apologize for them. For 100 years, the only capital asset that a publicly traded company could legally hold on its balance sheet was sovereign debt.
Yeah.
Like, pretty much 50,000 public companies are all capitalized on sovereign debt, short-dated treasuries. And that's because the SEC 40 Act says you have to use a commodity. You cannot capitalize on securities. So that being the case, every commodity in the world before Bitcoin was garbage. Gold's an awful asset, but it's the best of the awful. The rest are worse, right? You wouldn't want to capitalize a company on soybeans or natural gas or barrels of oil for 100 years. And gold is not very easy. It's just too slow. You know, you can't easily trade it and move it around. So nobody really did. And so now we're waiting for one commodity that competes with currency, with fiat currency as a capital asset. You just got one. It's only been, institutionally adoptable for the past few years. It was really only in January of 2024 the SEC approved the spot ETFs, and before that point, a lot of people were worried that it would not be designated a commodity by the SEC. And it's only since the beginning of 2025 that the accounting industry has designated fair value accounting for it. So the regulatory treatment and the accounting treatment were keeping back a well-managed organization from capitalizing on it or using it. And even today, no major bank in the world will take $1 billion of your cash, buy $1 billion of Bitcoin, and hold it for you. And so the banking industry has been kept from banking this asset. And so if the regulators don't like it, if the accountants don't like it, if the banks don't like it, every successful, responsible businessman running a responsible institution would be afraid to endorse it because those three things are like third rails. But what happened is the SEC did make it a commodity. The White House reaffirmed that a few weeks ago when David Sachs said this is digital gold. The president told you. And the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, said we believe in digital assets, and they've explicitly begun to give guidance to the FDIC, the OCC, and the Federal Reserve that they should encourage banks to handle Bitcoin. You saw those memos go out just last week. So we are in a sea change where something that was toxic and scary and incendiary to the world is now transitioning to being an institutional grade asset. I don't expect 60-something, 70-something executives that spent 40 years of their career learning a different thing in a different world to immediately embrace it, nor should you. But that doesn't change the truth of the matter, which is the White House has endorsed this as a commodity. They've endorsed it as the most valuable asset in the entire ecosystem. You know, the only thing the U.S. government won't sell are its nuclear weapons, its national parks, and its Bitcoin, right? Think about that for a second. That's the President of the United States saying, don't sell your Bitcoin, right? That's David Sachs saying, this is the only asset without an issuer that we recognize. And between them and the Secretary of Treasury saying it's okay for banks to custody this stuff, it's pretty clear that we've moved into year one of institutional adoption. These banks are bureaucratic institutions and they're conservative, and if they weren't conservative and careful, they would have got blown up by now. So they will take their time, and over 4 years, you'll start to see them embrace it. But, you know, it's what I said today online. I said, look, when the banks bless Bitcoin and when the experts tell you it's a good idea, everybody will want to buy it, nobody will need to sell it, and you won't be able to afford it. So if you're waiting for the risk all to be stripped away and for someone richer and powerfuler and stupider than you to tell you it's okay, you'll wait, you'll pay $10 million of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Right now, you get 99% discount because you have to do a little bit of research and come to your own conclusion.
So what is your outlook? 6 months, where will Bitcoin be?
Higher.
Higher? How much higher? Give me a number.
I don't have, look, I don't have short-term forecasts, and I think that anybody that's holding it for 6 months is thinking wrong. I think the shortest time frame that you should have for buying and holding Bitcoin is 4 years. 10 years is more reasonable. Forever is the best time frame. My forecast is, and I gave this last July, and I've been pretty consistent here, is Bitcoin's been about a 60% ARR asset with a 60 vol for the past 4 years. It has consistently over its life, it has decelerated in growth and it has become less volatile. And if you look at the S&P as like a 15 ARR, 15 vol, like the VIX is 15 vol to 15 ARR, you have conventional equity here, which is 100x as much, and then you have Bitcoin. Bitcoin is going to decelerate from 60 to 55 to 50 to 45 to 40 to 35 to 30 to 25 to 20 over 20 years. And 20 years out, in the year 2045, it'll be about 20% growing. And the volatility will come in from 60 vol to 20 vol the same way as the structures develop and as liquidity develops. And When we get to the back end of that, I think that the equity portfolios will probably be like 12 ARR, 12 vol, or 15. Bitcoin's always going to be a bit more volatile, and it's always going to be higher performance because it's more useful, because it has all of the guardrails stripped off it. Because on Saturday morning, if there's news in Singapore, someone can go long 50x and cross-collateralize it with their yo-yo coin. And there's no one to say you can't do it. And if they turn out to be wrong, somebody goes short 25x and they wipe them out. But the point of that is that generates volatility. That volatility creates a natural interest and a natural interest rate. Like you can hold a share of my stock, MSTR, and you can generate 100 to 150% interest just selling that volatility. If that's what you want, think of that as the magnetic field for capital. It attracts capital into the network. And as we attract that capital, that drives up the price of the asset because there's only 21 million Bitcoin. So the network is growing because it's interesting, because it's useful, because it's global, because in theory 400 million companies can all trade and settle with each other peer-to-peer with no intermediary, because there's nobody to tell the entrepreneur in Nigeria, don't do that. Everybody can do that. And so I think that we can expect high performance, high volatility, but it will mature. And you know, if you have long-term capital, if you have a portfolio of long-term capital, stuff you're going to hold for 4 years or longer, probably a lot of it is private equity, public equity, or real estate or collectibles right now. What I would say to the normal investor is take some portion of that long-term capital portfolio and allocate that to digital capital. You're buying the world's premier global monetary asset.
Michael Saylor, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Nuclear neighbours on the brink. India and Pakistan have fought 3 wars over Kashmir. Are they headed for another? Tensions and the risk of miscalculation are at an all-time high. Retaliatory attacks on Tuesday come 2 weeks after the worst terror attack in the contested region since 2019. We bring both sides together to debate just how dangerous this moment is. You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Kashmir has been a geopolitical fault line for almost 80 years. But the tit-for-tat military action playing out there right now could send shockwaves well beyond its disputed borders. One miscalculation and it could all take off. The escalation started on April 22nd. Militants killed 26 Hindu tourists in Pahalgam in India-administered Kashmir. New Delhi has accused its neighbour of being behind the attack, something Islamabad vehemently denies. Then, on Tuesday night, India hit back. Airstrikes targeted 9 presumed terrorist sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. But Islamabad insists all those who were killed were civilians, including children. The communities are now more divided than ever.
We're happy that the deaths of the 26 people, including my son, have been avenged today. We're grateful to the Indian government. The government and the army have taken their revenge.
India has made a grave mistake by provoking Pakistan. This is no small matter. Let's see where this leads them. They may think they're in control, but this misstep will cost them dearly. India has now set itself on a path of destruction.
Both countries administer part of Kashmir but claim it in its entirety. So, is this simmering conflict the makings of a land grab, or is it more the flexing of regional muscle? Although the US has played mediator in the past, President Trump's America First domestic focus has some observers wondering how active it will be this time around. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate if a major Pakistan-Indian war is imminent, what the ultimate objective is for each side, and where does the international community stand on the fighting. Well, to discuss the breakout in fighting between India and Pakistan, I'm joined by Fawad Chaudhry, the Pakistani senator for Imran Khan's PTI party and a former federal minister, and by Lieutenant General Satish Dua, a former Indian chief of the Integrated Defence Staff and former commanding officer of Indian forces in Kashmir. Gentlemen, thank you both very much for being with us here on Counterpoints. So recently, in these past... Thank you for being here. We have seen recently India retaliating with strikes on Pakistan and Pakistani-administered Kashmir in response to the April attack on Pahalgam. It was the deadliest incident targeting civilians in over 2 decades. Now, India holds Pakistan responsible and says its retaliatory hits targeted terror camps linked to the militant groups involved. Pakistan, however, says it was dozens of civilians that were killed in the strikes. We certainly get a sense that we're climbing up, perhaps dangerously, the escalation ladder. So, Lieutenant General Dua, let me begin with you. Are India and Pakistan on the brink of another major war?
Before I answer your question squarely, Melinda,
you started, the key word that you used in your opening sentence is that India has made these strikes in retaliation. It is in retaliation to a deadly carnage, ghastly carnage at a tourist resort town of Pahalgam in Kashmir 2 weeks ago, on 22nd of April to be precise, where we lost 25 Indian nationals and 1 Nepalese national. Furthermore, men, and I choose my words carefully, men, not women, men were identified on the base of their religion, singled out and then killed, and women were told to go back and tell their story. Now and they were innocent tourists. They were not fighting soldiers. They were not fighting policemen. They were innocent tourists from all over the country. After that, in the last 2 weeks, there have been several diplomatic measures announced by the government of India, several other steps on economic front, diplomatic front, and political front, including suspension of Indus Water Treaty, that has actually held, despite 3.5 wars that both our countries have fought. The water has never been used as a leverage earlier. So the military response was announced by the Prime Minister, and he had said that we will not only get at the terrorists who perpetrated this ghastly crime, but we will also hit at the terror infrastructure. He used the word their backers, even if they're across the border. And in early hours of this morning, what actually happened is that there were strikes, multiple locations, all at the terror camps, terror headquarters, or their hubs. I can name them. We can get into that discussion later. But all the 3 major terrorist organizations that have bases in Pakistan that foment terror and violence in India, their headquarters have been hit in all these places, which is in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as some of them are in the province of Punjab in Pakistan.
Bearing all that in mind, though, General, do you feel like this current escalation is bringing India and Pakistan closer to war, or do you think that this was a deterrent move and India is confident that this will be the end of it?
Yes, thank you for asking that, because I was just stepping into that part of the question. Now, the strikes have been at the terror hubs and non-escalatory in nature from our side. What I mean, I will elaborate on that. It is not targeted military installations, neither have we targeted civilians in that area. These are only the terrorist headquarters. So to that extent, the onus of escalation will rest with Pakistan.
Okay, well then let me ask you, Fawad, do you believe the onus of escalation rests with Pakistan? Because we have heard from the Pakistani authorities that they consider this an act of war.
See, this is the second since 2019 that India has unwarrantedly has tried to attack Pakistan. In 2019, they attacked, they were refuted, and they lost their 1 plane. This time, they have lost their 5 planes. The problem is not terrorism. The problem is the rise of Hindu extremism in India. Under Narendra Modi, when he was chief minister in Gujarat, more than 12,000 Muslims were slaughtered. In Manipur, Christians were slaughtered. This is actually the rise of Hindu Mahasabha in Hindustan, in India, that is now causing this whole, that has actually destabilized this whole region. As far as this, the Pahalgam is concerned, or Pahalgam is concerned, or before that Pulwama is concerned, I mean, these are allegations. After this Pahalgam, they asked 100 ambassadors to get to their South Block, which is their foreign ministry office. The ambassadors asked, where is the evidence? And you must have read in New York Times and then in Telegraph that India has failed to produce any evidence to this fact that Pakistan has any link with this Pahalgam issue. So the problem is not that the terrorist act happens. It happens in Pakistan. You know, we are facing terrorism almost on daily basis. The Jafar Express, a Balochistan-bound train was abducted and dozens of people died, and everyone actually blamed India for that BLA is supported by India and they are doing this action, they are doing this acts. But Pakistan never opted to attack India that blatantly. The problem is, you know, between India and Pakistan, if you want to go to the genesis of the problem, that is that in 1947, when the partition happened, it happened on a principle. And the principle was that Muslim majority areas will be allowed to join Pakistan, or at least they will be allowed to vote, and the Hindu majority areas will be part of India. So the Kashmir is probably the only state that, despite being that it's a Muslim majority state, India has illegally occupied and, you know, sent their forces there, and that is the problem. Now, you know, what is happening in Kashmir is totally different, nothing linked with Pakistan. When you kill freedom fighters like Afzal Guru, like Wani, then expect a local lashback, and the kind of, you know, the authoritarianism that India is going through in general, and Kashmir in particular, expect these kind of, you know, reactions from the local population. And if you see this Pahalgam incident, you will see there is a very thick jungle around this kind of football field. There's a football field, kind of 3 or 4 football field area, and then it's surrounded by a thick jungle. How someone from outside the local area can even reach to that point? So everyone knows it's a local thing, nothing to do with Pakistan. But the problem is that to satisfy the extremists within India, Narendra Modi has to play some drama every day. Their politics is based on hate, like every extremist, you know, in the world will do. He will play up with his constituency. Narendra Modi is doing the same. But he was responded in 2019. He has responded more fiercely this time. And if he wants to escalate this thing, Pakistan will fight.
Okay, let me ask you then, Lieutenant General Dua, is Hindu nationalism to blame? Is that the core issue here? And what evidence does India have that Pakistan was supporting these militant groups?
Let me talk about what evidence India has that Pakistan is supporting these groups. The groups themselves claim responsibility for various terror attacks, whether it was Pathankot or Uri or Pulwama. I am only
focused on Pahalgam right now,
or Pahalgam. Sir, I did not interrupt when you were talking. Please allow me. You can talk.
My apologies.
That's okay with you. No. So, you know, at every major terror attack and even smaller terror attacks, the groups have been claiming responsibility. And the headquarters of the group, the leaders of the group, are very openly and clearly based in Pakistan. Muridke is the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. Hafiz Saeed is the leader. And he openly gives speeches, runs organizations, NGOs, charitable organizations, madrasas, masjids. So that is well known. No one can go away from that. Neither India nor Pakistan nor rest of the world. Similarly, Masood Azhar, leader of Jaish-e-Mohammed, his headquarters are in Bhavalpur in Punjab, one of the areas of strike. And I hear from the press that there are some of his family members have been killed in this strike. But the fact of the matter is, and over the last more than 3 decades, or touching 4 decades, Pakistan has used the contiguity, border contiguity with the state of Kashmir and their religious affinity, I mean the same religion, as a tool, as a leverage to foment trouble over here. It started in 1988 when the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan was over, and in the past 10 years before that, Pakistan, with the help of US, was training Mujahideen fighters to resist the Soviet occupation. Those fighters had just become free. They were fomenting trouble in Pakistan. That is the time they turned focus here. And then on, the rest, as they say, is history. We've had a series of, we've had a lot of terrorist violence here, aided, abetted, supported, trained by Pakistan. And I will give chance for him to speak, but let me also address this issue that he started off with, talking of Hindu nationalism or extremism. The present government is the BJP government. BJP is the political party. They have, their larger base is Hindu based. Our country, India, the majority of the population is Hindu. But that does not take anything away from the fact that we have a large population, a large percentage is Muslim. We have Muslim, not only in Kashmir, as Mr. Fahad Chaudhary said, it is also Hyderabad, Junagadh, you forgot. Those are the states who also did not go to Pakistan. So the point I'm trying to make, there is a large population of Muslim, there's a large Muslim population in our country.
Okay.
And larger than their population, the point I'm trying to make that we've actually, by and large, lived in amity throughout. So it is not a Hindu-Muslim divide in our country. We can go back to the genesis. I can talk about the Punjab terrorism angle. We can keep expanding the discussion, but I want to restrict to what is happening today. And the last, allow me last sentence. Proof of what has happened in Pahalgam. In fact, documentary proof of one of the terrorists, 4 terrorists, his name is Hashim Musa, is a former special forces soldier of Pakistan Army called the Special Services Group. So the proof of that they are complicit in this attack has been is on the table.
Okay.
We have shown some proof. Some more things will be provided.
Okay, Fawad, let me ask you: has Pakistan done enough to stamp out terrorist groups and militants that may be operating and forming within its borders?
You see, I have to start to respond to General Saab's comment with your permission. As you asked General Saab that what evidence you have of the Pahalgam, and you have seen that he has gone into the historical lecture on the history that how Pakistan has done that and that. History is not an issue. We have a sitting Indian Army officer arrested in Balochistan, whose name is Kulbhushan Yadav, who was managing terrorist attacks in Balochistan. I mean, there has been, Pakistan and India has this kind of animosity against each other, and there is no two opinions that there are groups, Indian groups, who are targeting Pakistan, and there are groups who have in the past targeted India also. But the fact is that both Hafiz Saeed and Azhar Masood has categorically denied any link with the Pahalgam. And you see, this is such a huge failure of Amit Shah, who is the Union Minister and the security head of India right now. And then Kashmir is under special law. There is Article 370 imposed in Kashmir that allows federal government to actually take responsibility of law and order. This place, Pahalgam, is 200 kilometers away from the line of control. And these 4 people who have committed this atrocity, who have committed this act, are still at large. India has miserably failed to even arrest these 4 people, and you are blaming Pakistan for no reason. And only, just to divert the criticism on Amit Shah and the security paradigm of union government, they have not only bypassed the whole Kashmir government. I mean, Umar Abdullah and his party is not even invited in CSS, the Cabinet Committee on Security, for these decisions. And everyone knows that the whole Kashmir leadership of Indian who has sympathy with Indian government, they do not agree with their narrative. So I mean, we have to be very serious. This is Pakistan and India are 2 atomic powers. We are not Bhutan, we are not Gaza also. If you will retaliate, Pakistan will retaliate. Pakistan will act swiftly, as we have done yesterday. So in their yesterday attacks, they have killed a 4-year-old boy. A woman has been killed. So these are the kind of the innocent civilian lives that they have attacked, and they are celebrating it. I mean, and rest assured that this extremism that Narendra Modi and his party is now playing up in India will actually lead to more serious consequences for India. And it's not only about Muslims. Christians are also suffering in India. You see these events every day. So Pakistan right now, as far as now coming to your question, Pakistan has done enough. We all are prisoners of geography. Yes, there have been groups, USA, the whole West, they fought with Pakistan, the Arabs fought with us, and I think to some extent India was also a partner with the USA and others, and Pakistan has fought war against Soviet Union and then against Osama bin Laden. So those were the times, but the whole world participated in that. It's unfair to blame Pakistan for the war that the whole world took part in too. Then now suggesting that Pakistan has not done enough. I think Pakistan has done enough. Pakistan is ready to do more, and we offered joint investigation into the case, which India has refused. Why India has refused? Because India knows that Pakistan has no link with the incident, so they are trying to shy away.
General, as Fawad said there, Pakistan is threatening serious consequences against India for these strikes, which did kill civilians. Is India preparing for an escalation? Are they preparing for retaliation from Pakistan now?
Look, Melinda, Pakistan has already started their retaliation. Early this morning, there was an artillery duel across the line of control. We've already had 9 civilian casualties, including 1 woman and 2 children, on the line of control in the areas of Poonch and Rajouri. So they have started striking across. Now they do not have terrorist camps to strike across, so they are striking across the LOC, the line of control, and the LOC has heated up over the last 9 to 10 days, ever since just after the attack, when diplomatic and economic steps were announced by the Indian government. That has begun. Like I said earlier, it is on Pakistan now, the onus is on Pakistan to escalate. Yes, Indian resolve and Indian military is prepared to face anything. And it is not as of now, as of Pahalgam or as of this morning. Indian Army or Indian Armed Forces are prepared to meet any aggression on our borders, on the borders and internally, in internal situation. And I am sure we are capable of holding our own. We don't have to run to any another power, another country for equipment, for ammunition, for money. We can hold our own under these circumstances.
Fawad, both India and Pakistan have nuclear weapons. How dangerous do you think this moment in time is then?
Well, Melinda, our friend is a journal, and they are trained to take lives and give life. I'm a politician. I am trained to resolve issues. So my training is that how can we get out of the problem? And what can we do actually to kind of bring the situation in control? Escalation, and for me, the innocent lives in India also matters. For me, it's as sacred as the lives in Pakistan. Maybe the people in journal have other ideas, but for me, the lives, especially the innocent lives on both sides matter, and I really want to de-escalate things. But I think India should realize they will never be able to, as they say, that permanently resolve the issue. They claim that this attack will permanently resolve issue. Nothing can permanently resolve issue if you base solutions on hate, if you base solutions on wars, if you base solutions on fights. The only solutions that are based on mutual the protection of interest, the understanding of realities and the people wishes are permanent. So the primary thing is that when India will realize that it's so important to settle issue of Kashmir, everything that is going on in Kashmir is locally generated. You will never be able to control a population only by stick, only by gun, only by using force. You have to involve them in the government, and you have to go by their wishes. And their wish is they don't want to be with India. And this issue has kept hostage this huge this region of, I think, 1.5 billion people. This population of 1.5 billion people. They are hostage to this issue, and India has to realize that unless they don't resolve this issue, nothing permanent can come to this region. Number one. Mm-hmm. Number two is that in a short term, I think India, this attack has happened. Pakistan has also retaliated. This is a time that when the international players should play a role and try to de-escalate things. I am happy that U.S. Secretary Mark Rubio has spoken to Pakistani authorities. I think they are talking to Indian authorities also. And I think there shouldn't be any problem. We need to de-escalate. We need to actually respect each other's. First, we need to respect the lives of innocents. I mean, if you declare that an attack, and look, they have chosen mosques, and they attacked mosques everywhere, only to, kind of give message to their supporters, who was primarily Hindu Mahasabha, Hindu extremists, that look, we have targeted mosques in Pakistan.
Okay.
And you have killed innocent children. You have killed women. I mean, this is not the way India should behave. And I think I have no problem if de-escalation happens from here.
Mm-hmm. General, the targeting of mosques, the killing of civilians, was this a miscalculation that has escalated things outside of what India was anticipating?
No, we'll have to put things in correct perspective. Allow me to take his, whatever Fawad said, point by point. For once, during this evening, in fact, not once, on two issues, I agree with him. The first is we respect the lives of civilians. That's what he said. Both sides of the border. We do too. When I said that for last 3.5 wars and over the last 7.5 decades, we, India, has never used water as a leverage, because water affects the common people of Pakistan and we have no enmity with them. In fact, 7.5 decades ago, we are the same people. We were the same people. My parents have come from district Miawali in Pakistan. I have linkages and I know people there. So I speak the language, Saraiki. That's not the point. I agree that we respect civilian lives. You also made a mention saying that General Saab, or we, the army, are trained to kill. Let me also clarify, those who are trained to kill actually value life more. We understand what is the value of life. We've been under those situations and circumstances. Right. Mm-hmm. The second thing I agree with him, when you say, Fawad, that this issue cannot be resolved. I am not saying by this strike or by that terror strike or by our strike, the issue will be resolved tomorrow. Will not be. The idea is that we cannot let such acts go unpunished. Let's not continue to talk about when you said that mosques have been targeted to appease a Hindu population. Allow me to tell you that we have more Muslims in our country than your whole country. Also, if mosques, if Masood Azhar actually runs a mosque and lives in a mosque, his headquarters in a mosque, that's the kind of thing that you have. We are targeting terror wherever it is harbored or located. If you look at, a similar thing is happening when you said you yourself, spoke about Gaza. Mm-hmm. We are not Gaza. I agree. But wherever these things, wherever they are located, we have to target them. And that's what was being done. And I agree the thing won't get resolved by this strike. We need to make sure that it is resolved by other means. And when you said that the Kashmir is an issue that we need to resolve. Yes, we need to resolve. And in the last 5 years, after Article 370 was diluted, you have seen the kind of development, peace and development that has been ushered in Kashmir, the kind of tourist flow that has come to Kashmir, and people have loved it. This is the first time after Pahalgam incident that Kashmiri people, cutting across all divides, political or demographic, everyone has stood against terrorism and said enough is enough. This happened for the first time. I agree. It has never happened earlier, but people, their mindsets are turning. They don't want to follow the example of Pakistan, which is a state which is very low today economically, politically. Your party president is in jail. You know, that's a different debate. I don't want to get into that.
Okay.
Because, and India, on the other hand, is an ascending power. This morning news has it that India has actually become the 4th largest economy. This happened this morning. So the youth in Kashmir know now which path to follow.
Okay, I want to move on and talk about the end game here, the resolution to it, as both of you gentlemen have alluded to. The renowned military theorist Karl von Clausewitz famously said that war is merely the continuation of policy by other means. India has launched attacks on Pakistan in response to the terror attack and suspended, as you mentioned there, General, the Indus Water Treaty too, putting Pakistan's water security at risk. So, Fawad, what do you see as the end game here? Is this India flexing its military muscle in the region, trying to prove that it lives up to its 4th largest economy now globally? Is it trying to be a superpower, or is this a land grab for Kashmir? What's the end game?
You see, I totally, I keep a close eye on Indian politics, the internal party rivalries. So I can tell you this has nothing to do with Kashmir, or this has nothing to do with the regional thing. This is everything to do with Narendra Modi's own politics. When he say that he's trying to appease the Hindu extremists who are, primarily, if you just look at, Jana Saab obviously will not agree with me, but very humbly I would say, that Narendra Modi in this war effort does not have the support of people of Kashmir. He has no support from the people of Punjab. Even South India is totally alienated. This is only a cow belt. The Hindi-speaking, the 5-6 states that actually create this kind of divisive politics for him, like Gujarat, UPCP, and Maharashtra, who actually he takes his political strength from these states. And divisive politics pay him these dividends in the politics. Now, I think the Narendra Modi is trying, he has obviously, the BJP itself is divided into larger groups. So primarily, the whole theme of his, aggression on Pakistan is to appease these extremist vote bank in his own constituency. Even in my view, that a large part of India do not support him in this endeavor. So he is, in order to appease his extremist supporters, he is now, trying to make these issues big. He has done it twice. He thought that he wants to become a bigger leader than Gandhi. This is his personal, I would say, personal ambition. And this is, he thinks himself as a largest leader of India, who can actually undermine Nehru and Gandhi also. So this is the politics that BJP is playing. And that's why majority Indian parties, majority in population does not support him in this endeavor. And as we already agreed, that these such things will never settle down anything. If you want to settle down issues, I think we can start from where Pervez Musharraf and Manmohan Singh actually left, where we tried to solve the issue of Kashmir, the 4 points that agreed between Manmohan Singh and General Pervez Musharraf. Those, in my view, can be a starting point to settle Kashmir. And once Kashmir is settled, then I'm among those Pakistanis who want to. I'm a Punjabi, and I want that, I want to have an open border with India. So I can go to Amritsar, I can go to Delhi, and people from those areas can come to Pakistan. I will always, and in Pakistan, there is a consensus that we should have good relationship with India. The problem is with the Hindu Mahasabha supporters that are not allowing India and Pakistan relation to be built up.
Okay, General, let me put that to you. Is this purely about Prime Minister Modi's politics?
Even if you had not asked me this question, I was going to talk about that now, because I see Fawad Chaudhry, you're making a case repeatedly about a narrative that you choose to believe and you want to talk about. You are talking incessantly about Modi as the leader. You have made up your mind to say that Modi is pandering to a Hindu sentiment. You are saying that parties are not with him. This is the strongest government we've had in decades. That means the party in power is the strongest. He has the public opinion. Let's not go into our narratives, my country's narrative that are being played out in your country. I wanted to desist from this, but since you bring this in, the most popular leader in Pakistan is in jail. Your leader, your party president, and the ex-prime minister is in jail, Imran Khan. So, and the other oppositions are parties are putting on a tenuous coalition under the tutelage of Pakistan Army Chief, who, might I dare add that from amongst I'm a military professional, from amongst the Pakistan Army Chiefs that we have seen in the past, is one of the most lackluster Army Chief we've seen, and who is trying to take hold of being the custodian of the ideology of Islamist ideology. He is in a very bad place himself. So I think to detract attention from their domestic troubles, it is the Pakistan Army Chief who made a speech 4 or 5 days before the Pahalgam incident took place, speaking very clearly about how Hindus and Muslims are different, and we got a two-nation theory, reiterating the two-nation theory, talking about Kashmir being the jugular vein of Pakistan. How can somebody else's anatomy be your jugular vein? So he was clearly egging on the terrorists to do something, and that's why what has angered our country, that for the first time we have Hindu males were identified, were told to perform a certain religious ritual or seen the symbolism on their foreheads of arms. They were identified and killed. So that is the kind of low that they have got on to this time, and detract from their own problems, and they have plenty of them. I didn't want to go there because I didn't want to expand the discussion, but you repeatedly talk about Hindu nationalism.
Fawad, respond to that. Fawad, does Pakistan have its own problems and it's just trying to make a distraction?
No, absolutely, no one can defend that. Pakistan has its own problems, and Pakistani politics is far from ideal. There's no two opinions about that. And actually, obviously, they can't defend what's going on in Pakistan in terms of politics. But you see, Pakistan's politics is I think, focused on their internal things. It's internal issues. It is not like expanding to the other countries. The problem with Indian Prime Minister Modi's politics is that he has not remained internal. No? It has gone external. He cannot, kind of make Pakistan sacrificial goat for his own politics. This is the difference between Narendra Modi's politics and Pakistan's politics. And this is very vital. I believe that, in my view, this Hindu Mahasabha politics is a problem. And the majority of even Hindus, actually, when this debate of partition was going on, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah pointed this out to Jawaharlal Nehru that this will happen. And Jawaharlal Nehru said this will never happen. Majority of Hindus are secular. Don't worry, this will never happen. India will never be a Hindu state. But Narendra Modi and this Hindu Mahasabha has proved Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah right. And today we are, and India never thought that they will have this kind of extremist, politicians elected to rule India. In Pakistan, you will appreciate that whenever people were given a chance, they elected liberals or not so extremist leaders in the power. They always act, and actually, to be fair with Nawaz Sharif, Imran Khan, and Asif Zardari, all are liberal leaders. They all believe that we need to with India. They want a good, they are not militants. They are not they're not hardcore extremists or anything. They are very liberal people. So that's why Pakistani politics is very different from the recently developing Indian politics. Before that, obviously, Indian politics was totally different. But now I think it's totally internal issues of India that has now put 1.5 billion people into a jeopardy.
All right. General, what does winning look like for India?
I'm sorry, will you repeat your question?
Indeed. I asked, what does winning look like in this conflict? Does winning look like peace? Does winning look like taking control of Kashmir? Does winning look like finally having open, friendly diplomatic relations with Pakistan?
The end state, Melinda, what India wants is actually good relations with our neighbors. But to do that, our government has repeatedly said or followed a policy of not engaging unless you stop terror. And also, even the Indus Water Treaty, when it was suspended, it was held in abeyance, was the word used by the government. And it says, till Pakistan abjures terrorist violence. India has always said, India has always said that Pakistan needs to show proof to dismantle support to terrorism. Stop using terrorism as a matter of state policy and stop prosecuting proxy war in our country at the present moment in Jammu and Kashmir. So the point I'm trying to make, the notion of victory for us is not to have terrorism as a state policy being used by our neighbors. And we would like to sit and talk to them. We would like, for example, my co-panelist Fawad Chaudhry mentioned that their leaders he took names of their leaders, Nawaz Sharif, Imran Khan. My point is, in 1999, our Prime Minister Vajpayee actually traveled to Lahore by bus. We started this journey in February 1999. We did this. And while our Prime Minister was there, they were preparing, already the people were moving into Kargil Heights, and after a couple of months, the Kargil conflict broke out in the open.
Okay.
In 2015, our Prime Minister, the present Prime Minister, I don't know, you seem to be obsessed with Modi and his Hinduism more than I do. But anyway, he actually went and made an unscheduled halt in Lahore. He went and met the then Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif. He went to his home. He met his mother. I think it was his daughter's wedding or engagement or some function. And he went there before Christmas.
Okay.
And when we came back, within 7 days, there was an attack at Pathankot Air Base. So you see, our country has actually, our leaders have made these overtures. I'm talking of physically going there, and that is the time they've been plotting terror, they've been plotting conflict. We want to sit down with them. Only stop terrorism.
Okay, Fawad, what's your response? I can see you want to respond there. Go ahead.
I'm sure. I actually wanted to respond to that Indus Treaty because, the General has mentioned Indus Water Treaty many times. You see, this is another, I would say, a very ill-conceived action by Indian government. The water originates in China. What if China decides to, kind of stop this water from flowing to India and then to Pakistan? I mean, you don't do that. Upper riparians has some rights, but the lower riparian has some rights. So this water treaty, as you has rightly mentioned, has survived 3 wars. Water is a science, it's a geography. Water is flowing from the glaciers, passing through some of the Indian controlled territory and coming to Pakistan. But there are 6 rivers. We opted that 3 rivers water will be used by India, 3 water will be used by Pakistan. And And we have survived like 80 years with this agreement, and this is going on. Right now, obviously, it's a symbolic act. India cannot obviously stop water. It's not like it's not like a shower that you or a tap you tap up or on. You need obviously years and years and billions of dollars to build the dams to even if you want to store the water. And if you do that, by that time, if China thought that it's a good idea to stop water even from going from their area to their area, there will be another crisis. So we should actually, I actually appreciate that you have mentioned that there have been, in past, there have been overtures to Pakistan. And Pakistani, likewise, I want to remind you that Pervez Musharraf when come to Agra and the 4 points on Kashmir was almost about to cite, it was Indian establishment that sabotaged that. So this is going on, this is happening. I totally agree with you, but this is how countries and mature countries can actually go further instead of, targeting each other on military side. We need to negotiate, we need to sit down, we need to actually come up with the ways through which, and that's why Pakistan offered you investigation into Papal that you have rejected. India should never have rejected that investigation. We should have actually formed the commission, and so in that commission we could have come up with the recommendations to stop these kind of incidents that you have mentioned.
Okay, General, you look like you want to respond.
Yes, thank you, Melinda. Look, when I said that we have never used water over last 7 decades, not water as a leverage, and since we do not have terrorists to send across, this time a statement is being made, and the statement, actually the full sentence reads that we hold it in abeyance till Pakistan abjures terrorist violence. If you read the full statement, the announcement was this. And because we have to use some leverage. We haven't used it earlier, but now we're sick and tired of it. We want to come onto the table when Pakistan abjures terrorist violence. We want to talk about it, and that's why it is being used. You are right, but it is not a tap that can be turned off tomorrow. But then why is the lower riparian so worried? What is your public sentiment? The day it was announced, your census crashed by 3,000 or 4,000 points. It happens because there are so many things beyond water. There is the data to be shared. There is observers are allowed to come and check some facilities and some parameters. Regulating the flow is a thing that matters. There are so many other things, and I don't want to get into that. You and I are not domain specialists, but there are other means. So I am not trying to say that we're going to actually stop the water today. We cannot, but it gives today, holding it in abeyance, gives India a right to start several projects that we have stopped. The Tulbul navigation project, you are aware, the waters in Wooler, so I won't get into that. My point is, we want to get to that. And we can only get to that once terrorist violence stops. If we continue to say, he said, I said, we are never going to get there.
Okay. Now,
we need to do this.
We've mentioned China there. China also claims control of a portion of Kashmir, and it has grown close to Pakistan in recent years, in part through Belt and Road Initiative investments. So, first of all, Fawad, let me ask you, do you feel as if this is to escalate, is Pakistan relying on China's support?
China has already made a statement, and they said that if any territorial adjustment is tried to be made, they will become a party to it. So China is very clear in that. So this has a potential actually to bring other countries in, and that's why I have always maintained that these skirmishes, these attacks are not going to end anything, not going to favor any party. And actually, it will only complicate situation in this region, and also especially between the three countries, India, Pakistan, and China. And China becomes an integral party to the conflict if the conflict prolongs, because primarily the Indian emphasis or Indian military emphasis also is on the line of control, and that actually in the China territory it turns into LAC, line of actual control. So this LOC and LAC, these are actually so close, I would say, and so closely linked with each other historically, politically, and even militarily, that you won't be able to control the full-fledged war. So that's so important that we realize this and we try to minimize this conflict. And we need to start. And United Nations Secretary General has made a good offer. He has presented his good office that to start negotiations. I think India should accept Pakistan's offer of joint investigation, and in that investigation we can add a TOR of investigating into or looking into the incidents to prevent the future incidents.
Okay.
That's the only way that in the short term we can go forward. In the long term, you have to settle the issue of Kashmir, because the problem is if the local population or the local groups do something, India is constrained to blame Pakistan for that, because they cannot afford to say that local population is doing that. Now, on one hand, they are, ruling the Kashmir with the iron fist. When they retaliate, they say it's Pakistan who is doing that. This is not how you can go on. So you have to solve the issue, and this is the basic thing you need to understand.
Okay, Lieutenant General Dewar, you look like you want to respond there.
Look, you started by saying that. Yes, Pakistan and China are together in this. We understand their friendship. In fact, if LOC and LAC are line of control and line of actual control for the other international viewers, if they are linked, it is only because Pakistan has in 1963 illegally ceded 5,100 square kilometers of an area called Shaksgam Valley to China. When that is our territory, and even if Pakistan has control over it, even by their admission and even by UN, it is still disputed territory, and they have ceded that to China. Well, that's okay. That's part of history now, and we have claims over that land. But Pakistan expects China to support them is a well-known thing, and India is prepared. We've had this problem with China 5 years ago. On the on Eastern Ladakh, in Eastern Ladakh, we had a minor skirmish, and we both are facing, and we are trying to resolve this. And there we are actually resolving it by negotiations. We've had, I think, scores of rounds of talks at military level and diplomatic level, and we are resolving that issue. It's de-escalating there. So, if Pakistan obviously hopes for China to step in, whether you talk about Upper Riparian, you talk about China's threat to us, and India is prepared to meet the threats. That's about our military preparedness. But we don't want that we have to come to that. We are prepared to do it. I don't think Pakistan
General, let me ask
looks
you,
for comfort.
We've heard comments from the White House, General, where President Donald Trump doesn't really sound overly concerned. He doesn't sound as if the US is going to step in as a mediator here. Does India feel like it has support from the West, from its Western allies in the international community? Or is it feeling isolated?
No, I think India clearly has the support of majority of the countries, other than Turkey, China. Even Chinese statement is fairly moderated, though, if you read through the statement, read between the lines. But yes, I don't see other countries supporting. I mean, even after this, UAE has come out in support and told us that when Prime Minister Modi announced, he was giving a speech in a state of Bihar, which is a Hindi heartland, and he said, we will go after, not only after these terrorists who perpetrated this carnage, but we will also attack their backers, even if they're across the borders. We'll attack the ecosystem. He suddenly switched in English, speaking to an audience that does not know English. So he was actually speaking to the global audience. And then, after that, we are on record how many leaders have personally called Prime Minister Modi and said that they are with us. And that is the reason why we know for sure that majority of the countries are with India on this is because, yes, I'm sure you'll get a chance to speak, because the world is losing its appetite for terror. Terror has spread across the world, the scourge of terrorism. Pakistan is facing it now. They know it themselves. So world is losing appetite for terror, and they cannot support a country in which which is known as epicenter for terrorism. You spoke about fight against Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden, for God's sake, was actually found in your country, very close to your military academy. So, I mean, let's not go there, because that's a topic for another day.
Okay. Well, then let me ask Fawad. Does Pakistan feel like it's isolated then? Do you agree that countries have come out in support of India and their actions?
Actually, Melinda, this is the biggest blow to Prime Minister Modi. He actually considers himself like India has become an Israel of South Asia, and whatever they will say will be accepted as a gospel. The problem is that when he said that Pahalgam was done by Pakistan, so every country asked for the evidence and they had no evidence. Then he went for escalation, and actually every country opposed this strategy. And that's why the Jaishankar, the foreign minister of India, day before yesterday, talking to European countries, said that you are acting like a preacher, and we don't need preacher. We need supporters or friends or partners. We don't need preachers. And he was very angry on European countries. Even J.D. Vance, who was in India at the time when the Pahalgam happened, did not actually support Indian position, and he asked that he don't want US don't want escalation. So I think at the moment India is fairly isolated. Both USA and the West have not actually supported Indian position as yet, and I think right now Saudi Arabia, UAE, who has considerable influence on Narendra Modi government also because of the investment promises they have made, they are also not really keen for him to escalate the situation. What he thought, the kind of overwhelming support he will get from the world, and especially from USA, is not there. So I think it's quite a blow to his position.
We're almost out of time, and General, I know that you are almost out of time. You have other pressing engagements, so just very briefly respond to what Fawad has said, and then we'll wrap up.
I think if I don't know what narrative Fawad is believing. We should only look at the statements. They are out in the open. They are not a matter of perception. They are in black and white. And if you continue to live in that illusion that the other countries are not supporting India and they are actually supporting Pakistan, please live in that illusion. I have nothing to say. Let's agree to disagree, and only time will tell. Thank you very much, everyone.
Gentlemen, we appreciate your time here on Counterpoints. We have been speaking to Fawad Chaudhry, the Pakistani senator for Imran Khan's PTI party and a former federal minister, and Lieutenant General Satish Dua, a former Indian chief of the Integrated Defence Staff and former commanding officer of Indian forces in Kashmir. Gentlemen, thank you for being here on Counterpoints. And thanks to you at home for joining us. You can, of course, catch all our Counterpoints debates by subscribing to the Al Arabiya English channel on YouTube and following us on X and TikTok. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We'll see you next time.
To take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Tensions escalate in India and Pakistan after India launches missile strikes in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. 133 cardinals from around the world begin casting their vote for a new pope in the largest ever conclave. And revealing regrets and the reason he stood down, former US President Joe Biden gives his first interview since leaving office. Now to our top story. Pakistan says 26 people have been killed and 46 injured in Indian airstrikes that hit sites across Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. India launched the attacks overnight and said at least 10 civilians were killed by Pakistani shelling on its side of the de facto border. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by international journalist and a broadcaster Inzamam Rashid and Wissam Kiruz, editor at Al Arabiya. Once again, both of you, so much. Thank you for joining us. Inzi, we are actually going to speak to a Pakistan minister a little while later on the show. For now, give us the latest on the situation.
Well, look, it's been a tumultuous 24 hours across India and Pakistan. It was around this time, 24 hours ago, that India started its airstrike on Pakistan. They say it lasted for around 25 to 30 minutes. They say that they specifically tried to target terrorist hotspots, those areas where they believed Pakistan terrorist organizations were operating from. And as a result, they killed 26 people, leaving dozens more injured as well as a result. Pakistan saying that women and children were amongst the casualties as well. In retaliation, all day today, Pakistan have been saying that they will retaliate, that they will attack. They claim that they shot down 5 Indian fighter jets on the Indian side of the border, a huge victory for them that they say India disputes it. And as a result, on the Indian side, it's believed around 9 or 10 people have lost their lives. So a day of escalation across the very border, which has been difficult for many, many years now, and a day which doesn't really seem that much is calming down over the last 24 hours. The next 24 hours is what will be incredibly interesting.
Wissam agreed, the next 24 hours crucial in this point.
Yes, and at the same time, it's very clear that the ball now is in the territory of Pakistan. They have to orchestrate a certain answer that is below the line of conflict and above the line of feeding the narrative of their people, because, I mean, it's a very, very intense situation. But what is clear, though, is that internationally, there is no signal whatsoever from the great players in the world, especially from America and the UK, or even China, that any of these great powers is willing to take side. It's very clear the big powers are very, they want to make sure this ends up very quickly. Of course, it's a conflict that flares up seasonally every few years. But at the same time, we have a feeling now that as China is heavily involved in Pakistan, India has great relations with Trump administration. No one wants to see this go beyond the seasonal conflict.
And we just heard from Donald Trump again on this, haven't we?
Yes, Donald Trump speaking in the White House just recently, he's used the word stop several times. He wants to see this conflict come to an end. He said that he knows both of those nations very well. He's had visits from both of the previous prime ministers and of Narendra Modi to the White House as well. And he's basically saying stop this conflict. But he has also offered his hand in help as well. And he says, if any of the nations need my help, I'm willing to support. I think what is interesting when we look at wider world leaders as well, the UN Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, has actually said, we don't want to see another war, basically. We've already got Russia-Ukraine going on. Yes. We've already got what's happening out here in the Middle East. We can't afford another escalation.
This could even be potentially bigger. I mean, potentially, it could be even bigger than the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. At the same time, the very role of Pakistani and Indian population all around the world. Yeah. You know, the big players, you know, Rishi Sunak was UK Prime Minister, he's of Indian origins. You have a lot of people from India and Pakistan running the big companies in the world, and no one wants to see these two countries who have big soft power in the world get involved in such a big conflict. And this is really playing a role. And as you said, Donald Trump said, I'll be there, I'll be there. Donald Trump wants to say, I'm friends with both of you. Please, let's stop it as soon as possible.
But, you know, in the conversations that we're having, Kashmir seems to be the flashpoint here. Why is this region been so disputed for so long?
Well, this is it. Kashmir is a mountainous region in Pakistan and India, and it's been disputed ever since the partition of 1947. Both countries basically want ownership of the land of Kashmir, and unfortunately, it's the Kashmiri people who are stuck right at the centre of the conflict between two nations. It's Kashmiris who bear the brunt of the ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan, and essentially they are the ones who want peace. It still begs the question whether Pakistan and India actually want de-escalation, actually want to come to the table and have a discussion together. That's the big question, and I don't really feel like those two sides do. It's the Kashmiris who want peace more than anyone.
And it's a very beautiful region.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah. At the same time, I think that both countries invested so much in the narrative of war, the narrative of confrontation, that it becomes almost folkloric. That in Pakistan, people, they tell their children how great their army is. Same thing in India. So two countries who invested so much in the narratives of nationalistic, you know,
patriotism.
Yeah. it's hard to get into the next phase.
Yeah.
And sometimes they forget that somehow these two great countries, they come from somehow the same pool of culture. And this is...
I think what will be interesting, though, just picking up on the situation right now, is the next 24 hours. That's crucial and could very well be critical. And I think, as Wissam said earlier, the ball kind of is in Pakistan's court. Is what is their retaliation going to be? Is it going to be big enough that it appeases people? Is it going to be minuscule that India won't do an even bigger retaliation back to Pakistan?
It's a calibration game.
Yep.
They need to retaliate low enough not to initiate a big conflict and high enough to appease the very upset Pakistani population.
Yeah, it's going to be a really crucial 24 hours. But actually earlier I spoke to retired Commodore Titrapu Uday Buska, director at Society for Policy Studies in New Delhi. He told me India does not want to escalate the situation. Take a listen.
The message has been conveyed that if there is a terror strike of this nature, India will respond against the perpetrators and those who have supported it. India does not want to escalate. If there is any escalation, I would say that perhaps that choice will have to be made by Pakistan. Some very intemperate references have been made in Pakistan about the price they would make India pay. India is monitoring the situation. The security forces are prepared for exigencies. Personally, I would say I hope it doesn't happen.
So, Wissam, there we are. He was just speaking to me a little bit earlier. But we must remember that both India and Pakistan are nuclear-armed countries. And this is something that people are raising the alarm about. Do we know how many they possibly have in their arsenal, and could it escalate to this stage?
They are very similar in terms of how many warheads they have. 170 for India, 172 for India, or 70 for Pakistan. And some estimations would say that Pakistan, they have a bit higher, maybe closer to 200. But that is not the most determining factor. India is bound by an accord in which India agrees it will never start using nuclear weapons as the first. On the other side, Pakistanis, they allow themselves in their military doctrine to start their tactical hit in case they feel threatened. Although they are both nuclear, but the fact that they are both nuclear, this is the guarantee that no nuclear confrontation will happen. And let's not forget, they are not isolated. They are in the middle of a very, very intense geopolitical region with China as a big player. And also, America is everywhere. So there is no real sense of urgency in matter of nuclear confrontation, but in the same time, this is what makes this conflict very interesting. This is why we are talking about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And those threats have been around for a long time from either side. The finger has been metaphorically hovering over the nuclear button for a long time between these two nations. And like Wissam said, I don't think it will ever be hit. However, it's the threat and the dialogue which makes this conflict so interesting. And it's part of the narrative.
I mean, they are two nuclear powers. They are so proud of being two nuclear powers. But will that happen? We don't know. But we know that in India, people in charge are the politicians. And in Pakistan, people in charge are the people or the army. I don't know.
Either or.
Either or. But yeah, that was a really great chat. And as we did say, we will have that information minister on the show a little bit later on. And obviously, I'll definitely get your reactions to that interview. But stay right there. And we're actually going to move on to something else. I think we're going to move on to the conclave. And we have some news out of the Vatican. Black smoke has emerged at the Vatican, indicating no pope has been elected. There will now be another vote, and conclave will have no communication with the outside world until a new pope is elected. Okay, so there we are, Inzi, black smoke. Should we be surprised, Wissam? What do you guys think?
No, I think it was probably expected, right? I think that's what been maybe 2-3 hours that they've been voting, has it?
Yeah, I mean, if we had white smoke by now, that would be a very big story.
Yes.
Although personally, I don't believe white smoke will be very far from. I mean, because there is a sense of urgency in the Catholic Church that they have to get into a place where things are appeased. But in the same time, one light story to tell, they made sure this time that black smoke is very clear black smoke and white smoke is very clearly white smoke, because there has been some confusion the last time.
I always remember last time I was watching it and there was kept on being grey smoke and it was really confusing. So I'm glad that they'll sort that out.
I wonder what they've put inside to...
chemicals.
Oh, have they put chemicals?
Yeah.
There we are. Yeah. They're modernising the smoke. We can move on that way. But, Indy, what's amazing, and I just think as the level of secrecy when it comes to a conclave, it's steeped in tradition. The Vatican puts so many things in place. It's pretty remarkable.
It really is. And what I've loved as well over the last few days, we've seen many journalists outside around the Sistine Chapel and around the Vatican trying to actually grab the attention of some of the cardinals as they come and go. And they remain so tight-lipped. They don't say a single word. I think maybe a cardinal from East Asia maybe spoke to some of the press, but a majority of them say tight-lipped, don't say anything. And the secrecy, especially now they've actually gone in to start the voting, is just brilliant, because the story of secrecy means that they have to keep their mouths shut about whatever goes on in this time until they die.
It's amazing, isn't it? And in the age of social media, I think they've all put their last post up, haven't they? And they've gone into the secrecy now, Wissam. But many are saying this is the most inclusive, but also the most divisive conclave. Tell us more.
Let's not forget first then that the biggest voter in this election, so-called election, is the Pope Francis himself. Because he has appointed somewhere like 80% of the current voters. This is something very notable. So we would believe that many of those he brought into the pool of electors are people somehow, not exclusively, who are within his school of thought. But at the same time, what's not to like or to follow in such a colored, full of, codes, full of great... I mean, they are voting in one of the most beautiful rooms in the world, the Sistine Chapel. They are voting under the paintings of Michelangelo.
Yeah, I don't know how they're not distracted.
I know, right? Yeah.
The whole time.
They are so used to
amazing things to see.
But at the same time, and I have personally met recently with some non-voting cardinals who were very sure that somehow these voters, the cardinals, will be keen on choosing someone who will appease the internal rifts in the Catholic Church. Let's not forget that the Pope Francis is a very assertive Pope. He has done a lot of very audacious decisions. It might look liberal, welcomed by the world, but inside the Church, he wasn't the Pope of the Church as much he was the Pope of the non-Catholics. At the same time, those cardinals, they say that they would believe that the best way forward for the Church now is to go into a papacy of appeasement, a papacy, maybe a transitional papacy, where things are back to normal, back to a middle ground, back to where all the very divisive questions are not really, confronted up front.
I think that's interesting, because my kind of counter-argument to that would be, I feel as if Pope Francis was Pope of the people, as many people have said. And so, yes, he's appeased a lot of people within the Catholic community and wider communities around the world. It's whether has he pleased the other cardinals who are now voting in this very important vote, and will they then align with his kind of views and the way that he led the Catholic Church? I think he appeased a lot of the people out there, but has he appeased the people who are now...
Or influence the cardinals who will now vote for him?
Well, now every cardinal has the freedom to choose whatever he wants. But at the same time, it's an institution of people. They are human beings. There are politics there. There are clans. There are also nationalities. Let's not forget this myth about the Italians who still have a big pool of cardinals. And Cardinal Parolin, who is front-runner, as some would say, is Italian, is in the middle, is close to Pope Francis. This is why and he is the one who could get the church into a place of balance. But in the same time, the Italian press, imagine, has been talking about conspiracies. Like one of these most crazy conspiracies is that France and President Macron organized a meeting at the Palazzo Farnese, which is the embassy of France in Rome. Beautiful place, where he got into some of the cardinals who are within the most liberal line, and those cardinals are in line with a greater group of people called the San Egidio group. This is the most significant liberal group within the church. And those Italian media people were saying that the French president was organizing some kind of lobbying to get the cardinals of San Egidio who are liberal. One of them is Matteo Zuppi, an Italian, and another one is the Bishop of Marseille, who is French. So I don't believe this is true, but what I believe is that someone is trying to sabotage Zuppi and the French.
You'd think that Macron's probably got a bit more on his plate in his own country.
I know, but
selecting a pope.
I was just thinking when you were talking there, we talk about elections around the world and voters to be a new president, but I actually think this could be one of the biggest votes happening right now in the world. If we do think about it, it's the head of the Catholic Church. Millions of people support the Catholic Church all around the world. Billions.
1.4 billion. I mean, also, even though not all Christians are Catholics, but in general, I mean, the Pope is a figure for the Christians who are somewhere like 2.3, 2.4 billion. So it's big. At the same time, it's also ceremonial. It's folkloric. It's like the Queen of England.
Of course.
I mean, it's something that appeals to the world. Yeah. It's something that has a huge load of history. I mean, look at the Vatican.
I mean, it is very similar to the Queen of England in one sense, because whilst, you know, Buckingham Palace would say that, you know, the Queen and King aren't political and, you know, they don't have... Yeah, it is that soft power role. And I think that is exactly the same with the Pope, especially with Pope Francis. You know, he was very vocal about ongoing wars, and tensions increasing. He was very vocal about that. And so there is a slight element of politics that comes under wearing that papal hat and carrying all the regalia with it.
At the same time, we are in a very polarized world on the religious level. Religions, they count much more in 2025 than they counted in 1975.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
Religion is a big question in the world, whether it is for good reasons or for bad reasons. And such an event is important to the world, important to the how communities will live together. Especially, let's not forget that the future of the Catholic Church itself is not really in Europe or in the West. It's happening in Africa, where it's growing most. It's happening in South America. It's happening in countries like the Philippines. And Pope Francis' legacy is about understanding that the center of gravity of religiosity and of the Catholic Church has moved long time ago from Europe. And one new player in the game is America, the United States, which somehow turned from being the biggest Protestant country in the world to a country where Catholics are the biggest Christian group and where the church gets most of its funding.
It's absolutely amazing. But I do think just part of this, one final thought, is US President Donald Trump has really brought religion back into the fore with his presidency. So I wonder, are we changing slightly when it comes to politics and religion? There's a whole lot bigger conversation here, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a big part of his election campaign. Obviously, in recent days, there's a picture of him wearing the Pope regalia and all that kind of stuff, which he said that was made by AI.
It was hilarious.
It was very funny. But on that point, when you look back at whether more people are turning to religion, whether we are becoming a more religious world. I mean, there is actual fact around that. In the UK, there was a survey done recently where it showed that there are more people attending church, there are more people turning to Catholicism as well, and actually that's happening within younger men. And the wider question is why is that happening? Maybe in a place like UK, people are a bit more disenfranchised, they're not happy with the economy, the kind of knock-on effects of Brexit and where people actually turn to, and maybe young men are just trying to find a bit of a home that they can kind of go to. But this is clearly something that's happening across the world as well, so that'll be an interesting shift to see.
André Malraux, a great French writer from the 20th century, he wrote in the 60s, he said the 21st century will be spiritual or won't be. And I think it's a prophecy somehow. And to see that after a century where secularism was the new norm, to be in a world where religion is counting more than ever. But at the same time, it's the mixing of people thanks or because of the immigration, where people in the West who have been into secularism for so long are confronted with a new wave of immigrants who come with a big load of spirituality and religiosity. So it brings back also a question of identity. So people who are from Europe would say, okay, those young people coming to join us in our country, they are religious. They belong spiritually, religiously.
Yeah.
Do we have some? I would do the same. Do I have some kind of religious identity? And this is where they could try to pick and choose. Sometimes they find the bad influencers, but sometimes they are back to what they have learned or their family religiosity.
Yeah, I just find it absolutely fascinating. Like you said, it is young men. The demographic, I actually didn't realise that it's between about 18 and 24. Yeah. And I do wonder if it is this big shift we're seeing in the world with immigration, with people sort of the cost of living crisis. There seems to be so much happening, and a lot of people are probably pinning their hopes on religion in many respects.
And very quickly, probably just a little bit of influence from Pope Francis as well. At the end of the day, this was a pope who was, very open to a lot of, different cultures, very inclusive. He brought in a lot of diversities which traditional Catholic popes would not, traditional popes would not necessarily invite into the circle. But he did that, and perhaps he opened the door to more people stepping into becoming more religious.
And that has been such an interesting chat. I feel like that could have been a whole show, but we're going to move on right now to our next
we'll wait
story.
for white smoke.
Yeah, we'll wait for that white smoke. And we are going to Washington. And former US President Joe Biden has given his first interview since stepping down. During his chat with the BBC to mark the 80th anniversary of VE Day, Biden spoke about his decision to leave office, the ongoing Ukraine war, and his thoughts on President Putin. Take a quick listen.
Listen to what Putin said when he talked about going from Kyiv into Ukraine. He can't stand the fact that the Russian dictatorship that he runs, that the Soviet Union has collapsed. And anybody thinks he's going to stop is just foolish. And the way we talk about now that, it's just the Gulf of America. Maybe we're going to have to take back Panama. Maybe we need to acquire Greenland. Maybe Canada should be. What the hell's going on here? What president ever talks like that? That's not who we are. We're about freedom, democracy, opportunity, not about confiscation.
There we are. Inzi, a blast from the past. Joe Biden. We know he was always going to criticise Donald Trump to some extent, and the administration, of course. But what did you make of what he actually had to say during this interview?
You had to concentrate because it was very slow. It took a bit of time, really, to get into topics sometimes. It must have been very difficult for Nick Robinson, who's doing the interview, because they would have had to waded through a lot of footage with Biden talking the way he did. However, he spoke about Trump, which, of course, was going to happen. He spoke about his first 100 days in office. I think the words were, "I don't see anything triumphant." He said that he would let history judge his successor. He also said that he didn't think that Trump would succeed in flouting the courts or the law. He thinks that Republicans themselves are actually waking up to what Trump is about. So, of course, he was never going to be nice about Donald Trump and his first 100 days in office. But I also don't think he was overly critical. I think, you know, for a former president who essentially lost the race to Donald Trump, I think he was quite measured in what has been a whirlwind 100 days for Donald Trump.
Yes, Wissam, agreed?
Did he lose the race? Well, he didn't. I mean, it's Kamala Harris who did. I mean, for him, there's somewhere, I mean, he is bitter. Definitely, he is bitter, but relieved in the same time. I think he would say, I mean, I'm not the one who lost. I'm not the loser here. And I always said that if someone can win against Donald Trump, it's going to be me. You didn't want me. But at the same time, if you contemplate Joe Biden in this interview and think for a while that he won the presidency, he is, and compare him with the dynamic Donald Trump. The energy. The energy of Donald Trump. So basically, yes, he is. But at the same time, we feel that he lost on a bitter note. I mean, when Barack Obama finished his 2 terms, and then you had Hillary Clinton who lost, it's almost the same thing. But Barack Obama could be in a different place in history where he feels, you know, more happy.
In some ways, when I watched that interview, I actually felt quite sorry for Biden in many ways. You know, he's clearly slowed down, but he had such an illustrious political career, 50 years, you know, let's think about that for a moment. But another thing is, where's he left the Democrats right now? They don't seem to be doing much. I don't know if they can do much because Donald Trump is dominating the headlines, but, you know, what next?
Well, I think the big question is whether the kind of last-minute handover to Kamala Harris impacted the Democrats in that election. And in all honesty, I don't really think it did. I think what Democrats say now is that handover basically gave Donald Trump the key to the White House. But I truly believe that whether he was there or whether Kamala Harris was there, I think the election was going to go the way that it went. The question is now is how do the Democrats get up from the mess that one has left them in, and Kamala Harris, who was only seen for the first time just very recently as well, has left them in. What work are they actively doing to try and rebuild a party whilst Donald Trump is literally there in
is the party.
Is the party. He's having the party.
He's the show, he's the party, he's monopolizing
but this is
the
how
headlines.
American politics works. The two parties are just empty shells who are waiting for someone to come and take over them. This is what George Bush was, this is what Reagan was, and this is mostly what Trump is, and even more aggressively because Trump is the party now. On the other side, the very fact that we had this confusion and we had Joe Biden leave at the last moment or last month is because there is a problem in the dynamics of the Democratic Party. But at the same time, as you said, we didn't feel Biden was very defensive of his legacy when it came to Zelensky, of Ukraine. But was he really the counter voice of Donald Trump as some in his party would expect him to be? No. Why? Because he doesn't have a counter narrative. He doesn't have a counter offer because he's too old and because the party doesn't have another program. They only could say that Trump is doing very bad, and a lot of people would say this, but is it enough?
And he probably actually knew and knows that Trump probably does have a better relationship with those world leaders than he did during his time in office, or probably during any of his time as a politician. And he's probably subtly with himself admitted that the guy's got a better relationship and he's got better dialogue with those people that I never had.
And I would argue, that somehow they are against the policies of Donald Trump. But maybe deep inside, some of the people in the Democratic camp are saying, maybe this guy, the bold moves he is taking on the tariffs, maybe it's worth a shot. And let's see where it gets. Maybe there is this thinking also. If he fails, it will fail. And if he wins, someone would have broken the ceiling. And this is interesting for the world.
And I actually think that's what a lot of the American people voted for.
Yeah.
They voted for change. They voted for Donald Trump to see these dramatic shifts. And we are seeing it play out in real time. And I also think Donald Trump has got so much energy. I think he's 79, isn't he?
Yeah.
And if you just look at him in comparison to Joe Biden, gosh, he's so busy. I couldn't keep up with him, and I'm significantly younger.
But the thing is, he doesn't seem to be letting up, right? He's just signed with a talent agency, potential...
This is Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, yeah. The potential rumours of him, maybe kind of working on a book or something like that. If I was him, I would just chill out now. You've done your stint. You've had an illustrious career. OK, you had a bit of a sharp downfall. But just relax now. Take your time out, and you've not got long left. Just take it easy.
One of the greatest things that occurred to me during the fight, the elections, is that...
The fight, yeah.
The fight. When he had his first failed debate with Trump, and they were asking the opinions of people, and of course all the people were saying that Trump won, except people who speak Spanish and who were listening to the translation. They thought that Biden won, because the problem of Biden is not the message. It's how he is saying the message.
Yeah.
It's himself, his person. And at the same time, let's not forget, he is a fox. He's a very intelligent fighter. He's a great politician. He has been in the Congress for 50 years. He has been vice president for 8 years and president for 4 years. He's one of the people who will mark the future of America more than anyone else. And he is the biggest player in the Russia-Ukraine war.
I'd finally just be interested whether actually any world leaders out there really care what Biden has said in this interview with the BBC. Will they actually be watching it and thinking, oh yeah, I agree with him or I support him and that's a good point that he's made? I don't think many world leaders will be watching that and will be that bothered about what he's had to say.
If Obama had the same interview, maybe people would listen more.
That's a fair point.
And I think maybe other world leaders think things have moved on so quickly in the Trump 100 days that maybe Biden, whatever he says right now...
It looks essentially...
Yeah, they're like, it's insignificant. Things are...
Old news.
Yeah, old news. We've got a lot more in our intro to deal with. But we've reached that point in our show where Inzi and Wissam, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. So, Inzi, let's talk about Cristiano Ronaldo's son. He's following in his father's footsteps. And, of course, he's a footballer.
Of course he is, yeah. Cristiano Ronaldo Jr., who's been dribbling the ball around just like his father. There's no doubt that he's, had a ball at his feet ever since he was born. 14 years old, and he's at Al Nassr in Saudi Arabia with his father, who signed for the Pro League back in December 2022. He has now been called up to the Portugal under-15 squad for the first time. So obviously a very proud moment in the Ronaldo household. And I think, the question around this is whether, has he worked hard for it? Has he put in the effort? Or has he got that position because he is the son of Cristiano Ronaldo? I think in the case of sports stars, it's very different because you have to show results.
Oh, absolutely.
You have to show your fitness. You have to show that you are capable to be at that very top level. But the wider question is our kind of Nepo babies, do they deserve the spot that they potentially get, when it comes to films or other industries?
Sometimes I'd like to say no, but I think a lot of the world would disagree with me that everyone with talent should be given the opportunity.
That's a fair point.
The boy is privileged, of course.
Of course.
Even before he gets into any achievement, he is privileged. Media is following. There are videos viral on social media where Georgina, Cristiano Ronaldo's girlfriend, tells him, you have to go to school tomorrow. It happened last week. And people with the millions are watching this video. He is under spotlight. Now, what he can make out of it, this is another story.
Yeah.
But, I mean, having a father or mother who are that famous and influential, of course, it's a privilege.
I have watched him.
Acceptable.
Yeah, well, I've watched a few videos, and he does actually seem like a very good, talented footballer. He's clearly got the genes of his father to play that sport. And I think it will be interesting to see if he goes on and you know, can be as good as his father. I think you always find that doesn't usually happen.
No, it doesn't, does it? Like, we see this with a lot of famous people's children.
Yeah.
You know, we were speaking about it earlier, like Madonna, you know, how famous she was. And we think about even Donald Trump, you know, his children have all kind of followed in his footsteps. But they never seem to quite reach that stardom of their parents.
I had a couple down, Will Smith and his kids, Jaden and Willow. What happened to them? That's the question, what happened to them? And there was a great quote that I saw of an interview with Lily Rose Depp, the daughter of the film actor Johnny Depp. She said, maybe you get your foot in the door, but you still just have your foot in the door. There's a lot of work that comes after that. I don't know what work she's put in because she's a terrible actress. And so I'm not entirely sure what work she's put in.
I must admit something. She must be so bad I've never watched one of her films. But it is interesting, isn't it? We can all get our foot in the door, but it's what you do once you get in there.
But maybe Cristiano Ronaldo's style and legacy is about discipline, okay? This man didn't have a golden spoon. This man is now 40 years old, one of the most fit athletes in the world, because he is disciplined. I would expect that the way he raised his child is somehow within this mentality of discipline.
The way he was raised.
The way he was raised. So in sports, yes, it's about discipline. And I see that he has a very good family environment. But if does anyone really want his mother or his father to be that famous? I'm not sure. Because at the end of the day, it is not about fame. It's about having a father and a mother. And inside the home, it's different.
I would like them to have the money of
Yeah,
money of a famous person, but maybe not be completely famous.
What we do know is that he's going to have the best football boots on that pitch.
Yes.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Oh, it is a great story, though, and, you know, why not? Let the kids have a go. And with some good news from your story, European beaches has seen a significant drop in litter. I'm really happy about the story.
Yes, let's talk about European beaches. All the, you know, very fancy and famous people who go to Spain, to south of France. And apparently, since 2015, there is a very significant drop in littering. It goes to 30% and 40% when you count the plastic waste. Why did it happen? One theory is that people are more aware and municipalities and authorities are more strict. But at the same time, let's not forget that there was a huge wave of anti-foreigners on the beach. Maybe it's not related, but it's worth contemplating that at the same time, these so inviting beaches have been, at the same time, the land or the place where so many people came to say, we don't want to see foreigners on our beaches. But there is still something so unique and attractive about the European beaches. Maybe it's the tan, the European
I always
tan.
think that. I don't know why, but you were asking me where the best beaches, and I was like, they're not necessarily in Europe, but the best tan I've ever get is in Europe, and I don't know
the
why.
Mediterranean glow, that's
always,
what they call it,
yeah. It's
I get
amazing.
tan there as well, quite
And it's always a really nice colour.
Yeah,
so it's all about the Mediterranean glow.
There's some interesting photos that we just displayed on the screen there of people actually picking up litter, and I wonder whether actually there are more kind of groups out there who are a bit more active, you know, kind of active groups who want to go out there, pick litter off these beaches as well, you know, are just a bit more active when it comes to you know, collecting litter off the beach, being a bit more sustainable, working, you know, towards the environment. And I think there has been a big shift in that. You know, we've seen with kind of a lot of protests in the UK.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
With climate change protesters. And I wonder whether there are people just being a bit more conscious and groups coming together and working together to keep our beaches a bit cleaner and tidier.
And it's interesting because I'm a really keen scuba diver, and every time I go down and dive, one thing we all do is we take like a bag that we can put in our wetsuit and we collect as much as we can from the bottom of the sea. And every time I go down there, it's incredible the volume of litter and rubbish
in the sea,
in our oceans.
What's the craziest thing you found?
Like a sparkly top, you know, because and straws and like party hats. Because if you think about it, people go on these big yachts for big parties, and it's all that confetti and like straws and T-shirts and things you wouldn't think about, but that's all down there.
Apparently, it's the fishing nets that are the most dangerous.
Yeah.
But at the same time, even the most skeptical people with climate change, I mean, people who don't believe in the climate change, even those people who want to keep pumping gas in the air, they want to see clean beaches and they want to see a clean sea, because there is something about everyone's interest in it. I mean, who doesn't love to be in a sea where things are clean and proper? And to be back to Europe, this is a very old fantasy of people from Northern Europe who had, grey weather all the time and wanted to have these beaches on the Mediterranean, sunny and beautiful and inviting for the summer. We are still in this dynamic, and let's not forget that in the Mediterranean, exactly, this is where most of the fancy places are still there, most of the big parties, and especially most of the big fancy yachts. They are all in the Mediterranean.
That's very true.
But we're actually going to return to our top story because we're hoping to speak to the minister soon, and this is regarding the conflict between India and Pakistan. And to remind you, Pakistan says 26 people have been killed and 46 injured in Indian airstrikes that hit sites across Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. India launched the attacks overnight and said at least 10 civilians were killed by Pakistani shelling on its side of the de facto border. So, Inzi, we still got a lot to discuss when it comes to this story, and we were talking about it a little bit earlier. We're hoping to speak to the information minister. We're just waiting on him at the moment. And as we said, it's a crucial 24 hours ahead, really.
Yeah, it really is. And we've had this discussion where does the ball lie, in whose court? And after what happened 24 hours ago with India's attack on Pakistan, inside administered Pakistan, Kashmir, but also in the country of Pakistan as well, the question is, how far does Pakistan go? What's their red line in terms of a retaliation? It will be very interesting to hear from the minister, to hear what he's got to say, and to also get a sense of where Pakistan is sitting right now. Because, yes, they want to attack. They don't want to go overboard, so India retaliates with even more firepower. But also they don't want to do something subtle, which then doesn't appease the wider population. And I think that they've got to play a very fine game there.
Absolutely. Would you agree with that, Wissam? What's your assessment at the moment?
Of course, this is exactly the name of the game. It's how you calibrate a retaliation that does not start a conflict, but that appeases the population. But it's clear, after we heard Trump speaking, moments ago, that there is a huge pressure on everyone involved not to let this escalate, not to let this lead into a conflict, because this is potentially very dangerous and it will drag in players in the region, most notably China, and no one wants to see this.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting 24 hours, as you did say. And I'm afraid it doesn't look like we'll be getting the minister, but hopefully we'll be able to speak to him at some point in the future. But I just wanted to say once again that thank you so much for joining me. Thanks to today's guest, international journalist and broadcaster Inzamam Rashid, and Wissam Kiru's editor at Al Arabiya. Here's a reminder of our top stories.
Tensions escalate in India and Pakistan after India launches missile strikes in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. Black smoke emerges from the Vatican as 133 cardinals from around the world begin casting their vote for a new pope in the largest ever conclave. And regrets and why he stood down. Former US President Joe Biden gives his first interview since leaving office and revealing regrets and the reason he stood down from former US President Joe Biden gives his first interview, and we did discuss that, of course, a little bit earlier. And that's all from us on W News Extra. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye, and thank you so much for joining us.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we're focused on the escalating tensions between nuclear-armed neighbours India and Pakistan and asking, could the two countries be on track for all-out war? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on the tensions that are soaring between nuclear-armed neighbours India and Pakistan. Well, India has launched missile strikes under what it's called Operation Sindoor, hitting sites in Pakistan and Pakistani-administered Kashmir, which India claims are terror camps. Well, at least 26 people, including a child, were killed, according to local officials. And Pakistan calls this an act of war. Well, Pakistan has responded with shelling that killed at least 10 people in India-administered Kashmir and claims it hit Indian military posts and downed warplanes. Well, this escalation follows a deadly attack in Kashmir, which killed 26 Indian tourists. India blames Pakistan. That's a charge that Islamabad denies. Well, family members of the victims killed in the Pahalgam terror attack have reacted to India's strikes on Pakistan, praising Operation Sindoor as an act of justice and revenge.
I am happy about the Indian airstrikes at the terror centers in Pakistan, which took place at 2 a.m. I am proud that the Indian Army and Prime Minister Narendra Modi stood by their promises and attacked Pakistan. The departed souls of my family members can now rest in peace.
We trusted the Indian Army. They retaliated accordingly and kept our faith. I am really thankful.
Well, the Indian Air Force, meanwhile, says it used precision weapons and targeted warheads to strike the alleged terror camps, aiming to avoid any collateral damage.
Technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations.
Well, let's get more analysis. We can speak now to Ambassador Kanwal Sibal, the former Foreign Secretary of India and former Indian Ambassador to Turkey, Egypt, France and Russia. Ambassador, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. We were just hearing earlier on that the Indian Air Force says it's conducted precision strikes with no collateral damage. But there was a strike that hit a mosque, amongst other things, in the town of Muzaffarabad. 21 civilians killed there, amongst them 4 children. I mean, that doesn't sound like a focused or measured response.
Well, these masjids are there in terror camps, as you know. After all, that's part of the way the Muslims live. Wherever there is a congregation of Muslims, whether they're terrorists or not terrorists, the masjids are there. And I don't know if they hid in the masjids or whatever, but I won't take what Pakistanis say at its face value. But it's always possible, I don't deny, that collateral damage does take place, and it's possible that some civilians may have been killed. But that was neither the intent nor the purpose of the strikes. In fact, India could have chosen other targets, military targets, but it refrained from doing so and only targeted known sites of jihadi organizations in Pakistan, which have been responsible for conducting terror strikes in India. Now, this is not only connected to the Pahalgam strike, but other strikes that have taken place in the past, and our spokespeople have actually said what the connection between the various sites that were targeted and the terror attacks on Indian soil are. So it was a very pinpointed operation, and the intention was essentially to combat terrorism and send a very powerful message to Pakistan that we have tolerated terrorism from its soil. And there have been absolutely horrific incidents, including the Mumbai terror attack, when we did nothing. And time has come that this attitude that Pakistan gives itself cannot continue. And things have to be brought to a head in terms of India taking strong measures against terror groups operating on Pakistani soil and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and we've done it.
Ambassador, I want to ask you a bit more about these so-called terrorist camps that India's been targeting in Pakistan. I mean, what sort of intelligence is there, and what sort of proof is there that these camps are indeed operated and run by militants? Because Pakistan would argue that they're constantly being accused of not cracking down on militant groups, but they say this is a false flag. How do you answer that?
I mean, do you really buy that? But does anybody buy that? I mean, look, one can always, Pakistani can say what they want. After all, Osama bin Laden was sheltered in Pakistan without the Pakistanis knowing him. I mean, do you buy that? I mean, there's a Pakistani hand even in the World Trade Center bombing. In fact, when we presented evidence after the Mumbai terror attacks took place in 2008, they dismissed it as literature. When it came to the Pathankot terror attack, initially the Pakistanis were willing to participate in the investigation, and we took the extremely unusual step of inviting a Pakistani delegation, which was not only military, but had people from their intelligence agencies come and visit our airbase in Pathankot. And at the end of the day, they said, there's no evidence. And there have been repeated instances. In fact, I would like to ask the Pakistanis, can they name one instance where they have extended cooperation to us in this area? In fact, when I was in office and subsequently, I was making this point that if the Pakistanis were actually to cooperate with us and tell us that there are these terrorists who are not under our control, but are trying to move into India's Jammu and Kashmir, and therefore be alert, these are the routes they are taking, fine. Then this is real cooperation on the ground. But this has never happened, never happened. But all Pakistan does is that we are ourselves victim of terrorism. We don't support terrorism. These are locals who are fighting for their freedom and whatever, and we have no hand in it. Total denial and total refusal to cooperate with us. So what do? This can't carry on. Sure. Now, this time Kashmir was getting stabilized. Elections had taken place. And remarkably, those parties which had governed Kashmir earlier won the election. The public participation in elections was very, very considerable. And in fact, I was in Srinagar in January in some connection, and I saw the great difference that had taken place over the years. where there are restaurants, there are even beauty parlors, there are cinemas. The life is very normal. This year, 23 million Indian tourists visited Jammu and Kashmir. The country had begun to prosper. They were getting stakes in the rising prosperity in the country, in the region, in the state. And now the Pakistanis have tried to set this back. And one more point I'd like to make. The speech made by the Pakistani Chief of Army Staff a few days ago, where out of the blue he talked about the two-nation theory and went to the point of saying that Hindus and Muslims have nothing in common. Nothing in common. So, stress the divide between Hindus and Muslims, giving it a religious color, and then lauded the heroism of the people of Jammu and Kashmir in their struggle for freedom. One could interpret that as almost an open call to do something on the ground. And this has happened.
One of the things we hear quite often from officials in Pakistan is they say that the Indian government mistreats Kashmiri Muslim people and the Muslims more broadly across India, a very sizable minority that they are, face discrimination in many different ways and many different aspects of their life. How do you respond to that?
Well, the most important, the most salient response is that more and more Muslims want to enter India illegally. Even the Rohingya have come into India. Lots of Bangladeshi Muslims have come to India in our border districts, which has changed the demographics of our country. These Muslims who are persecuted, I'm talking about Muslims in our region, they can go to any Muslim country. After all, there are 57 of them, but they prefer to come to India. But yes, I would admit that because of the legacy of the partition and the wounds of the partition, and the fact that Pakistan continues to play the religious card against India, tries to create communal divisions in India, because secular India and an Islamic Pakistan conceptually are in confrontation. And Pakistan's existence depends on deepening this confrontation and the differences between the two in terms of religion. So that puts our society under stress. And when you have 1.4 billion people altogether and 200 and some billion Muslims, some incidents will occur here and there. And this gives fodder to propagandists to say that Muslims are persecuted. But then there are law and order problems amongst other community in India. Can you imagine 1.4 billion people living in one geographical space, and that there should be no problem? Sure. Look at Europe. Yeah, look at Europe, where there's a huge problem on the ground with Muslim immigrants from various countries, and there have been terrible terror attacks. But this has become a fact of life in Europe, of living together, of pressures, of some people disgruntled, whether they are refugees or whether they're local people, and clashes occur and murders take place. People are mowed down with vehicles and things like that. This is happening.
Yeah, but given the history, and as we've been saying, it does go back to partition, goes back even before partition. It's part of the reason why partition happened, rightly or wrongly. Do you think that the situation we're in, perhaps with these border tensions between India and Pakistan right now, run the risk of further fueling some of those, some of that unrest we were talking about within India and these sectarian tensions? Do you think we might see a worsening of that sectarian tension?
On the contrary. Of course, this does not mean that there are no pockets of Muslims in India who sort of look at the social situation in India differently from the majority of the Muslims, just as there are other elements of our society who have their own demands and their own complaints and look at the overall social picture critically. So, yes, a small minority may feel that way, but the large majority, they want to get on with their lives, live peacefully, benefit from India's rise, India's progress, and the welfare schemes that the government of India has instituted, which actually benefit all sections of the society. When free rations are given to 800 million people, nobody asks them, what your religion is or whatever, or free schemes or other schemes with regard to gas cylinders and what have you, insurance-free healthcare, this and that. All these are religion-agnostic schemes in India from which the Muslims are benefiting. In this particular case, Personally, I'm convinced, and I'm not saying this because I'm an Indian and I've been an official in the government of India. I don't think that the Muslims in India are going to side with Pakistan on this or feel insecure because this is taking place. Because, in fact, they would be very unhappy that Pakistan continues to stoke these tensions and create difficulties in Indian society, and they would rather that they did not do so. And one final point I want to make, the great success of Indian diplomacy, which we are very conscious of, is the excellent ties we had with the UAE and with Saudi Arabia, and of course traditionally with Oman and other countries, with the Muslim world, the conservative Muslim world.
Okay.
Because I think they understand what is happening on the ground in India and are not moved by propaganda.
We're talking here, aren't we, about two nuclear-armed nations. How dangerous do you think the risk is of a miscalculation or a serious escalation?
Well, first of all, when we attack terror camps and we make it known that we have not targeted any military infrastructure of Pakistan or any military target of Pakistan, we are making it very clear that we are not looking for escalation. We are only looking at addressing the issue of terrorism and sending a strong warning signal to Pakistan that this cannot continue. And if it continues, of course, we'll see what happens. But if Pakistan in turn starts attacking our military infrastructure, because there are no terrorist camps in India where they can say, look, it's tit for tat. So if they start attacking our military infrastructure, then we are bound to react. So at some stage, things can get escalated. But it's Pakistan, which is constantly talking about the fact that it's a nuclear power, and India and Pakistan are nuclear powers. And in fact, the defense minister went to the absurd extent of saying that if Pakistan's existence is threatened, the whole world will not survive. As if, China, Russia, Europe, or United States will become victims of Pakistani retaliation. This kind of loose talk is intended to instill fear in the international community and put pressure on India. Because the fact is, yes, India and Pakistan are nuclear weapon states, but we are 1.4 billion people. We need to protect our people. We're not going to foolishly enter into a situation where there is even the remote possibility of use of nuclear weapons. I mean, look at what's happening in Europe and Russia in Ukraine. Russia is, after United States, the most formidable nuclear power. NATO countries are nuclear power. The United States is the foremost nuclear power. There's far greater danger of nuclear weapons being used there than in the case of India and Pakistan, because our goals are very limited. It's only to fight terrorism, not to destroy Pakistan as a state.
When you look at the internal context in Pakistan, obviously you've got the highly popular politician, former Prime Minister Imran Khan in prison. I mean, do you think the fact that, there has been some unrest and some turmoil in domestic politics in Pakistan is a contributing factor to the situation we're in today?
There is an interpretation like that. We say that General Asim Malik, who's got this confrontation with Imran Khan, which has gone to the extent of imprisoning him and preventing him from fighting the elections, that General Malik, the Chief of Army Staff, is steadily losing popularity, not only because of the fact that Imran Khan has a lot of street support, but also because the Balochistan Liberation Front has become very active. The TTP, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, has become very active from Afghanistan soil. And surprisingly, there is now military confrontation of sorts between the Taliban in Afghanistan and Pakistan. And this is so ironic, because Pakistan thought that it had got strategic depth by aiding the Taliban to gain power in Afghanistan, but the two sides are not quarreling with each other. And this reflects on the position of the Chief of Army Staff and the Pakistani Armed Forces, because they have suffered a lot of casualties on that side. So in order to divert attention and create a situation in India where General Malik and the Chief of Army Staff can once again drive home to the Pakistanis that there's a danger from India, and the only institution in Pakistan that can safeguard Pakistan's security interests and its existence is the armed forces. So maybe he thinks that this is a way to bounce back in public opinion. But there is speculation to that effect, yes.
Sure. I mean, Ambassador, if we were to build and craft a lasting peace between India and Pakistan, as we've been saying, there's been 8 decades of tensions, especially in the border region of Jammu and Kashmir. Do you think that peace can be constructed on current geographical demarcations, or do you think there has to be some sort of a readjustment to the geography on one side or the other of the border?
Well, if you take the extremist positions of Pakistan, that for peace they need to have a solution to the Kashmir issue, which means that they should have the Muslim part of Kashmir as part of Pakistan, which then you go back to 1947. Then I am afraid the prospects of peace would remain pretty uncertain. India rightfully, legally claims that Pakistan occupied Kashmir is a part of India. But we have no agenda of taking it by force. We are not promoting terrorism there. There's already some unhappiness on the ground, a lot of public demonstrations in Gilgit-Baltistan for a variety of reasons. So there's unrest there. We'll see what happens in the future. We hope that Pakistan can remain a united country. We would be happy with that. We don't want the breakup of Pakistan and have more than one neighbor to our west in a larger situation of uncertainty and instability. But it's for Pakistan to worry about and try and address their internal problems and remain a united country. As you know, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa or in Balochistan or even in Sindh, there is great resistance to the domination of Punjab in Pakistan. But that's not our creation, nor do we wish Pakistan ill. But if the idea is that permanent peace requires a redrawing of frontiers, then I'm afraid we won't have permanent peace. But that's not our wish or our desire. We would like to have proper, normal, friendly relations with Pakistan, normal trade. I will tell you, if Pakistan actually were to give up its recourse to terrorism and not have this single-minded focus on somehow wresting Kashmir away from Jammu and Kashmir away from India, the two countries can not only live in peace, but they can prosper together.
And just lastly, I mean, India has, of course, suspended this crucial water-sharing pact, the Indus Water Treaty, it's called. I mean, is India actually allowed to do that by international law? And you know, Pakistan has said that doing that is, in fact, what it called an act of war. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, the Indus Water Treaty gives us certain rights on the 3 rivers that were allocated to Pakistan. But let me go back. The Indus Water Treaty was forced on India at a time when India was in a very weak economic situation and were literally dependent on the World Bank. The Americans treated Pakistan as their ally. In fact, President Leigh Khan used to say that Pakistan is the most allied ally of the United States of America. So this was foisted on us. 80% of the waters of the Indus River Basin went to Pakistan and only 20% to India. Not only that, India had to, I forget the figure, about $170 million India had to spend to help Pakistan develop alternative headworks on their side in order to continue access to the waters, or 80% waters that were given to them. But on the 3 rivers allocated to Pakistan, we were given certain rights. If you look at the Indus Waters Treaty, the treaty itself is about 17 pages. But the annexures are 85 pages, and those annexures actually contain extremely detailed provisions with regard to India building barrages and dams for production of electricity, as well as a limited amount of agriculture. Now, Pakistan, right from the start, has put all obstacles it possibly could to prevent and delay the construction of these dams, the barrages. The Baghdihar project was delayed by 15 years. Kishan Ganga currently is also getting delayed because Pakistan will use the provisions of the treaty that they object to this, they object to that, set up a neutral observer, then have arbitration, and the whole process goes on and on and on. In 23, we asked the Pakistani government officially that we need to look at the provisions of the treaty and modify them. That's the word used. In 24, we sent a stronger note saying that the treaty needs to be reviewed. But Pakistan has not changed its approach to the Indus Waters Treaty, and therefore, this time we have suspended it, we have held it in abeyance, we've still not abrogated it. But if the United States can abrogate the ABM and the INF and can walk out of the Paris Agreement and the JCPOA, then what stops India from walking out of the Indus Waters Treaty? Because the Indus Waters Treaty was based on establishing a permanent understanding and friendship on a very vital issue like waters. But this has been accompanied on the Pakistani side, at least since the middle 1980s, by terrorism. And that's why at some stage our Prime Minister said that blood and water cannot flow together. So there's a history to this. But let me assure you also that India is not going to stop the flow of water. What we'll do is that we will build these barrages which we are entitled to in accordance with modern technology and in accordance with our legitimate needs. But there is no intention to stop the flow of water.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much for speaking to us, though. Ambassador Kanwal Sibal, thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Now, before we cross to our guest from Pakistan, let's get a quick reminder of the Kashmir conflict. Well, Kashmir has been disputed by India and Pakistan since 1947. Both countries claim it in full, but control parts of it and have fought 2 wars over that region. Well, India, meanwhile, accuses Pakistan of supporting militants in Indian-administered Kashmir. That's a charge that Islamabad denies, insisting it only offers diplomatic and moral backing for Kashmiri self-determination. Well, residents of Muzaffarabad, which is the main city in Pakistani-administered Kashmir, recounted the overnight strikes as troops have cordoned off streets surrounding one of the target sites.
The strikes took place overnight. The children were very scared. We couldn't go anywhere.
We are moving to a safer place so we don't face any problems. We are homeless now. Our children are scattered. I also got injured in the shelling last night. The whole night we kept moving here and there.
Well, Pakistan's military has vowed to respond to India's cross-border strikes, calling them unprovoked.
And I want to make it clear that Pakistan only responded in self-defense. It is India which cowardly attacked Pakistan and violated our territorial integrity and sovereignty and killed innocent citizens, including children, women, and elderly. Pakistan reserves the right and will respond to this aggression at a time, place, and means of our own choice.
So how far will Pakistan go in its retaliation? Well, for more, we can cross to Karachi, and we're joined by Senator Sherry Rahman, who is the Vice President of the Pakistan People's Party and the parliamentary leader in the Senate. You also served, Senator, as the first female leader of the opposition in the Senate back in 2018. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let's start by looking at where we are right now. Pakistan vowing to respond to India's latest strikes. How far do you think Islamabad is prepared to go with its retaliation?
So I think, thank you very much. So I think the first thing we need to look at is that Pakistan has been calling for joint protocols on working on countering terrorism, climate change, many common threats of the 21st century as well as the 20th century, and from the government to pop stars to civil society to parliamentarians. Pretty much everyone has been speaking of peace for a long time, but we've found that the Indian response has been extremely belligerent and frankly very, very toxic in its bias and otherization of Pakistan, which has been escalating recently. And yes, I understand that you're saying, what does Pakistan want to do to respond? I believe that the Indian test of Pakistan's conventional capability on the 7th of May was, that was a show of spectacular overconfidence, because Pakistan's conventional capability certainly came up to the mark. There was India with over 75 jets in play. I mean, think about it in terms of responding to such an attack. 75 jets in play. What are they thinking of? This is the Weimar Republic looking to carpet bomb, Dresden or London. In response, Pakistan took down 5 jets and a few more drones, and did not escalate this whole dogfight beyond what they felt was a deterrent capability, which was very clearly demonstrated. The Pakistan Air Force responded very maturely with measured, precise, and precision strikes that were restrained. India has launched an attack in the dead of night after 2 weeks of an orchestrated campaign demonizing Pakistan without any evidence as the perpetrator of a heinous terrorist attack in occupied Kashmir, which we've all condemned. So, I mean.
I wanted to go back to that, Senator. I wanted to go back to that attack. I mean, it was 2 weeks ago, and we could go all the way back to 1947, but let's stick to two weeks ago. That attack carried out in Indian-run Kashmir. New Delhi blaming Islamabad, and New Delhi saying, why isn't Pakistan cracking down on militant groups inside its territory? How do you respond to that?
Well, I'm sorry, Pakistan has been cracking down on militant groups for a long time. I mean, if they have not got that memo, if they also, they should know also that Pakistan found a serving Indian official in Balochistan stoking terror and, of course, certainly financing and facilitating terrorist networks and groups. His name is Kulbhushan Yadav. He's not Italian. He's a serving Indian military officer. No such evidence has been found against Pakistan. They keep saying that your fingerprints are on this, but when the Pakistan government immediately offered a transparent, neutral, open to anyone inquiry, they just pulled back. There was a radio silence for a while, and in all of the smoke and mirrors, all they've done is run a campaign on their establishment-linked media on simply vilifying Pakistan without any evidence. And they've been asked for that evidence, even by media outlets, because that is a question that springs to everyone's mind. But, you can't do this. This can't become normalized. You can't start weaponizing water and trying to annul treaties, water treaties that have stood the test of wars, because that Indus is the lifeline of our country. You can't start bombing innocent children and civilians and mosques in premeditated nighttime attacks. That's simply outside the protocols of all war.
Sure, we're going to talk about water in just a moment, Senator.
No, I call it an organized act of state-sponsored act of terrorism. This is exactly what it is.
But India's saying,
Pakistan responded with maturity and restraint. I think that has been something that the international community should point out to India, because you're talking about, obviously, also how Pakistan will respond. Pakistan has stated very clearly that its response is always mature and restrained. But the fact here now is that Pakistan will choose to respond at a time and place of its own choosing. I'm not really going to sit here and discuss it on national television or international television, and also point to the fact that, risk reduction and interrupting what is a potential dangerous escalatory spiral is not just Pakistan's responsibility, is it? You can't have one side whipping up a war frenzy and to a country that even till last week was prioritizing peace, prioritizing dialogue. And here you have this kind of, frankly, absolutely absurd and atrocious response, which is highly condemnable. So,
okay, let me stop you there, because Senator, I mean, India goes further than just saying Pakistan should do more to crack down on these groups. India says that the groups concerned, these militant organizations, are trained and funded by the Pakistani military. Is there any truth in that?
So if they have proof of that training and funding with all their geo-satellites and their billions invested in surveillance equipment, and if you go to the you know, if you're in outer space, which I assume you're not, but if there's a satellite in outer space, what they'll see on planet Earth is one hard, high velocity voltage border between India and Pakistan. It's the hardest border in the world. It is so well lit, so well monitored and supervised and surveilled that it's very hard for Pakistan to be, or anybody to be doing this from Pakistan. And, you know, I'm sorry, but this kind of canard that is constantly floated, you know, if you're accusing Pakistan of financing and fostering terrorism, I mean, how do you respond to that? If you say, all right, let's look at it jointly, let's look at some protocols, let's have a third party or a neutral entity look at it, or in Kashmir where there's a you know, violent settler colonialism going on at play. They have gotten rid of UN MOGIP, which is the observer body. At every step, India has just kicked aside all offers of neutral investigation, of any transparency. They don't have a shred of evidence. They are unable to even name whom they accuse as links to Pakistan. So I think this is becoming very absurd, and we can't allow this kind of demonization to become casus belli or cause for war.
Okay, Senator, I just wanted to ask you about the group.
Normalized, surely.
Let's talk about the group in question, the group accused of carrying out the attack in India last month that killed 26 people. They're called Lashkar-e-Taiba. I don't know how well known they are within Pakistan, but would you say that perhaps India and Pakistan would agree on one thing, that this particular group is a threat to the stability of both countries? Would you go as far as to say that?
I hate to interrupt you, but that's not the name that was floated out. You can start with any name and you can create an alphabet soup of terrorist group names and entities and suggest that they exist and suggest that they bombed. This is a black hole that leads nowhere. In my view, quite on the other sense, they have painted themselves into a corner. They have no evidence to provide. If they sense or suggest that this is Lashkar-e-Taiba, they gave another name, which I frankly never heard of, and I'm not sitting under a rock. So they need to have provided some evidence, some shred of linkage to Pakistan, instead of a hair-trigger, knee-jerk response, which has become very normalized to the point that many have suggested that this is a false flag operation. Even if you don't do that, even if you walk away from that false flag assumption because the Vice President of the United States was visiting the country, what you do see is a situation where one country is acting for the last several decades with restraint, has been seeking joint protocols on countering terrorism. You see Pakistan fighting terrorism. We fought it, in Afghanistan, on the borderlands of Afghanistan with the United States for many years. We got rid of Al-Qaeda. It was because of us that happened. And now you have a situation where India is hanging on to, it's like a cliche they keep repeating, they keep amplifying.
Just to clarify, Senator, you're saying that Lashkar-e-Taiba, as far as you're concerned, is a made-up name, a made-up entity.
So I'm not suggesting it's a made-up name or entity. I mean, you're a journalist, and I have been one too. I'm a politician. No one would suggest anything is a made-up entity, but its operational presence in this particular attack, its links to Pakistan, none of that is on the table. So if I'm going to respond to what India has said without any shred of evidence, identification, name, then I'm sorry, really the ducks may be, the media ducks may be aligned in India's favor, but that's no longer the case. I think everybody's asking the right questions. What is the smoke and mirrors that is leading to such extreme acts of civilian and other attacks? I mean, those are premeditated attacks. You can't tomorrow say, oh, well, there's an old group I can think up of, and Kulbhushan Yadav was caught. It's not a Pakistani serving military officer caught in their country. See, they were spying, illegally caught here. We've had an explosion in Balochistan, a heinous explosion called the Jafar Express. A train exploded. The Indian fingerprints were all over that place because that's where the Indian serving officials were found. But we did not actually cross the line and suggest that this means that we will attack India or we will start beating them up. And we always suggest joint protocols. Let's look at this together. And if there's a trust deficit, which there is, obviously now on both sides, after years of such talk and lack of trust, then you have, we made a very logical offer of saying, well, you pick whom you want. Let's have a neutral investigation into this. Let's decide where the dotted line goes to, whose fingerprints are on this. I mean, it's a spectacular failure of
Sure, but let me interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you, Senator, but what would be India's motive for carrying out attacks and operations inside Pakistan? What do you think India is seeking to achieve?
So India's been colonizing illegally occupied Kashmir and not being able to achieve the kind of objectives they thought. I've been unable to colonize that area, and it's now the largest open prison in the world. The story is contained. You will not be allowed in. And what goes on there stays there pretty much. And it's a very violent place. Human rights fundamentals in India have plummeted. And the Modi regime has been regularly talking about weaponizing water as a higher riparian to hurt Pakistan, to move out of international treaties that govern such common resources. I mean, these are global commons, really. And there are international treaties that govern them. And Indus Waters Treaty has survived every war.
Sure, it's survived since 1968.
But Narendra Modi has been regularly talking about finding, ways to come out of it. And this is my assessment that the whole thing, this whole orchestrated campaign was it was a trigger to suggest that, well, now we are coming out. We're going to hit you on the water, and this is where we stop, because they haven't been for 1 year sharing the data that is vital to managing water between the two countries, the flow of water at the right time. Everybody knows that Pakistan is, 90% of the Indus, of our livelihoods are around the Indus. So they've been very, very clear in trying to move away from a treaty that the World Bank mediated. And they've had several opportunities to discuss it with Pakistan, but for the last year, they've paralyzed all the protocols, such as the Permanent Indus Commission also, that would keep the water flowing in transparent data sharing and knowledge sharing platforms. They've disabled those already for the last 1 year. So we do see the motive quite clearly in doing so. They wanted to move out of the treaty, and this has given them a motive which we think is absolutely absurd.
All right, let's talk about where we go to from here. How do we end this cycle of violence? The United States seems to be criticizing Pakistan for jailing Imran Khan. That's something we're hearing from Washington. They say that the current prime minister is a dictator. I don't know how that's going to affect mediation efforts moving forwards. But the bottom line, it's going to take one side to say, right, we'll put a stop to the tit-for-tat cycle of retaliation. Will it be Pakistan?
I haven't heard the United States in any senior responsible position calling the Prime Minister of Pakistan a dictator. But having said that, I'm not going to get into who said what. The point really is from since this crisis has blown up in everybody's faces, internationally as well, because these are two nuclear neighbors with a long history of conflict. And you have obviously the United States seeking to interrupt the escalatory cycle, but they have very clearly said both sides should exhibit restraint. Now, Pakistan, I don't see them finger pointing Pakistan. It used to be the norm, but that is no longer the case. Everybody seeks evidence for such a huge accusation, for an entire country to go to war with another, for an entire country to target innocent civilians in a premeditated act of war, which to me and in every international playbook is called international terrorism. Then I'm sorry, I see total equivalence on each side. Everybody is saying, well, it's also incumbent on India. Many countries are, of course, saying it's incumbent on India more because, frankly, India is the aggressor. And it is the aggressor that has to roll back its tools and instruments of belligerence and create strategic space for a cooling down of tensions. Pakistan has repeatedly said we don't want to escalate. We want to work with maximum restraint, but you tested our conventional capability. Now you're testing our nation's patience by these kind of unprovoked, premeditated attacks.
Okay.
So I think India has to be India's friends who have made it the net security provider in the Asia-Pacific region. In fact, it's now called the Indo-Pacific. Everybody's a responsible player. The United States is, the People's Republic is. So many players involved. They can speak to India then that, look, you've been the aggressor here. Pakistan did not launch missile attacks into India. We did not, okay? So it is India which has been the aggressor very clearly. 75 to 80 jets in play is a huge attack that they attempted. You can verify this off your own record.
Sure.
And it is high time that, this bully in the backyard behavior stop. Pakistan's not going to let this be normalized. So yes, it is important that countries speaking to India invest in some protocols that allow India. Well, they've had their face saving to step back. Although I think downing 5 jets, which they took great pride on, was not face saving. But what they need to do now is look at interrupting the potential escalation here.
All right.
On the ladder and sort of climb it down. But India's got to climb it down. It's not going to happen unilaterally again and again from Pakistan. We have been suing for peace. We have been talking about dialogue as the path forward to everything. This is the 21st century. We're not invested in conflict or wars. Absolutely not.
All right.
And we have maximum restraint.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to have to leave it.
We're going to have to further if there were valid proposals on the table, I'm sure.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. It was, in fact, the US Congressman Ro Khanna who called the Pakistani army chief a dictator. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Senator Sherry Rahman. Really appreciate you speaking to us. Well, following on from these latest India-Pakistan tensions, India launched strikes in response to the deadly Kashmir attack, and Pakistan has retaliated soon thereafter. Well, global leaders, including the US President Donald Trump and the British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, have expressed concerns, urging both sides to show restraint.
It's a shame we just heard about it, just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
Rising tensions between India and Pakistan will be of serious concern for many across Britain. We are engaging urgently with both countries, as well as other international partners, encouraging dialogue, de-escalation and the protection of civilians.
Well, let's get more now on the global reaction to the situation. We're joined by Fred Fleitz, former Chief of Staff of the US National Security Council under President Trump. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Fred, great to have you with us once again here on Al Arabiya News. We're talking here about some of the worst tensions, the most serious tensions between these two nuclear-armed neighbours in the course of the last few decades. Do you think we could be looking here at the beginnings of a full-scale war?
Well, we have to treat this conflict very seriously. Both nations probably have dozens of nuclear weapons. I don't know whether they have H-bombs, but we know they conducted nuclear tests in the 1990s that probably were intended to develop more advanced nuclear weapons. There's been restraint between the two countries because they are nuclear armed for a long time, but it is very dangerous when India fires missiles into Pakistan, and Pakistan reportedly has shot down Indian fighters. I think that there will be a de-escalation, but this is not the kind of conflict we want to see between two nuclear-armed states.
Yeah, what would be the sort of the broader consequences? I mean, could there be consequences beyond the borders of India and Pakistan were this to develop into a fully fledged military confrontation?
Well, there could be a variety of consequences, especially because Pakistan gets its weapons from China and is a close ally of China. And if it looked like, and India is an enemy of China, and if it looked like that there was a conflict that Pakistan was going to lose or lose a substantial number of forces, China could get involved. There was a conflict in the Himalayan area between India and China. I think just last year, it wasn't as serious as this, but it still was a conflict between two opposing armies. So this could easily spin out of control.
So when China said earlier on today it's willing to play, quote, a constructive role in easing the tensions, I mean, would you take that offer and that suggestion with a degree of caution?
I don't think so. I think the U.S. is in a very good position to help mediate this dispute. The U.S. has a good relationship with both sides. I think the Pakistani and Indian government would be prepared to deal with President Trump or Secretary Rubio. And I'm sure Rubio already is working on this and has sent diplomats to the region.
But, I mean, we're being told, I mean, analysts are saying to us that India is obviously close to the United States, as you've been saying, but Pakistan has been getting progressively close to China, and therefore we could be looking at the beginnings of a sort of a tug of war between Washington and Beijing playing out in India and Pakistan. I mean, what do you make of that sort of commentary?
Well, Pakistan has always been close to China because of its rivalry with India. It is true that Pakistan buys relatively few arms from the United States now and is now being armed by China. But I think Pakistan still values its relationship with the United States. And I think that puts the U.S. in a good position to mediate this conflict.
Quite interestingly, the Iranian Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, is due in New Delhi today and says that Tehran wants to mediate. What chances do you think there are of Tehran managing to broker some sort of an arrangement between India and Pakistan?
I don't think either party would trust Iran as a neutral party here. I think the Iranians like making trouble. It's sort of typical of an Iranian official to make a statement like that. Iran has its own troubles with the Middle East and with the United States. I don't think either Pakistan or India will allow the Iranians to distract the world from Iran's problems by getting involved in this conflict.
Obviously, when you look at the history between the two countries, going all the way back to, partition, 1947, I mean, and there have been conflicts over the years and flare-ups and 2 wars. I mean, do you feel like there's a bit of a sense of inevitability about us being in the situation we're in right now?
I don't think so, because they're both nuclear-armed powers. They're both very well armed otherwise with missiles and fighters. Both nations could do enormous, devastating destruction to the other. It's very different than when we had serious wars at the beginning of the formation of Pakistan, when it seceded from India. We have had skirmishes in the Kashmir area since then. I don't think this is going to escalate into a major war, but I don't think the world can take a chance.
And, I mean, the fact that Pakistan's been in a degree of political turmoil and, Imran Khan remains a hugely popular figure, former prime minister, former cricketer, but remains in prison. Do you think, the preconditions were right for somehow that situation to be exploited by parties that wanted to cause trouble and generate friction between India and Pakistan?
I don't know. I know that the Kashmir area has always been a tinderbox. Pakistan is upset that there has been no resolution to the border issue and who controls what, and the displacement of people, the nationality issue of Kashmiris in India. There are a lot of outstanding questions that are nowhere close to being resolved. They have caused incredible passions on both sides. So it doesn't take much to spark some kind of conflict.
Sure. Obviously, Pakistan is home to a number of these militant organizations which India says carried out the attack in Kashmir in late April that resulted in the deaths of 24 civilians. I mean, that's probably, isn't it, a concern that Washington would also share? I mean, how do you think Washington views India's demand that Pakistan does more to crack down on these kinds of groups?
It's a real concern that periodically there's acts of terrorism by terrorist groups that have some kind of presence in Pakistan, and the Pakistani government claims it has nothing to do with these organizations. That's what happened with this recent attack that killed Indian tourists that were in a Pakistan area of Kashmir. It is a frustrating matter, and it isn't just for India. It's also a matter that concerns the United States and other nations.
I mean, when it's we've spoken to people on this channel who've said it's all very well for India to point the finger of blame at Pakistan and say they're not doing enough or they're actually funding some of these militant organizations. But, I mean, there needs to be some evidence. I mean, couldn't the United States press India to provide evidence, and then perhaps everyone would be better placed to tackle those militant groups?
Yeah, I'm not going to answer questions like that. I'm simply going to say that the U.S. should be an honest broker to work with both governments to de-escalate and stop this conflict.
And we've heard from Marco Rubio saying, we want to keep lines of communication open, avoid escalation. I mean, what would you like to see the State Department doing specifically?
Well, I'd like to see trusted envoys of Rubio in the region right now talking to both governments. And I think that's already happened. We haven't heard about it, but that's what a competent Secretary of State does. I know Rubio is on this, and I think that we will use our influence with both nations to press them to stop this conflict. There are so many other major conflicts going on in the world right now. We don't need this one. It's unnecessary, and I don't think either nation wants to escalate.
Yeah, I mean, obviously President Trump doesn't want to see any new conflicts, beginning on his watch, and he's got 2 old ones that he's focusing a lot of efforts on as it is. I mean, clearly Washington has zero appetite and absolutely wants to extinguish this as quickly as possible. I mean, is that roughly where you think the Trump administration sits on this one?
I think President Trump doesn't want this to get out of hand because these are 2 nuclear-armed states with sizable missile and aircraft arsenals, and it could easily get out of hand. So it's necessary to weigh in aggressively right now with good diplomacy.
There's one US congressman by the name of Riz Khan who's called the Pakistani military chief, Asim Munir, a dictator. Is that a view you think is widely shared in Washington, or is that just one individual?
I think that's really unhelpful by a member of Congress when the U.S. has an opportunity to mediate as an honest broker between both sides. It's a kind of irresponsible statement by a member of Congress that's all too typical, but I hope we won't hear more of that.
Okay, and just sort of looking forwards, how do you rate the chances of us bringing about a peaceful reconciliation to this, and perhaps bringing about something a bit longer lasting so that the tensions that we were talking about that date all the way back to the 1940s can perhaps have a line drawn under them?
I think it looks promising right now that both parties want to de-escalate, but you do make an interesting point here. There should be an effort to get some kind of long-term solution, some type of diplomatic effort to resolve the issues that are dividing both nations in the Kashmir area, where there's no border. There's a line of control, and there's really surging tensions on both sides. So that would be the way to deal with this, not simply to end this current conflict, but to come up with a diplomatic process for a long-term solution.
And your thoughts about water being such an important lever that India has at its disposal? 6 rivers that flow down from the Himalayas, 3 of which are flowing into Pakistan, 3 into India. I mean, the Pakistanis are already saying that India is using water and in breach of an accord going back to the 1960s, using water as a weapon of war. What do you think the US position is on that?
I don't know. I don't have a position on that issue.
Okay. All right, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. But thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you speaking to us. Fred Flights, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Good to be here.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Arabiya Alami, and this is the Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Two themes ran across most newspapers today: the Papal conclave that is about to start to elect a new pope, and the recent escalation between India and Pakistan. The Telegraph published an analysis on its front page trying to answer the question, what is next for nuclear-armed India and Pakistan, saying the delicate line between escalation and restraint wears dangerously thin after Tuesday's airstrike. The analysis, as you can see, covers India's major military strikes on 9 sites in Pakistan, and also Pakistan-administered Kashmir, launched in retaliation for a deadly attack on Indian tourists in Kashmir. that Delhi blamed on Pakistan-based militants. Now, also, India's government described the operation, which is its deepest incursion in Pakistan in over 50 years, it described it as focused and also measured, stressing that only alleged terrorist infrastructure was targeted and not Pakistani military facilities or even civilians. Pakistan, however, reported civilian casualties, claimed to have shot down several Indian jets, and called the strikes called indeed the strikes an act of war, vowing to respond. The world is now watching anxiously as both nuclear-armed countries exchange threats and artillery fire. But past patterns of managed escalation and diplomatic restraint suggest both sides may seek to avoid all-out war. The Wall Street Journal published an exclusive on its front page revealing U.S. orders to intelligence agencies to step up spying on Greenland. The piece discloses that the U.S. is intensifying intelligence operations in Greenland as part of President Trump's campaign to take control of the island. Under a directive from Director of National Intelligence, agencies like CIA and NSA as well have been ordered to gather information on Greenland's independence movement and identify local supporters for U.S. interests. The intelligence push marks one of the first concrete steps by the Trump administration towards acquiring Greenland, a move that has sparked outrage in Denmark and among Greenlanders. Trump argues that Greenland is strategically vital for U.S. security and resource extraction and has not ruled out using force to obtain it. The directive underscores the administration's seriousness, but also raises tensions with allies and concerns about U.S. intentions in the Arctic. The Washington Post published an exclusive on how Trump team urged Ukraine to take U.S. deportees amid war, according to new documents. The report describes these requests as extraordinary, saying they illustrate the administration's aggressive bid to identify willing partners who will accept people expelled by the U.S. The report reveals that earlier this year, the Trump administration asked war-torn Ukraine to accept an unspecified number of people being deported from the U.S., even though these individuals were not Ukrainian citizens. And Ukraine's airports were barely functioning at the time due to Russian airstrikes. The request delivered by a senior U.S. diplomat was part of a broader aggressive campaign to find countries willing to take third country nationals expelled by the U.S., often using incentives of diplomatic or even diplomatic pressure. Ukraine, dependent on U.S. military aid, did not accept any deportees and reportedly never seriously considered the proposal. Similar requests were made to other nations, including Rwanda and also Uzbekistan, sometimes with promises of aid or even high-level meetings. The piece highlights the unorthodox and controversial nature of the Trump administration's mass deportation strategy, which has raised concerns about the treatment and also the fate of deportees sent to countries where they have no ties. Israel Hayom published a report about Iran's involvement in the October 7 attacks. The report lays out mounting evidence of Iran's deep and direct involvement in Hamas's October 7 attacks on Israel, drawing on seized Hamas documents, intercepted weapons, and intelligence assessments. Now, while Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, publicly praises Hamas and boasts of arming and training its fighters, Tehran denies direct responsibility. However, according to this report, documents and materials captured by Israeli forces, including Iranian-made explosive and detailed correspondence, point to the Al-Quds forces' active role in planning and supporting Hamas operations. Iran's support also includes smuggling advanced weapons, providing technical knowledge or the know-how, funding also, and years of training, for Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Despite this, Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar reportedly launched the October 7 attacks without final coordination with Iran or even Hezbollah. The article argues that the international community must recognize Iran not just as a sponsor, but as an active partner in crimes against humanity, according to this Israel Hayom report. And also it urges Israel to maintain strict security control over Gaza to prevent further Iranian infiltration and violence. The Jerusalem Post also published an interview done by Ma'arif newspaper with Israeli opposition leader Yair Lapid. In this wide-ranging interview, Lapid accuses Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of prioritizing his own political survival over efforts to secure the release of hostages, arguing that ending the war and returning captives would also end Netanyahu's term. Lapid dismisses legal avenues for removing Netanyahu, insisting that only elections can bring real change. He describes Netanyahu as desperately clinging to power out of fear of his ongoing trial and legacy. Lapid also reflects on his role as opposition leader, the challenges of breaking through media bias, and his personal motivations. He calls for a return to compassion and unity in Israeli society, warning that political division and self-interest have buried the country's core values, and urges Israelis to seek change through the ballot box. To Le Monde now, which has recreated the Sistine Chapel to explain how the elections of the new Pope, which are happening behind closed doors in the heart of the Vatican, are taking place. The newspaper also explains that to better understand how this process happens, which can last even several days, it has reconstructed it in 3D and lifted the veil on this strictly confidential event. Many newspapers indeed dedicated numerous stories and reports to highlight what goes on inside the secret conclave, how long would it last, and what to expect in terms of who might be the next pope and what challenges he will face. The New York Times, for one, asked a good question regarding the new pope. The title reads, "The Church is more global than ever. What does that mean for the next pope?" The report examines how Pope Francis has indeed dramatically transformed the College of Cardinals, making the 2025 conclave the most geographically diverse in history. Of the 133 cardinal electors, about 80% were appointed by Francis, by the way, and they now represent 71 countries, a stark shift from the European-dominated conclaves of the past. Francis's appointments have boosted representation from different continents like Asia and Africa, and also the global south, including first-time cardinals from places like Mongolia, South Sudan, and Papua New Guinea. While this diversity reflects Catholicism's global growth and Francis's vision of a less Eurocentric, more pastoral church, it also introduces unpredictability. Many cardinals indeed hold more conservative views of issues like LGBTQ+ blessings and women's roles, especially those from Africa and Asia, making the outcome of the conclave highly uncertain, even though most electors were chosen by Francis himself. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the dressing room with our Arabiya News with Joe and Carlton, who are both probably feeling the same as me, a little bit tired.
Yeah.
It's the lads' night out of the weekend.
It was good, mate. It was good. I've got your new nickname, haven't you?
What?
Velcro.
Velcro.
This guy is absolute Velcro. Like, I thought it was just me and you being invited out. So we go to this place, and then there's this one person after another that I've met before, mine, so I know all of them, but I didn't realise that we're going to have them in one place.
Yeah.
And I didn't know they were coming. So it was just surprise after surprise, group after group. I was thinking, what's going on?
It's not that bad. There's about 20 of us. I want to.
So you've got the nickname now, Velcro. Because anybody that you meet is get stuck
we
to you
didn't pick
somehow.
up any
You're like
new
glue.
additions this weekend, though.
Oh, I don't know. Let's have a think. It might have been. We did.
We lost a few along the way. I know that
we picked up
much.
new additions.
Did
Addy.
we? Oh yeah, Addy. Yeah, but I've met Addy before. But he's a new addition to this monthly group.
Sam.
Yeah,
the boys. Yeah,
and Sam. Yeah, Sam and Addy. Yeah.
It was
West Ham fans.
Leon,
No, it was good though, wasn't it?
Leon,
Yeah, Leon came. Yeah,
mate. He just moves. He just moves slowly, doesn't he? Like this is like around.
Mate,
it's
you got lost.
Mate, a few people got lost. I
Yeah,
think.
got lost.
There's a few people dropping the shoulder and getting out of there. Now, this is getting a bit dangerous. Let's get out of here.
By the way, I love Brixton.
Oh yeah, Brixton's a nice gaff,
The
innit?
vibes,
trendy.
I ain't been there for years, and I didn't know what to expect, but it was a good vibe, good people.
You got a bit of you got a bit of advice before you got there, didn't you? Someone told you you got to be careful. Got to be careful over there.
Brixton, I'm like,
it's got a bad rap, innit? It's got a bad rap.
It was a good vibe in the village part, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a Gales there. There was all very bougie.
Yeah,
I was
nice.
like,
there's a girls there.
It was a great.
There's a Gales there. Hold on a minute, you're so. This guy is so West London, Kings Road posse. What are you doing, bro?
So like, everyone's going like, I'm going Brixton. Be careful. It's beautiful, mate. People of Brixton, we love you. It was good.
Very welcoming.
It was we had a good.
There was a great little hour in that place called the Village, wasn't there?
Yeah,
they were banging out some tunes. It went from like Waiting in Vain to Sexual Healing to then Original Nutter.
Yeah. DJ was special.
Yeah.
Shout out to DJ. It was good.
Good.
I think we should take this opportunity now because we're getting a lot of message from lad Adam Powney. Every week he listens to the show and he wants to come on a night out. We're working
every week.
Every week he's on it.
He's commented on every single one.
He loves it.
Well, he's commented on every show. Yeah,
every show. He's like.
So you got to respect that.
You got to respect them.
It's powerful.
Yeah, we're working on it, Adam.
Persistence. You never know where you get.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we got to properly vet you, though, mate. We don't want you to be an original nutter.
You might regret it.
Let's go.
But it was a good night.
It was a good night. We're all tired, though.
We're all tired.
I think that's where we should leave it.
Yeah.
Worse for wear now.
Thanks for listening. Worse for wear. Should we start with Arsenal-Bournemouth? That was an interesting game.
Well, I called it, didn't I?
You did call it, Bridgie. You just dropped something there, mate. To be fair, you called it, and I actually had to go and do a tipster thing after the show, and I called it, but I realise now that I stole it from you. Yeah.
He's an oracle.
They've upset him a few times, you know.
Great shout.
Before.
Yeah, I know. What made you think that? What made you shout that?
I just know when they've been doing well in seasons before, they've dropped points against them. And Bournemouth for a good team anyway. And where they've upset them a few times before, they've done a double over them this season, I think.
Yeah,
it's a double. What, they're using Arsenal as a 6-pointer?
Wow. Yeah. I'm sure they've done the double. I hope I'm right.
That's crazy.
Shots fired. I mean, it was. Declan scored, didn't he? I think that
great
finish. And he's been playing in a higher position, Cole, didn't he? Like, he just run off. I watched him adding things to his game constantly, run off the back of the lovely ball from Martinelli, and he just slipped it in.
That's because of Partey. to give him that
Partey
came
releases
in.
him up.
Yeah, frees him up to go and express himself, and that's all you need. Like, and that's why I was so disappointed when he got that yellow in the Champions League. Well, was it a red?
No, it's a yellow.
It was a yellow,
Yeah,
but he missed the next
well.
game, and he was suspended for that game. So they knew, especially at home, you need a Partey so he can do what he.
Yeah.
But listen, I think anyway, Arsenal have been Arsenal. But do you want to talk about Arsenal? So we go on that later.
We'll go on that, but I just want to talk. I want a quick shout out because I want to ask you what you make of Evan Nielsen.
Oh,
Coley,
what a player! What a player!
He's got goals this year. Chev, can we have
He's
the
got
numbers?
12 goals.
Man like
Got
Chev.
12. I think he's got 12 Premier League goals. So I'm thinking that. See, when
he's been injured a bit as well.
Oh, he's been injured. I think at the start of the season he got injured and that. But I think with him, you can see what they're trying to do when he's on the field. Like, he's such a clever striker. Fox in the box, also good at linking up play. Proper, I'd say, old-fashioned centre forward. And when you look at what Arsenal might need, someone like that,
mate. Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, that's clever, and just can read the game. And I love the little. A tap-in's a tap-in, a goal's a goal. But you got to be in the position to score it. And he's had a few tap-ins. On the far post, he loves that far post, by the way. I've watched him. And I'm like, he reads the game really well and goes into the positions of maximum opportunity.
Yeah, he does. I like him. Go on, Bridgie.
No, just saying, like, it's weird, isn't it? Because they've conceded 2 set pieces where they've been doing it the other way around to a lot of teams, Arsenal.
Yeah.
I think he's one of them strikers. If you put him in the Arsenal team, I'm saying he's going to be competing for Golden Boot. Because when they start the season, they didn't go with a striker, Arsenal, right? And they've fallen away. It's been a bad season for them in the league, right? I think the club will admit that, you know. And then when I was getting a lot of people saying they ain't got a striker, and it's almost like they're just waiting for the perfect one. Why did you not go out and try and make a bid on Evan Nielsen? Someone who's just going to stay in the middle of the goal, and listen
and focus on just that. But Marino's come in; he's done a good job, makeshift.
Yeah.
He's done brilliant.
But put it this way. If Evan Nielsen was in Arsenal, if they signed him, right, and I think he was expensive, they're a stronger squad straight away. Straight away, they're adding. I reckon that's adding at least 10 more goals on it, and that's probably, 7 or 8 points. The league will be closer, and you don't know what can happen. I think they've missed a trick with this kid. I think his movement is fantastic.
I think they're just waiting to get Harry Kane at the end of the season.
Oh yeah, you heard it here first on the Dressing Room podcast.
Should we quickly? So that we've mentioned him, I think should we quickly just bounce on to the fact that he won his first title? We've got to give him a mention, haven't we? Got to give him his flowers, man.
And the other ex-Tottenham player.
Yeah.
Eric Dyer.
Dyer, yeah. Another. I'll buzz off that list. You know, when the list comes out, it's like every time an ex-Tottenham player wins a trophy, we call it.
Recorded.
There's some randoms in there. Chev, throw us some names of some of them, just Tottenham players. But Harry Kane, didn't they mess up? They was 3-2 up at Leipzig, and then they scored in the last minute or something. He must have been thinking it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. Surely, imagine the nerves of him.
Right.
And then it's happened. Another team got a result and he's won, and you're just so pleased for him because if ever there was a player that deserves to have some silverware, it's Harry Kane.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. He's been a great servant to the game. With his goals.
He's banged in a load again as well. What is it, like 36?
Yeah,
he's a
Golden Boot again.
He's a goal machine, man, and also like he's just one of those players that you just want to see. He's a good lad as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like you really wanted to. You left Spurs for that reason. I just want to go and win something. It was a little bit of a diss at the time to Spurs, but at the same time, come on, you can't deny someone of that quality silverware. That's what he wanted to get.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that he's got his first taste of it.
Yeah.
It's a bit late in his career for it as well, though. But he needed it. He had to go to the Germans to do it, but it's how it went.
Here's another thing, right? What do you think's a better trophy then? Because if Spurs look like they're going to get into the Europa League final, and they could win that, them and Man United, listen, 15th and 16th or 14th or 17th, whatever they are, both playing in the Europa League final. Spurs could win it. What's a better trophy, Bridgie? The Bundesliga title or the Europa League title?
I'd probably take the Bundesliga.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more prestigious.
You can't be disrespectful to the Bundesliga. Man.
No, you can't.
Yeah, and also the Europa League this year.
Then if you diss the Europa League too much, you're dissing anyone that's won it as well.
Yeah, true.
So
No, so the Europa
That's
League.
a loaded question. Stitched it right up.
Journalism.
What about you? What do you think of the Europa Cup?
I would think
then?
usually.
How would you feel about it? Would you rather win the FA Cup or the Europa?
Well, we could get onto that as well.
All right, okay. No. All right. So the Europa League this year, I think, is significantly weaker than it has been in the previous years because you're not getting the Champions League teams coming down.
Yeah.
So that's why at the start.
Are you saying that just because Tottenham have got a chance?
Just getting it in first. No, it's like. So, no, sort of. Sort of. I've had this argument in the group chats. But listen, I don't know why I said it. Harry's won the Bundesliga. I think Spurs can beat Manchester United and win the Europa League. Another question for you, and this is for you because you've been shouting him back to Arsenal. He's been in Germany for 2 years now. He's won a trophy. He's got that monkey off his back. Do you think there's any part of him that wants to come back now and hunt the Premier League, or is he going to just stay in Germany for the rest of his contract and win loads of trophies and come back as like a 34-year-old?
I think it would come down to how he is out there if he's enjoying it that much.
Yeah,
I think.
And family.
Family, everything can play a part in it. You know what it's like.
Yeah.
So, but I bet if a part of him would love to go and win it. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah, but imagine he wins the Bundesliga and the Champions League next year. I think knowing goal scorers, probably asked you better. Goal scorers, imagine being the Premier League's top scorer. The kind of weight and gravitas that holds.
Well, yeah.
What do you think is more important to a goal scorer?
Goals.
Yeah.
Goals to a certain point, and then it gets to a point where, okay, I want to be winning something.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And he's at that stage, as I said. When I look at the whole picture, I don't think he would leave. I don't think he'd leave Germany if everything's going swimmingly. Why would you? If everything's going well, you're not that desperate to come back to the Premier League. You've already got. You're not that selfish either to say, I want to come and take Alan Shearer's record. That's not going to move
also,
you.
Would he
do you know
really
what I mean? Otherwise, he wouldn't have left.
Tottenham.
No, but otherwise he wouldn't have left.
Was he a Tottenham fan as a kid or anything?
I think he.
I think he was an Arsenal fan.
No, he was at Arsenal's academy. I know that.
Oh, you never know. Then probably he's going there. Then.
Listen, if this comes off,
I'll be buzzing.
Mate, you called the Bournemouth game. You called the Bournemouth game.
I'm gonna play the lottery and then ask you for the numbers.
Mystic Meg over there.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Go on. Shout some. Kyle Walker. Kieran Trippier.
So what is this? Sorry,
Spurs
These
players
are all
that won trophies.
Spurs and won trophies.
Berbatov. Yeah, they're top. Give us some rogue ones.
Not rogue, but these are one of few.
Go on. Yeah.
Bale.
Oh, blimey.
Sanchez, Davinson Sanchez.
Well, that's a rogue one.
Kevin Prince Boateng.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, there's 10.
Crouchy.
He went to Portsmouth, yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Liverpool?
No, he did. He went Liverpool. He was Liverpool before Spurs.
Oh, was he?
Oh.
Yeah. But no, listen.
When he at Spurs young, no?
He started at Spurs, then he went to QPR.
Oh, right.
He sort of went on his path, didn't he?
Yeah.
Let's move on to which I thought was a fantastic game. Another game. I think we backed Brentford to beat Man United last week. I think, 'cause again, Man United are in the same boat as Spurs. They rested the whole team, basically. Brentford, mate, it's no joke now going to Brentford. We're looking at the numbers from Mbeumo and Vissa this year. They are a joke. Vissa's got 18 goals and 3 assists. Mbeumo, 18 goals and 6 assists. When has there been a front two? And Mbeumo didn't go on the score sheet at the weekend, but when there's been a front two putting them kind of numbers for a team in the middle of the league,
it's
how much are them two worth?
Oh, it's unbelievable. As a pair. Yeah.
2 for 1.
Look, Brentford
beat Forest the game before as well. Put a dent in their hopes a little bit.
Yeah. Brentford just going around just tripping people up, isn't they? Because and it's not even like they're playing good football.
Yeah.
Thomas Frank's an unbelievable manager, coach, I think. Because to get that team playing like how it is and getting the whole team believing in that one cause, and you got your front three are firing. The new lad, Sharda just come in, and he's like, he's fitted in straight away.
Yeah.
And he looks good. And he's going to learn so much. And you're going to got Mbeumo and Wisa doing those type of numbers. When's the last time we had a pairing that understood the game? Like, they must be best friends off the pitch as well.
Mate,
do you know what I mean? I think because to get that, because there's one thing that I saw was Wisa squared the ball to Was it Shada or was it Mbeumo?
I can't remember. They squared.
I was thinking, they look for each other. I was thinking he was going to shoot because when you're a selfish striker. And I've played with a few of them. They're shooting on sight.
Names.
No, but it's not
Go
selfish.
through the list.
It's not, but as a striker, you have to be selfish. But if you find someone that's worth passing to, do you know what I mean?
I'm the whole corner in this. I'm recording you this.
Oh, you're out of order.
He's done it to you now, trying to stitch me up. Go on.
Man's like prime Michael Parkinson. Listen. No, I'm not. Do
you know what?
You want it so bad.
My best strike partnership I ever had was with De Michelis.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you know what he said to me?
What?
De Michelis, he used to play for Palermo.
Yeah.
And he came over to West Ham. And he doesn't get the credit he deserves because when he come to West Ham, it was hard to fit this type of culture because he was quite old at that time in football terms. And he's come in and he said to me, he goes, Coley, I'm going to be your number 10. You got to be the number 9 and you must score.
You really?
When you're number 10 saying that, he's always going to try and find you. He's always trying to find you because he's trying to create a partnership. And that is like intelligence. It's not. He ain't going with his feeling. He's going with how football should be played. And I had a great season with him.
I remember he was a good player, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a good player. He scored some good goals, some vital ones as well.
Yeah, good. Like you said, okay.
But that's why what I'm saying about partnerships where it could be struck up. Just a striker, I know their main thing is to go and get goals, and if they get judged on that, but if they can get someone that they can share that joy with, it's unbelievable. And I think that's what Brentford have at the moment with Wisa and Mbeumo.
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, I think it's great. Listen, they won 4. Man United are just completely just focused on the Europa League. I mean, obviously, I don't know if I've mentioned. I'm coaching at Brentford, so I see in Thomas. I purposely stay away from the first team. I'm working with the under 18s. I love it. Ad hoc. Try and help out, little conversations, a little bit of coaching. It's lovely to be in a football environment, and I needed to go somewhere completely new, somewhere I haven't played, to see what they do, and it's working. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. But just from what I see of Thomas Frank, and I'm not involved with the first team. Like we play for good managers, right? And I just see how he's got that aura when he walks into the room. He's very good communicator. And all around the club, you're in a club and you're going, that's how a club should be run. Like everything's
got a good relationship with everyone.
Everything in the club, all the people around the club. I've been in clubs and we've all played for clubs when it's going bad and you get sense for it. But Brentford is just a.
They're realistic.
Mate, they're going for Europe.
Do you know what?
They want the Conference League or the Europa League.
I just get the vibe that he's made it over there to be realistic with high standards.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And the club's on the build as well. It's got new training ground, lovely new stadium. It's in London.
Yeah.
So great destination for players to come to. So if you can get Europe, I wouldn't be surprised that they can attract some big players from around Europe.
Can I ask you a question, right? Brentford, if they get into Europe, another great season, you see Thomas Frank and you look at the clubs above him, surely he's going to be sought after.
He's already sought
after. You just think because he was even linked with Liverpool, weren't it? Before he went Arne Slot. I mean, I'm just trying to think. If you're a top club in the Premier League, you'd be looking at Thomas Frank, wouldn't you? As a possible safe pair of hands.
Most of you look what he's done with the club.
Yeah,
100%.
I looked at
that'll come down to his.
What he wants to do.
What he wants to do. How much. It all comes down to how much is he enjoying there, how much he likes there. Can he take him to the next level?
Yeah.
How he gets on with the board. There's so much that goes into it, innit? But then, big team comes along. It's like could be a lot of once in a lifetime chance. Do you know what I mean? You can see it when that happens to people and it don't go well.
If he gets into
you know what I mean, a manager's doing all right over. He's done really well with this team. He goes to that next level and it's
a lot of managers have fallen by the wayside that way. If he gets into Europe though, with this team, is he on par or in the running for manager of the season? with this team.
Yeah, well, listen, Arne Slot's going to make a case because of what he's done with Jurgen Klopp leaving. But if Brentford get into the 7th or 8th, above Manchester United, above Tottenham, who else will be down there? West Ham, who've spent money, like... Yeah, you couldn't argue. Tom Frank will be free up there.
You see Arne Slot, though. Like, I get the hype and everything, but he's he's just taken a Klopp team, added a few bits and pieces to it, and made them believe. And luckily enough, there wasn't no Man City to be chasing them, so you don't know what kind of pressure they might have been on. So they haven't been really put. They've just done what's been impressive for him, and for me actually, is that he's got that team to believe in him so quickly. You know what I mean? He hasn't really done much. He didn't really buy anyone. It's the same team. Chiesa's the only one that's come in and he hasn't actually played. So he's had to use that team and just redirect their thought process, and he's done a really good job. I think next season will be a very testing one for him. I know we're going off piece a little bit, but I think he's definitely probably going to be the manager of the season, but I think for Tom Franks, those type of managers need a special mention.
All right, quick mention on Manchester United then. They got turned over comfortably. Like, it's 4-3 suggests a closer game. Great to see Mason Mount on the score sheet. He's had a tough time, the 2 years he spent there.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that he was on the score sheet. I didn't even know.
Like he's sort of. You have to remember, at one point he was playing number 10 for England. You know, he was the man, wasn't he?
Yeah,
the Euros,
bad injuries.
Champions League, Chelsea. He was brilliant. He's gone there. I got the impression with Mason, like it was more of when he left Chelsea, more of a situation. You know, like I don't think
didn't feel valued.
Didn't feel valued because of the financial structure. You know, I understand coming through. You know, when you're a kid and you're coming through a club, you tend to be an afterthought, don't you, when it comes to contract talks and things like that. They just assume, like, they've still got that over you where they think, you know, they're happy to go and spend money on these exotic foreign players, but the youngsters, they're really reluctant in negotiating. I found that being
I get what you're saying, but maybe they thought they can get someone of that value elsewhere.
Yeah, but it's been a situation where it hasn't worked for Mason, right? And it's not worked for Chelsea
because he was doing so well at Chelsea, wasn't he? He was such a big player for him. It's horrible to see.
Can you transfer that though to that form that he had at Chelsea into another team like Man United? But
I think it's really hard when a team ain't doing that well.
Yeah, Man United.
Especially in that
it's hard moving clubs. It's never. You know, you get used to playing with people week in, week out. You kind of get used to knowing the movements they're going to make. So you get used to playing a certain formation. They always cover you. You got different work rates from people. You go straight into another team. It's so different.
But you come in as the big dog as well. Taking that number 7 shirt.
Yeah, it's hard.
So he's
never as easy as what people
He's been
think.
under pressure straight away as soon as he got there because he took a number 7 shirt. Do you know how many legends has worn that shirt? So and then he's just got injured straight away, and he's never had a good run. So it's been hard to watch for him. Like, I felt sorry for him.
I think there's still a great player in there.
Oh yeah.
Just think, go back. So, like, going from when I went from West Ham to Chelsea at 21, then I didn't leave Chelsea till I was 28, 29. So I had 7-8 years there, 4 years, 7. So I only moved once, but the problem going from West Ham to Chelsea was the step up, right? And then I thought, right, so that was a natural. I was expecting that. I knew that Chelsea had better players than what I was playing with at West Ham. I knew that, so I was prepared for that. And then you get so comfortable, you're living in, your people are there. It's like, it was so comfortable. Then leaving Chelsea at 28, 29, wherever I was, going to Liverpool, and it was like coming to a club which was a little bit, wasn't as good. Liverpool finished 7th.
At that time.
Chelsea had finished 1st. Then I left and it was all changing. I did find it tough. Like, I couldn't find like the rhythm. You forget. So if you're at a club, any player listen to this, if you're at a club and you're happy and they're offering you a good contract,
think about it.
Yeah, think about it. The grass ain't always green, and you know there's a lot of people around you that benefit from you moving. I'm not saying this,
and they'll egg you on,
and because it's like
there's money in it.
Yeah, there's money in it for agents and advisors, and I'm not saying that but what I'm saying is
not saying don't have any ambition.
Don't have it, but calculate the ambition. Do you know what I mean? What's worth and what's really sometimes what's really important in life is when you're comfortable somewhere.
Playing,
you know what I mean?
playing happy
Playing
football is
happy
the best
football's
football in the
thing.
world. Why would you want to change it?
Yeah.
To go and do something. And wherever you're at, make sure that you try and make that your home. Like, you look over there and think, oh, why is he getting that? Why is he getting that?
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
compare
yeah.
yourself to others.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
focus
yeah,
on
yeah.
you, and then everything should be fine. And
Yeah.
you should have a fledgling career at the club that you were
Yeah.
brought up in. Because
Yeah.
look at Reece James.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how long he's got at Chelsea. I think he's just signed a new contract, but he's probably aiming to finish his career there.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He's not looking over his shoulder saying, "Oh, I
Yeah.
might fancy that here." So, and they've looked after him as well.
Yeah,
they'll
yeah,
look
yeah.
after you. When you go, I remember when I left West Ham to go, and I went to Celtic.
Yeah.
Mate, at my big age as well, at that time, I couldn't even adapt.
Really?
No, I was struggling. Like,
What do you
mentally.
mean? What do you mean?
Just
'Cause
the change, because I'm a London boy, innit?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So it was quite hard taking me out of London. That's
Yeah,
why I
yeah.
didn't go to loads of places, really.
Mate,
and if it didn't come off,
where did you go?
I went, yeah. So that's what I said. That's what I said. If you're gonna do it, do it properly. Go all the way. So that's what I done, mate.
Yeah.
And it was difficult.
Yeah, you
Very
did go the way.
difficult.
Didn't like Glasgow, so if you want to try Borneo.
No, I went America first.
Yeah.
I went America first.
It must be hard because all the foreigners that come to play as well.
Yeah.
It's hard for them, innit? And they get.
That's why I respect them.
I know, yeah.
You've got to respect it because they've got to learn a new language, and then they got to adapt. So, listen, it's difficult anyway, but you got to be willing to accept that change.
Especially if you spend like, I don't know, say 6 years at a club, and then you're used to keeping the ball, you're used to dominating, used to having a lot of the ball.
Everything was set up for you to play well.
You can make these runs all the time, then all of a sudden you go to a club where you've hardly got the ball, and then like he's not helping you out here with someone normally helping you out. It's just,
and then it's a spiral to madness. Like,
that's where like
mental strength.
The managers really come into play then.
Yeah, they do. That's what, and do you know what? My best experience obviously didn't work for me at Liverpool. Then I went to Lille, didn't I? And I thought, I actually remembered advice. Remember the under-18s trip we talked about when we had the little trouble?
Yeah.
David Platt was there, right?
Yeah.
So I used to always try and sometimes things stick with me. And I asked him because he played in Italy, and he said to me like when he went to Italy, he said embrace the culture, like, he said that was the best thing he'd done because he was successful in Italy. It must have stuck with me as an 18-year-old. So when I went to Lille as a 31-year-old, I thought, I signed the contract. And I thought, oh my God, I'm going to be playing in France. And then I sort of do things first and then think about them afterwards. It's not a good process, Cole. You shouldn't do.
I've lived my life like that.
I'm sitting on the train thinking, oh no, I'm going to live in France.
I don't even know the language.
And I didn't even realise I ain't going to have to speak to my teammates. I love speaking to my teammates.
Starts panicking.
Right, so I gone right. And then my brain had a flashback to David Platt saying to me, embrace the culture, right? So I got off at the station. I thought to myself, right, what does French people do, right? So I've gone and bought L'Equipe. You know L'Equipe, the newspaper? Yeah. Can't speak French. Bought L'Equipe, put it under my armpit. And I got myself...
Croissant.
No, I didn't. There wasn't. I got a little coffee. I didn't drink coffee at the time. I used to drink tea. I used a little cup like espresso. I love an espresso now. I'm like, there, I'm just reading. I'm just pretending I'm reading. I'm looking at the pictures, right? But then I went into training, right? And I just had you ended up just... Most of the lads spoke English a little bit, but I did. Every day I bought L'Equipe, and then by the end of I started to get like little bits of. Like, I was trying to learn the language, and the boys appreciated me trying to learn the language. And the funny thing they said was they used to laugh when I used to speak French because they said for some reason I sounded like a Spanish person speaking French.
So I think it's good that though.
Yeah,
it's like
Spanish
Matt used to make me laugh.
I was going, why are you laughing at me when I'm speaking French and you're not laughing at him? I know I'm as good as him because there's another lad there was trying to learn Spanish French, and they went, no, but your accent's funny. You don't sound right.
Well, you don't sound right speaking English.
I think it's good though. You're making all your teammates laugh. It's good.
Do you know what? Yeah, I see that culture shock and having to adapt. I don't know why I've gone on this thing, but it is what it is. This is what we do. But when I look at managers that have gone abroad and done well, now the recent one, English managers that have gone abroad, because we've always looked at going abroad back in the day like, if you go abroad, you ain't got no chance to get into an England team if you had England aspirations. So going abroad was never a thing.
Yeah.
Like, couldn't go Germany, couldn't go anywhere. Premier League's the only place to be. If you ain't playing in the Premier League, you ain't getting an England team. Remember that?
Yeah.
But then obviously I like how it's branched out now. The boys are a little bit more adventurous at a young age, and then they're starting to... So imagine them going to... And it's better to learn a new language when you're younger.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So it's better to go young. And I think back in the day when I was at Chelsea, we had something... we had a deal with Inter Milan or something where you could do like a player swap.
Oh, yeah.
And I think I was on the list to go.
No.
But I think something happened and I didn't end up going.
Wow.
And I think the deal broke down, but I wouldn't have minded that little... Because I think it's like a loan. You go to their youth team and you go and play a few games and then you come back.
That's a clever idea,
It's just to get... Just open up your mind. Just open up your mind. That would have been really... I think that should happen now.
Yeah.
For these kids, just to see if they can handle it abroad.
I'd struggle.
We'd struggle.
With the English dictionary.
You'd struggle.
The foreign
They ain't ready for that.
Learning English is hard enough.
But and let's go back to Liam Rossigna.
Yes.
So Strasbourg, right?
Yes, yeah.
Being a manager,
being
a manager going to another he must be really clever.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like to go and be a manager and dictate to a team that don't speak your language.
Yeah, I know.
And still come in, I think he's 7th.
Mate,
or something like that. They're just off European place right now.
Yeah, well, he's in that Chelsea bubble, isn't it? Because Strasbourg are owned by Chelsea.
Okay.
Which is another bone of contention around the multi-club things. But yeah, he's doing great. Can I just quickly steer it? Because I want to talk to you about, as a fullback, Bridgie, Trent to Madrid, official.
Yeah.
I mean, what would you make of that move? First of all, for him, and second of all, for Liverpool and Madrid, like both clubs.
I just think we all knew it was coming. I don't get what all fuss was about.
It was a big deal. To be fair, what's happened, Bridgie? What's actually happened? He's announced it on his feed on his.
Yeah, I know.
X.
We all knew it was coming, didn't we?
Yeah, we all knew. It's like the worst kept secret. That's the worst.
That's what I feel like. I feel like we all knew it. It's just a matter of time.
Fair enough, that's the end of that conversation.
We've talked about it before.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We kind of all knew it was going. He's getting stick off the Liverpool fans. I don't know if maybe they thought they changed his mind from giving him the stick, but
yeah, it's a strange way of like trying to change someone's mind. I'm going to abuse you.
You're going to go that way.
Stay with us.
There was probably death threats or something going on there. He got loads of stick, didn't he? But you know, even that happening might have made his mind up even more that he was going. You just don't.
I think
it's a hard one, isn't it?
But it's going for free. That's what hurts as well. It's going for a free homegrown product.
I don't know him that well. I've met him before, but he was a
good lad.
Nice kid. Nice.
Good lad.
He was great with the kids and everything. A really nice person. He was obviously a great player. Mate, going to play for Real Madrid. It's everyone's different. I don't think. There's only one talk ever once me leaving. Going abroad was Valencia, but straight away I'm thinking, mate, I don't know if I could do this.
You'd love Valencia, Geese.
I know I'd love it, but language, Geese, I'd struggle. I'm one of them people. You've got to learn the language, ain't you? I'm like,
you're not open
you're not willing to. That's the problem. Basically, if I go abroad, I speak with the kind of accent they have. Speak the words English still.
So it's English, but you go. So do it,
and then just add a
little
silver play at the end. That's
silver play,
isn't it?
Silver play.
Is that please?
I think so.
Is that please? No, silver play is not please.
No, it's silver play.
Yeah, there you
I got a clue, mate.
Well, mate, it's French speaking.
But no, mate, it's a great move. Mate, he's going to play for Real Madrid.
It's a fantastic
great,
move, isn't it? Do you know
I guess if just people are struggling because he's always talked about being at Liverpool and being captain, and
he's done it all. He's done it all at Liverpool. He's lived his dream. He's lived his boyhood dream. Yeah. He's leaving. He's got an opportunity to go and do something different. He's broadening his horizons.
I think it's good to
do that.
Experience other things. It's good.
I'm playing at the Bernabeu every week. That's unbelievable. Yeah. And the thing, I went to the Bernabeu stadium. Hold on,
you're going to a museum?
I went to.
That must have been corporate. You didn't go there for leisure.
I did.
Did you?
I went there for leisure.
Really?
I was over in Madrid. Yeah, doing a bit of business. Mate, and
I want to know what this business is. It's customs and excise.
And then I had some hours to kill before I could get on my flight.
Yeah.
So me and our sports analyst,
yeah,
we went to the Bernabeu Museum at the Bernabeu.
I'm stunned.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I learned so much.
Did you?
The history of the club, man. It's unbelievable.
Go on, give me some
Why wouldn't you want to go and play over there?
Give me some lyrics about the club. One thing you've learned about the clubs.
I learned a lot.
He's on your case today, by the way.
I didn't learn that much. I just saw loads of white kids.
I'll tell you this one thing that we were talking about.
You went to the gift shop. Yeah, you went to the gift shop.
One thing I did learn that Jude Bellingham's got his own line of Adidas gear.
Really?
Oh, mate. He's like David Beckham over there.
He's not messing about.
I'll tell you one thing we were talking about earlier about leaving. He's been doing well at Liverpool.
Yeah.
It's a big part of their season.
Part of their season, yeah.
Big part of the season.
Replacing him?
What?
Are you thinking about replacing him?
No, but him going there ain't straightforward for him.
No.
Yeah.
He might want the challenge. I mean, it ain't necessarily going to be. Don't worry, he's got the ability.
Yeah.
But it's a total different.
Again, that's great. What we said about going into a different team
environment.
What he's been asked to do at Liverpool. When I think of Trent, first of all, I think he's a top player. When I think of Trent at his absolute best, I think Jordan Henderson playing that sort of right number 8, Trent getting forward and Jordan covering him, and it sort of balanced out lovely. You know, like how it perfectly suited his abilities, right? That's when he's at his best. I think he's a top player. I think going to Real Madrid, and I look at who's been brilliant for Real Madrid in his position for the last 10 years, Carvajal. Different attributes. Carvajal is a primarily a defensive,
solid.
You know,
he might go in there play midfield.
Yeah, but then again, how can he play midfield if you've got Valverde, Bellingham, Camavinga, Tuchemani? Like, I'm just interested to see
he's not better than any of them in midfield.
Oh, I don't know about in midfield. I wouldn't take him over any of them in midfield. Right back, I think I'd like to see him go to and play right back for Real Madrid. I think what they'll do is they'll probably balance it out with. Do you know what they're looking at? They're looking at Saliba as well. Imagine Saliba and Rudiger and the other young centre half they've got going, sort of as a free, because there's not a good season Real Madrid.
Yeah,
they're going to come. So he's going there. It might be difficult.
Are they not looking at that Huijsen as well?
Yeah.
They're looking at Huijsen as well. Young, they're trying to go young now over there as well, and sensible.
Yeah,
not just going for the big names.
Yeah,
you know
it's going to be interesting to see. We go back to. Just want to ask you about, his stick, because I was at the Chelsea Liverpool game, by the way. I just want to quickly talk about that because I took my boys to the game, and I love it because I sit in amongst the fans. Right, so it's nice seats. It's not, it's not.
It's padded.
Yeah, it's padded.
it's padded seats.
It's nice. I'm not saying I'm in there with flares and all that. Like, oh, look at me, and I'm one of the lads.
Yeah, it's padded seats, Keys. That's enough. That's enough.
My boys, they love it, right? So I've been there for the last 3-4 years, and I've seen how disappointed and frustrated the fans are going to get, right? And hear the talk, the shout. After the game, the place was buzzing. They put one step beyond on, and everyone was jumping. And I looked, and Chelsea played really well. And I'm taking it because I'm thinking one day I want to manage, right? And what you need the fans with you, right? And I'm thinking, what makes the fans come with the team, right? And it was Lavia, Casado, Enzo crashing into tackles. Like if you give players if you can convey to your players the importance of being on it and being fighting and you know all the basics that, and no we're not going to go no matter what the score. We're not going to show no bad body language. We're going to be positive. We're going to fight for everyone. And the fans went with the players, and it was the best I've heard Stamford Bridge in ages. And proper buzzing. I think Enzo Maresca said it as well after the game.
Listen, when I see at Chelsea, they're work in progress. We all know that, but when you've got a working good engine room, you see the engine room, the midfield.
Yeah,
that's a good base to build from. When you've got players such as Casado, Leiva as well, and obviously Enzo, and he's getting on the score sheet too going forward. When you see players that are fighting for each other in the midfield, crashing into tackles, that's what you want it's the engine room. That's where you get your hunger from.
Yeah.
So all the flair players on the side, they'll see that and they'll get involved. Or it releases. When you do a tackle like that, something happens and the crowd get on your side. Then your bigger players, like the flair ones, like Cole Palmer, those type of players, even Madweki, they were on it. They're on it as well. Man. So it's just creating that vibe in that engine room is the most important one. Once you get that, once they turn on that ignition, it goes a long way. And I think you're going to see a lot of that from next season, because that was a good example of how Chelsea are supposed to look.
Yeah. I mean, and I was just thinking, I was sitting there thinking, why is it something different today? And it was that, like the players doing it. And then I remember playing, right? I'm thinking, if I'm seeing like Makaleli crashing into Bridgie, Drogba, smashing the tackles, I'm thinking, like, I want to get the ball, but if I don't do my job there, I'm going to look. So I'm like...
And it's got to be like that at Stamford Bridge. It's got to be like that. That's your fortress. It has to be like that. Week in, week out. I can't remember the days when people used to go to Stamford Bridge and then know that they might get a win. Yeah. Like Fulham used to go to Stamford Bridge and never got anything.
Yeah, they got parked up.
But I'm seeing them go to Stamford Bridge and getting something now. I'm like, that never used to happen. Yeah. So they need to understand the history behind it, and hopefully they do.
Sound like Man United ex-players, don't we? That's what they keep going on about.
I know.
History, but I get it. I do get it. Yeah. Let's come back to Chelsea. We're going to have a little break. You've been listening to The Dressing Room with our Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope. We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to The Dressing Room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
What U.S. President Donald Trump started in 2019 may have been taken a bit lightly, but now it's back on the table. Trump has made it clear he wants Greenland to be part of the U.S., and he's not ruling out using military or economic pressure to make it happen.
We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place.
So why Greenland? And could this actually happen? Let's take a deeper look. Greenland isn't just a big chunk of land floating off the coast of Canada. It's one of the most strategic, resource-rich, and politically sensitive places on Earth. And here's why. It's huge, the world's largest island, with a tiny population of around 56,000 people, mostly indigenous Greenlanders. It sits in the Arctic, between North America and Europe, making it a prime location for military operations. And underneath all that ice, rare earth minerals, oil, and natural gas, the stuff that powers everything from smartphones to wind turbines. And thanks to climate change, the Arctic is literally opening up. Melting sea ice is creating new shipping routes and revealing untouched resources. In short, Greenland is becoming a big deal fast. So what's going on exactly? Trump says it's a deal that must happen, arguing that the U.S. would benefit, and so would Greenlanders. But here's the thing, Greenland isn't for sale. Denmark owns it, and Denmark's prime minister has said, again, this idea is, quote, absurd. More importantly, Greenland governs itself. Since 2009, it has broad autonomy, and it even has the right to declare independence. That's right, Greenland could one day be its own country. So yeah, buying it, not likely, but influencing it, that's a different story. The world is in the middle of a new Arctic race. It's a mix of climate change, geopolitics, and economics. Russia's growing more aggressive. China wants in too, calling itself a near-Arctic state and proposing a polar Silk Road. And then there's the US. It's determined not to fall behind. Greenland sits right in the middle of all of this. The US already has military base there used for missile defense and for tracking Russian subs in the North Atlantic. So this isn't just about buying land. It's about securing the Arctic. It's about rare minerals. It's about controlling the future of global trade routes. Now, could this be the next Cold War? Some think we're already there. We're entering what experts are calling the Arctic century. That means rising tensions, increasing militarization, and a race for resources, all happening faster as the ice melts. Greenland isn't just in the middle of that race. It might be the prize. And here's where it gets a bit more complicated. Greenlanders are proud of their identity. Many want independence, but not necessarily to join the US. And while they're open to closer cooperation with America, what do leaders actually think? Let's take a look.
Gør det meget klart, at set med den danske regerings briller, så er Grønland grønlændernes. Det er et meget, meget stolt folkefærd. Det er et sprog, det er en kultur, det er en befolkning, som er sin egen. Og som formand for Naalakkersuisut, museet i øvrigt har sagt, så er Grønland ikke til salg.
But here's the thing. Greenland still depends heavily on Danish subsidies. Its economy relies on fishing. Mining, still a work in progress. Full independence would be financially risky, unless maybe they strike a new deal with someone else. So the big question becomes, will Greenland choose to go it alone, or align with a new superpower? And where do we go from here? Will Trump push harder? Could Greenland ever switch hands? And are we entering a new age of Arctic competition? One thing's for sure, the world is watching an island most people ignored until now.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Auckland. Auckland is known as a city of many lovers, according to its Maori name Tamaki Makura, as those lovers wanted the place so badly that they fought over it for centuries. A geographically blessed city, the New Zealand capital has the appeal of a small town and the style of a modern metropolis. Auckland Museum is one of the country's most recognized heritage locations. The 84-year-old museum houses the most comprehensive collection of Maori and Pacific Islander art in the Southern Hemisphere. On display are graphic textiles, carvings, some of the war canoes, ware or the traditional Maori meeting houses, as well as other 18th and 19th century portraits. Devonport is a self-contained late Victorian neighborhood of historic sites, including North Head, a British fort dating back to 1887. There are also popular cafes and restaurants within it. find two of Auckland's picture-perfect beaches, or climb to the top of Mount Victoria for 360-degree views of the city, Hauraki Gulf, and the North Shore. Waiheke Island is a place for a quick island escape. Worth visiting are the Little Onaroa, Palm Beach, and the mile-long Onatangi. Fancy a dinner nearby with a great view of the beach. A diverse mix of gustatory pleasures, Auckland is also ideal for food trips. The city is a medley of different tastes, offering diverse cuisines from contemporary Japanese dishes to all-American pizzas, to healthy Thai salads and greens. Depending on your mood, you can choose from the elegant dining restaurants, or you might prefer the laid-back alfresco cafes. Shopping also keeps the city abuzz. Specialty stores include rare and vintage finds, from the gardening books and electric furniture, fiesta dinnerware and old photographs, as well as restored goods, such as vintage wooden cutting boards, southern French crockery, and white enamel cookware. There are also classic and one-room boutiques that offer pieces for men and women, with a well-curated collection of shoes and boots to match. You may also find shops featuring own-brand clothes and jewelry for men and women, sold alongside a distinct merchandise mix of non-clothing items that reflect the owner's interests.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope. We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.